Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please take your seats if you haven't already. Wow, what a great venue, huh? Looks really cool. Welcome to PSG 2023. My name is Joe Saunders. I'm the Vice President of Australia and New Zealand for the Institute of Strategic Risk Management. It's my great pleasure to be your MC over the next couple of days, over what I'm sure will be an amazing array of speakers. This is the sixth instalment of the Protective Security and Government Conference. I'm pleased to say this is my fifth time at the PSG and my fourth time emceeing. Now, astute observers may notice that progressively year on year I've got less hair on my head, a few more greys in my beard, and although given the state of global security at the moment, I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room. So before we go any further, I would like to begin today by acknowledging the Ngunnawal, traditional custodians of the land upon which we gather today, as well as the traditional custodians of all the lands represented within our diverse audience, both in attendance and indeed online, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And we at the PSG Conference heartily extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I would like to acknowledge our sponsors who have made this event possible, our premium sponsors, Asset College, Sectara and Risk2 Solution, and gold sponsors, CTIA, ISRM and Security Consulting Group. We have an outstanding array of speakers lined up for you today, but to formally kick things off, I would like to introduce Rachel Dixon, Acting Information Commissioner of the Office of the Victorian Information Commissioner. Rachel was appointed as the Acting Victorian Information Commissioner in August 2023. Prior to this, Rachel served as the Privacy and Data Protection Deputy Commissioner since November 2017, where she was responsible for the Privacy and Data Protection Act 2014, including the Victorian Protective Data Security Standards. In former lives, Rachel headed the Australian Government's Digital Identity Initiative, as well as the Head of Identity at Digital Transformation Office. She has also worked for Suncorp as an Executive Program Manager for Business Transformation and enjoyed several C-suite and senior executive roles in the private sector across media, technology and the film industry. Please join me for an opening address, Rachel Dixon.
Thank you very much, and I also would like to extend my acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the country that we're standing on, and just to pay respects to their elders as well. I am just going to set myself up with a timer because that's always important. So if you hear a ping kind of noise, you'll know what that is. And now we'll get into some slides. So look, I just wanted to set the stage for sort of why we're here and the sorts of things that I'm going to cover off. And all of these should seem fairly self-explanatory. One of the things that I've got there is the slightly problematic nature of tech. And why it doesn't keep you, why it doesn't always tell you what it does, and also to talk about balancing privacy and security. Now, I think we have the wrong slides. Yeah, we do, I think. There we go. Okay, that's me entertaining. I'm going to talk to my other slides, I think. We do have the wrong slides. Can I just grab my iPad? That's very embarrassing. All right, so I will just go back to the first slide and I will talk to you on the basis that that's probably about as good as we're going to get. Okay. So, state security, good governance and human rights. So I, as in the introduction, I administer two acts. One of the Freedom of Information Act, 1982, hasn't been updated for 40 years. And the other one is privacy and data protection. That includes the only legislated information security standards, or at least I don't think they're the only ones now. I think there are some international legislation around that as well. But at the time they were passed, that was kind of a new thing. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that I would go to the trouble of legislating information security standards. I think that's a very heavy object to wield, but Parliament does those sorts of things. The odd part of my jurisdiction is that I don't have jurisdiction in information security over hospitals or health services, which has been very interesting to watch during some notable ransomware incidents. Possibly, again, one of those things that we might reconsider in legislative reform. My office is also a founding member of the ARC Centre for Automated Decision Making. So we've been looking at AI and regulation and all of that sort of stuff for about 6 years. Prior to that, though, I did do quite a lot of work in machine learning for evil, creepy purposes, like behavioural targeting for advertising and stuff like that, and following all around jurisdictions that don't have such privacy protection. So I guess I'm atoning for my sins. ODIC's focus is more than just data. So we cover everything from physical documents through to electronic documents, databases. We cover law enforcement. We're also interested in things like, you might think, well, this is just all about information. Some of that information relates to physical assets. So, there's obviously industrial control systems, but things like, for example, the registers of chemicals at water boards is a security issue because there's some very dangerous stuff in some of those sheds, and those are obviously a big, a big sort of target. We like to make sure that those water boards that are within our jurisdiction have their record keeping up to date, and that the monitoring of those sorts of sites is properly done. So our current regulatory themes, which we update every 2 years, but they generally take about 3 years to roll out. One of them is large learning models, which is ChatGPT, which is very much the flavour of the month. And by the way, today, any of you in government who have access to a Microsoft M365 E5 licence are eligible to sign up, and I do not recommend that you do this, are eligible to sign up for Microsoft Copilot. It will cost you money. That's the good part about it, which means that not as many people are going to sign up as Microsoft possibly hope. But I would urge you all to just calm down, wait for a while, because this is going to go in very interesting directions. As I mentioned before, our other legislative priority is law enforcement data use, and then issues related to one of the information privacy principles that I administer, which is third-party contracting. And we're looking at that from two different directions. One is your supply chain, which I think everybody in the room here has read stories over the last couple of years about supply chain vulnerabilities. The other is your downstream, your contracts with providers that you may be outsourced to, which is a slightly different thing. So security is having a moment. It's a pretty long moment at the moment. Like every week we rate, what fresh hell is this? One of the things that my office administers in Victoria, and thankfully it's only Victoria, we do have a standard for data breach reporting, which, as I say, covers everybody except the hospitals. Interestingly, the hospitals report to us anyway. It's kind of interesting when you have a piece of legislation that people don't read carefully, and then they over-report. So we get a pretty good picture of the kind of threats that are around, and we also get a pretty good, view of why those things occur and where the weaknesses are. And we publish an insights report fairly regularly. There'll be one out, I think, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, dealing with the last quarter. So, really, right at the moment, where data is the new oil, meets the Deepwater horizon of poor practice. If I wanted to look at the big issues on our breach register, one of them is, the most obvious one, which is that people keep on using Microsoft autocomplete on addresses and sending email to the wrong person. This is a very, very popular sport. The other one, obviously, then is there's just human error. People just do things because they don't really understand what they're doing, and that's probably the fault of management for not ensuring that they're actually properly trained. So I mentioned that the ChatGPT, OpenAI, large learning model kind of thing, and transformer architecture is really having a moment. And so far it's very quick and nasty. And ethics and trust have kind of gone out the door in a race for market dominance. And really the theme I want to come to today very much is about trust, because all the dimensions of security are really about ensuring trust ensuring that companies can be trusted, ensuring that that your workers can be trusted, but also then ensuring that what you're doing is actually the right thing. And when I say that ethics and trust are out the door in race for market dominance, cast your mind back to before ChatGPT-4, which is less than a year ago. Right? So we'll just put this in some context here for how fast this is all happening. And now we have commercial products in the market. 2-3 years ago, everybody was talking about, all these big tech companies were talking about the need for transparency. Well, that's gone, because now we're in the race for market dominance, and the trait that these models, which potentially are worth quite a lot of money, are proprietary. And while you will get access to some of these models to use in your own environments, and they'll use your own data, you won't know what's in those models, and you won't know when those models are updated or what the updates actually do. Now, anybody who's ever worked in enterprise software? Yeah? No? Okay, well, one of the things that you get with enterprise software is you get release notes that tell you the changes and what they mean. Not going to happen for AI. So the trust issue is another interesting one, because disinformation is a security risk. Now, I'm not talking here about the fake news stuff. That already happens. We don't need artificial intelligence for that. And there are that's not my job. All right, that's I don't know whose job that is, but it's somebody else's job. Where it is interesting, though, is that large language models probably mean that we're going to have a way for government, and this, by the way, is covered off in President Biden's executive order yesterday, for government to have a mechanism for certifying that its own material is not fake, so that, because otherwise, along with the fake news brigade, ordinary citizens are going to stop trusting stuff that's sent out by government, possibly more than they already do. But once that's gone, you can't get it back. So again, this issue of, should I pick up a large language model and start transforming my business with it, be really cautious about doing that. Because if it impacts on people's trust in your organisation, that's a risk. And you need to know a lot more about these things before you start using them. Now, your situations are not all the same. While there might be privacy implications arising from a data breach, there are plenty of breaches where there's no personal data involved. That doesn't mean it's not a security problem. You can see, when we see this all the time in various security breaches, what people are exfiltrating is not the personal data. Quite often it's things like organisational structures and things like methodologies and trade secrets and stuff like that. So, and certainly nation states are very interested in those kinds of things. So although my office has the privacy in the title, the information security part is just as important to us. And by the way, just to put that in context, people often ask me what the difference is between privacy and security. Privacy is a human right that you have as an individual. Security is an obligation that the government agencies that I regulate have. And that's the difference. Different ways of, different ends of the telescope. The other point to make is that the data, the information that you hold, be it printed material, data, databases, inferences, all those sorts of things, it's not all your stuff. A lot of this stuff belongs to the people who gave it to you, the people in Australia. They're not all citizens, by the way. That doesn't mean they don't have human rights. So I don't like when people talk about citizens as though that confers some sort of special human right. It's an important thing to consider, that you need to respect all of these sorts of things. And the other thing is that every human being has the right to access the information, subject to clear and narrowly defined exceptions. I mentioned before that we regulate law enforcement, and of course all privacy legislation in Australia contains exemptions for law enforcement. The New South Wales Privacy Act basically has a giant carve-out for New South Wales Police, absolutely huge. In Victoria less so, but that's an accident of history, I think, because my office inherited what was the Commissioner for Law Enforcement Data. And this became a real issue during the pandemic because, and best will in the world to Victoria Police to do a great job in many areas, and as a resident of Collins Street in Melbourne who was beset by absolute lunatic sov-sits one day, I really thank the police for doing their job that particular day, so I'm not trying to bag them. But I will say that I never met a policeman who didn't want more data. Right? It's just in the DNA. They want more. They want all the information they can get their hands on. And I understand why. It's a tool. And done right, they can do things with it. But the phrase required by law enforcement in the pandemic was a loose piece of drafting. What does a requirement mean? Well, we managed to get the Victorian government to recognise that it actually meant get a warrant. That's how you deal with the required by law enforcement. It's not that the police can just ring up and say, well, it's required by law enforcement, so you've got to give us this information. It's not the way it works. It's either important or it's not important. Turned out it wasn't important. They had plenty of other ways of prosecuting the case. Now, data quality. Data quality is a big bugbear, and this is why I'm telling you not to go experimenting with AI tools just yet. Because, and I'm sure that a lot of you have got fantastic information governance. I'm sure a lot of you have worked very, very hard on it. Having worked for a very large banking and insurance group, I know that it's a tremendous struggle to improve data quality when you've got a lot of legacy data. And most organisations have legacy data. And the problem with that is that poor quality data with an AI will produce terrible results. Or data that's not properly tagged will not produce the results that you're looking for. And if you look at the T's and C's on all of the offerings from Google, so Google has Duet, for example, Microsoft has Copilot. The T's and C's all say that's your fault, that's your problem. The data quality problem is your problem because it's your data, because you're not sending that to them. By the way, my office published some guidance on the use of Copilot for government agencies about 2 weeks ago. That's on our website. We're extending that out to some other text-based LLMs. I'm not touching image-generated LLMs right at the moment because it's a whole other bag of cats. But I think take a deep breath, because unless you are absolutely confident that you've already done all of that great data quality work and the data governance work, you're in for some problems. So one of the security risks that is inherent in this, and Microsoft, for example, will tell you very, very, very carefully, don't you worry, none of the data is coming to us. Well, that's partially true, although if you're using Microsoft Dynamics or Power Platform, and you file a bug report with Microsoft, the data does go back to Microsoft, and you've immediately broken the Australian Privacy Act or the Privacy Act in Victoria or wherever you happen to be located, or wherever you happen to be working. So coming back to that thing then of implementing those things, access control is a really, really big deal. And one of I mentioned before the top 2 things that we saw, which was the human error and the Microsoft Outlook. Coming in close, number 3, is a misconfigured SharePoint instance. All right, where somebody has accidentally given access privileges to somebody else, or has accidentally just not enrolled a person properly, or unenrolled them. Now, I investigated a really horrendous data breach, not involving SharePoint, but a similar kind of unenrollment thing, involving a contract service provider about 2 years ago. And I say really horrendous because in this particular instance, the fact that the user still had privileges in a very sensitive system meant that he was able to, he's a pedophile, meant that he was able to groom and do terrible things to several young men, one in particular. He's doing time now, but these are not just the embarrassing kinds of things. We had another instance with the contract service provider recently where I investigated the health department during a pandemic. And the health department had to do the surge workforce. And they brought on a whole lot of people, and somewhere along the way, the personnel checks just didn't get done in the haste, because everybody thought everybody else was doing it. The department's defence was, well, this was an extraordinary time and we can't possibly plan for that in the future. And my office's response is, actually, you need to plan for that in the future, because epidemiologists tell us that we will have a pandemic like this roughly every 10 years. And if you look at the stats for this century already, we have in fact had 3 pandemics in 20 years. It's just that the first 2 were relatively contained, and that was SARS and MERS. But the chances we'll have another one, actually quite high. So get those emergency plans in place, get that transparency with your business service providers on a regular rolling basis. If you're going to keep a panel of business service providers, make sure you keep monitoring that, because when an emergency, it might be a bushfire, it might be something else, but when an emergency happens, you will need to use those services, and trying to fix the cracks then is too late. Now, my point in raising that one was, again, this wasn't just a minor inconvenience. A woman was raped as a result of information being leaked. It was horrendous. Now, the other thing about data quality is if it's used for making decisions and you've got the wrong data, then again, you're violating a fundamental human right, and you've really got to do better. This is not trivial. This is part of that power imbalance between large corporates and government and single citizens. For the organisation, it's an inconvenience. For the individual on the back end of it, it's a catastrophe. And as processes are more and more automated, that gets worse and worse. And no, I'm not going to use the R word in this conversation, because that wasn't even AI, that was just bad. But so ensuring that the right people have access to the right information is important now, right now. Do not even think about turning on any AI tools unless you are absolutely confident that you have this stuff sorted out. And people will promise you all sorts of cost savings, but you're going to have to spend money first before you do it. Otherwise, stuff will go wrong. And at a certain point, well, if you're in Victoria, I'll come and investigate you, but if you're elsewhere, somebody else might. Now, policies and procedures, you've got to document this stuff. This is the other thing, is that somebody needs to have a chart so that when there's a question asked about who has done what or whatever, there's some clarity. And documentation, of course, is always the thing that fails. I worked in enterprise software for a long time, and it's always the stuff because frankly, it's the stuff you do at the end of the release where you push it out the door, and it costs money. And that brings me back to contract service providers again, which is to say that one of the things that we see is that people try and manage their contract service providers by contract. Oh, the contract says that my contract service provider has to delete the data. Well, do you know whether they do or not? Because I can tell you now, having been a vendor as well as a buyer of software in the past, once the contract's actually signed, the sales guy and the customer pretty much put it in a drawer somewhere, and yeah, there's probably a relationship manager in a big organisation who looks after that, but they very rarely read the details. And over 20 years, you can get to a situation where there's a thicket of work orders and changes and various other businesses, and there is no individual who has a clue, certainly no individual on the sort of the working environment, the shop floor, as it were, of an organisation, who can tell you what's in that contract. And again, I had to investigate a breach where the contracts went back 20 years. Nobody really knew what was in them. We had a recent breach, which I won't name the company because we're still actually investigating it, but where they hadn't deleted a lot of data that was quite old. And no, this is not the Medicare or the Optus one, it's one that happened in Victoria. But they were required to by contract, but of course nobody had ever checked. And the company didn't do it. Do you know why the company didn't do it? It wasn't a very big company, and deleting data costs money. So if you're going to delete data, you've got to have somebody who actually knows what the data is, assuming it's all properly tagged and they can find it and then delete it. And then you've got to pay an engineer or somebody to go into the database and actually remove it. And then you've got to have somebody test it to make sure that they didn't break anything by removing, you know, a couple of tables in some databases are quite fragile. Certainly some banking and insurance databases are so old that every time you go near one, you sort of think, you're prompting the end of the world. So that's an expense for any software company. So if your contract says they have to do it, but they're not doing it, who do you think takes the reputational hint? Here, it's not the software provider, it's you. Really important lesson from data breaches. And that thing about destroying data, so we're coming back to that thing about, I think I mentioned the Deepwater Horizon. This is sort of more Exxon Valdez because it's all being carried around. Some of you are too young to know what the Exxon Valdez was. But you're carrying around a shipload of data, probably, going back a long, long time, most of which you do not need. Now, public records retention rules and all of that are all, like, you've got to obey by those things. But anything past that point, bear in mind you can also put that stuff into like archives. You don't have to have it live in your systems, and you should not have it live in your systems. But you also shouldn't have it available through like immediately available backups on your local network either, because ransomware attackers will find it. Trust me, they will find it, and they will do nasty things with it. And if you don't know about what's happening to your old data, ask. So the main thing I can say is, look, do a risk assessment on your current data holdings. If you don't know what you currently hold, then you don't know what the magnitude of any breach is going to be. You have to have, and this is expensive too. Nobody wants to do it. No, you go to your boss and say, I'm sorry, we have to do a complete analysis of all of our data holdings, and the boss will say, well, who's going to pay for that? Because that's going to cost X person hours and we haven't got the money. But if you don't do it, this is a significant risk to you. And it can multiply the effects of any breach. And for some reason, my timer did not go off, but I've got a time thing saying it's time. So I am going to stop. But I did want to just, with one closing remark, which was to talk again about that trust issue again, which is to say that you only get that once, right? Now, I'm guessing that Optus will survive. I'm guessing that Medicare will survive. But trust in their systems is probably a lot less than it used to be. And it's tough being the butt of 1,000 jokes. It really is. So to maintain trust, be a bit more vigilant, and actually don't rush into new technology. New technology promises lots of wonderful things. I'm sounding very negative on AI. It's obviously actually interesting. It's semi-auto-magical. But please, everybody take a deep breath. Get your houses in order before you leap into any of the rest of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for a very informative, timely, and perhaps a little bit terrifying opening address, which may actually end up being a theme over the next couple of days if I look at some of the topics coming up. So thank you very much for kicking us off in style. Next up for opening remarks, I'd like to invite our program convener and one of our PSG ambassadors. I'll be joined by Dr. Gav Schneider. He is the CEO of Risk2 Solution and the Regional President for Australia and New Zealand at the Institute of Strategic Risk Management. Gav is the only Australian to ever feature on the IFSEC Global Top Influencers in Security list 4 years running. He's a subject matter expert on human-centric and integrated risk management, the creator of the Brazilians approach, and he's received numerous awards and recognition, including most recently being named RMIA's Risk Leader of the Year in 2023. He's a fellow of various organisations, including the Institute of Strategic Risk Management and the Australian Risk Policy Institute, and Gav has consulted extensively to numerous agencies, including DFAT, Defence, Department of Home Affairs, Services Australia, CSIRO, AFP, and many state government departments across the country. And also we are joined by one of our PSG ambassadors, Leanne Close, APM. Leanne is Chief Executive Government and Strategy at Risk2 Solution and a former Deputy Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police. She's a member of various boards and committees, including Australian Volunteers International and the ACT Gambling and Racing Commission Board. She's led Biz Rebuild, supporting economic and community recovery for businesses affected by major disasters, co-chaired the Asia Pacific Group on money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. She's an expert in national security and public governance and was awarded the Australian Police Medal for conspicuous service. Now, unfortunately, our other PSG ambassador, Jason Brown, couldn't be with us for day one, but he will be here tomorrow. So to kick us off, I'd like to invite Dr. Gav Schneider and Leanne Close.
Thank you. I think Rachel's already left the room after terrifying us a little bit more and certainly making me a bit more nervous about AI. But thank you to all of you, and for those of you tuning in virtually. This is our 6th PSG, and it's been a flash and a blur from exhibiting at the old Security and Government Conference almost 10 years ago to being asked by Attorney Generals in 2018 to put this event on, which we have been doing now for 6 years through the Australian Security Research Centre. It marks for me a very significant milestone in many, many ways, in that our mission is to create a knowledge-sharing framework, the opportunity for you to talk to each other, share information, and for us to be able to put experts in front of all of us so we can continue to learn, evolve, and develop. Protective security continues to change, and I'd just like to ask a few questions to kick us off. How many of you only have security in your portfolio? Literally all you do is security. Hands up. Look around. How many of you do one other something, whether it's governance, assurance, emergency, risk, etc.? Please put your hands up. Look around. Don't be shy, this is your event. Make yourselves at home, it's good. So the theme this year is the changing face of security. Post-COVID, the world has changed, fundamentally. If we look at any sort of domain, whether it's the technology side of things, whether it's space, whether it's passenger transport, whether it's protective security policy, whether it's physical security, things are changing very fast. And we're not going to, I believe, get back to a point where pure traditional specialities in one type of vocation is going to be enough. So for those of you who've decided, I want to be the world's best personnel security expert or the world's best physical security expert, you all know you need to have an understanding of the other aspects of security to do your job really well. The challenge for us is we know what to do. We need others to understand what to do. And the risk we often have is that we face buyers, funders, and stakeholders around our organisations that don't understand the importance of what we're trying to do, usually until it's too late. So part of the mission that we, PSG, are really happy to own and drive is to give you tools, to give you ideas, and to give you, hopefully, a little bit more motivation to continue protecting us, our way of life, protecting everything that makes Australia so wonderful. If you look globally, we are certainly looking at an era that's going to be unsettled and difficult for the foreseeable future. We're exceptionally naive to think that that's not impacting us here and won't continue to impact us here. There's not enough of us. Look around the room again. I know we have many online. One of the gifts COVID gave us, a little bit of the ability to do things hybrid. But we have to create a stronger platform for professional security, protective security practice, and drive things like risk-based thinking as the norm. So I thank you and I applaud you for giving up 2 days to join us and talk about things that we are very passionate about. I hope you have a great conference. Thank you.
And I'd just echo Gav's comments in relation to thanking everybody for being here and for having that opportunity to network with each other. That's just a really critical part of Protective Security in Government Forum. Thank you, a huge thank you to all of our speakers for coming along. We've put together a program that does try to touch on all of those key risk areas in protective security policy. We also know that the policy framework from the Commonwealth Government perspective has moved back, or moved out of Attorney Generals and into the Department of Home Affairs. So a great opportunity for us to think about what does that look like, what does it mean, how do we influence and shape some of that going forward, us as a group. And it's not just from a government perspective. We want to make sure that you get access and have people here from the private sector, from the not-for-profit sector, because this sort of issue affects all of us in our everyday lives, as we heard from Rachel a short time ago, specifically in relation to technology at least. So again, a huge thank you to everybody for participating, for people beaming in online. As an ambassador, we'll all be roving around. We're available for questions and to encourage the discussion, to keep that going. But there's a great team of support here too, so if you need anything throughout the couple of days, please do reach out to us and have a fantastic conference. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Gavin and Leanne. As we are getting ready to launch into the first of the presentations, we have one final opening address, and this one is very special, all the way from the UK joining us. We have Lord Toby Harris, Lord Toby Harris is a chair of the National Preparedness Commission. Since it was established in 2020, the Commission has been influential in the development of the UK Government Resilience Framework and has established a reputation as a leading body promoting better preparedness for a major crisis or incident. He is also a visiting Professor of Resilience at the Cranfield University and is the President of the Institute of Strategic Risk Management. In addition, he chairs the Independent Advisory Group on Ethics for the National Crime Agency, as well as 2 regulatory bodies. He stood down from the Parliament's Joint Committee on National Security at the beginning of 2021, having been a member for most of the previous decade. He has also been at various times a member of the House of Lords Select Committee on Life Beyond COVID, on democracy and digital technologies, on personal internet security, and on the Olympic and Paralympic legacy, which he chaired. Lord Toby Harris will be joining us for some thoughts on protective security. Are we prepared for the unthinkable and uncertain? Please direct your attention to the screens.
Greetings from London. I wish I was with you in person. So thank you very much for the invitation, but next time don't forget to send the air ticket. I don't need to tell this audience that protective security is about taking preemptive measures to safeguard the public or institutions from threats and risks. This covers not only physical threats, but non-physical threats like cyber attacks or data breaches. And the threats may come from terrorists, hostile states, criminals or vandals. They may come from organised groups or individuals. The motivation may be ideology, it may be greed, or it may be impossible to characterise, perhaps stemming from mental health issues. The origin or reasons for an attack may of course not matter in terms of protective security. It certainly doesn't matter during an incident for those who are caught up in it. In the UK, I chair the National Preparedness Commission, and this brings together around 50 leading figures from public life, academia, business and civil society with the fundamental objective of promoting policy and actions to make the country better prepared to mitigate, respond to and recover from major shocks and threats. A few weeks ago, the UK government published the new National Risk Register. This highlights 89 major risks facing the UK, grouped in a series of themes such as terrorism, cyber, natural or environmental hazards, major accidents and public health threats. However, it excludes what it calls chronic risks, what might be considered long-term or slow-burn challenges. And that covers things like climate change, AI or antimicrobial resistance. Unlike the acute risks in the register, these require a longer-term policy response. But as a nation, we need to be aware of our vulnerabilities to all of these, acute and chronic, and we need to build an appropriate level of resilience and preparedness, preferably systemic, to address them. But this brings us back to those questions. What does that resilience and preparedness look like? How much is needed? And have we done enough? And these are the same issues faced by all of us charged with protective security. What should we do? How much is needed? And have we done enough? These are the questions that I looked at in the 2 reviews in 2016 and 2021 too, that I conducted for the Mayor of London on the city's preparedness to respond to a major terrorist attack. The broad conclusion of my most recent one was that very substantial progress has been made by the emergency services and other agencies. Most of my earlier recommendations have been adopted. Encouragingly, in addition, I found that the emergency services had analysed in detail what had happened in the attacks in London in 2017, and also the attack at Manchester Arena, when 22 innocent people were murdered and over 1,000 injured at an Ariana Grande concert. Now, this learning from events that take place is, of course, crucial, and it needs to be done as soon as possible, and should certainly not wait for the outcome of a subsequent inquiry or inquest. But of course, the nature of the threat has changed in the last few years. Only 7 years ago, the focus was on multi-person, multi-site attacks. Now attacks are increasingly committed by individuals. They operate alone, frequently self-radicalizing and learning techniques online. And attacks of this nature are inevitably harder to detect and prevent in advance. Despite the quality of the investigatory work carried out by police and security agencies, the reality is that not all attacks can be prevented. We need to be appropriately prepared. We have to plan for failure on the basis that some attackers will get through, that our protective security measures will be inadequate, or that our mitigations are insufficient. And there is no sign that the risks and threats are diminishing. Quite the contrary. In online spaces, extremism is increasingly prevalent, and more worryingly still, has become almost normalised. This inevitably spills over into greater polarisation in the real world, which in turn can and does lead to violence. What has changed is the significant rise in right-wing violent extremism, arguably now as prevalent as Islamist extremism in the UK and the USA. There has been a steady increase, for example, in the number of subjects of interest under 24 in the UK, with an aspiration to carry out a high-impact attack like the one in Christchurch, New Zealand. This extremism is exacerbated by conspiracy theories around COVID, anti-government narratives, and the consequences of further economic decline. And these narratives are being exploited by white supremacists and white nationalists, sharing many grievances with incel and misogynistic groups. The arrest of Andrew Tate in Romania in relation to allegations of human trafficking has highlighted his significance as a social media influencer with millions of followers worldwide and with TikTok videos mentioning his name being viewed over 13 billion times. More importantly, it demonstrates how widespread and pervasive such extremist content is on the internet. All of these types of extremism are amplified in the online space. This in turn means that there are some important issues here for community cohesion and integration at local level. These problems will only get worse. If our economies go into recession, if inflation means that real wages fall, if war and conflict and the accompanying disruption to food and other supply chains lead to more people seeking asylum, all of these will lead to further disaffection amongst vulnerable populations and will feed extremist narratives, whether Islamist or extreme right-wing, that rely on images of victimization. And current events in Gaza have spilled over onto our streets with a rise in related violence. Additionally, there are now increasing numbers of individuals whose ideology is volatile and uncertain, but still behave like terrorists. They are eclectic in the videos and propagandas they watch on the internet, only loosely affiliated to any ideology, but their murderous intent is just as fierce. And international developments do not help. There are now more ungoverned spaces in which organised terrorism can be incubated. And of course, techniques developed in various conflict zones are spread almost instantly via the internet. Meanwhile, democracy and its values seem to be under increasing threat from hostile states and ideologies. Fake news, misinformation, and the denigration of science are rife. The events in Washington, D.C. in January 2021, coupled with populist rhetoric globally, has led to the undermining of the rule of law in many countries. The invasion of Ukraine has acted as a magnet for some right-wing extremists, and there's a serious risk of arms and munitions leaking into the hands of organised criminals or terrorist groups. And we can expect the same from Gaza. And terrorist techniques developed in various conflict zones are spread almost instantly through the internet. A particular example is the use of drones. In the Ukraine, drones are being used to deliver explosive payloads and for reconnaissance, demonstrating the importance of developing robust anti-drone strategies on the home front. The COVID pandemic also had consequences. First, extended periods of lockdown provided those who were susceptible to online radicalisation with even more time to sit alone at home watching material inciting them to violent action. Second, the interruptions to business and the requirements of social distancing changed how people meet and interact with each other. Places that would not previously have been regarded as targets have now potentially become so. Moreover, many of those employees who were experienced in routinely scanning the public spaces in which they work for signs of potential trouble lost their jobs or were de-skilled during the COVID months. And there remains a real risk that security will take second place as businesses desperately try to recover their losses from the pandemic and other economic shocks. This is why vigilance is so important. None of these threats are going away. And however effective are our surveillance and detection systems, not all threats will be successfully mitigated or deterred. So as I said earlier, we have to plan for failure, that some attacks will get through and will not be spotted in advance. This means that we cannot relax on the protection of vulnerable targets, crowded spaces. In the UK, the government remains committed to what has become known as Martin's Law. This is named after Martin Hett, one of those murdered in the Manchester Arena attack 6 years ago. Draft legislation has been published that would create a protect duty, placing legal requirements on venue organisers to take appropriate measures to improve security for those attending the venue concerned. The basic standard tier duty will apply to locations with a capacity of over 100, who will be expected to undertake low-cost, simple, yet effective activities to improve preparedness. This will include staff training to embed preparedness practices such as locking doors to delay attackers' progress, or knowledge of life-saving treatments that can be administered by staff while awaiting emergency services. An enhanced tier will focus on high-capacity locations in recognition of the potential consequences of a successful attack. Locations with a capacity of over 800 people will additionally be required to undertake a risk assessment to inform the development and implementation of a thorough security plan. Subsequent measures could include developing a vigilance and security culture, implementation of physical measures like CCTV, or new systems and processes to enable better consideration of security. This protect duty may be in the King's speech next week, but there is still substantial opposition to it in some quarters, where it is seen as placing a disproportionate burden on many organisations, so full implementation is still some way off. The key issue is not, however, what the law says for a particular venue, although that will be important. The objective must be about changing the mindset of those responsible for any place where the public have access. The intention, at least, is that outside the statutory guidance and bespoke support that's going to be available to those explicitly covered by the new law, the training and advice will extend to all venues, even those that are quite small. This is about effective and proportionate vigilance, and not just search regimes. It's about ensuring that all staff, whether in reception, in catering outlets, or with other roles not normally associated with security, see public protection as part of what they do. Spotting unusual behaviour and reporting it, being briefed and trained in what to do in various sorts of emergencies, when to secure doors and when to open them up so people can escape either from a threat within or a threat without. And it's also about basic life-saving and first aid skills. Everyone has to take responsibility for this, nor should it just be those venues and places covered by legislation. Some, like transport undertakings, already have legal security obligations, but there are others who have never even considered it. When I conducted my reviews into London's preparedness, I was struck by the responses I got from some, although not all, places of worship. There were those, notably synagogues, that were aware that they were potential targets and took appropriate measures. But there were others who believed naively that their innate goodness meant that no one would want to harm them and therefore no precautions were needed. Then there were those that take the view that because their mission is to provide an open door to anyone who might seek solace, believe that any security precautions would undermine this. It's my view that places of worship should also be mindful of the new protect duty and consider carefully how they meet its spirit in their particular circumstances. Similarly, in the UK, there is more to be done in schools. Most have good plans for fire safety with evacuation procedures that are tried and regularly tested. Most have a degree of perimeter security, mainly designed to keep out paedophiles and other undesirables, but hardly sufficient to prevent a determined armed attack. They need to develop their own evacuation procedures. and have thought through how they would lock down all or part of the premises. This is sadly something that is well understood in other countries. Indeed, in US schools it is routinely exercised. But schools aren't going to be covered by Martin's law, but I think the same principles should apply. My emphasis today has been primarily about terrorism, but the same principles apply to other threats, and these also require an emphasis on protective security and greater vigilance. And this has to be a whole of society endeavour. It's not just the emergency services. It's not just the responsibility of those charged with security, but everyone has to play their part. The shop worker, the receptionist, the business manager, all of us have a key role to play. Thank you.
It's okay to applaud. It is a video, but some of you are feeling awkward because there was silence and no applause, so it's okay. There we go. Thank you for the brave souls who started it so that people feeling awkward felt like they could participate. It's always good. Team spirit, we're going to be here for 2 days. All right, so it's time to introduce our first panel of the day. Session 1, the new normal, adapting to evolving international security trends. Now, it has my great pleasure to introduce our panelists. First, we have Dan Tripovich. He's the Assistant Director General of Standards, Technical Advice and Research at the Australian Cyber Security Centre, responsible for delivering ACSC's flagship publications and research capabilities, and he thrives in leading teams to deliver innovative, risk-managed technology solutions. Please give a round of applause for Dan. Our second panellist will be Emeritus Professor Carlisle Thayer. Emeritus Professor of Politics at UNSW Canberra and UNSW ADFA, specialising in regional security issues. He's a Director of Thayer Consultancy, offering political analysis and research support. He holds a PhD in International Relations and conducted extensive research on Vietnamese domestic politics. He's a founding member of the Vietnam Studies Association of Australia and served as National Secretary and Treasurer. He was awarded the Joint Meritorious Service Award for contributions to the Asia-Pacific Centre for Security Studies and held visiting professor positions at renowned institutions. Please welcome Carl Thayer. Our third panellist is Harriet Farlow, CEO and co-founder of Maliva Security Labs, and a PhD candidate in machine learning security at the University of New South Wales, Canberra. She has a career spanning consulting, academia, tech startup, and Australia's Department of Defence. She holds a bachelor's degree in physics and a master's degree in cybersecurity, works at the intersection of AI and cybersecurity, and has extensive international experience, including living in the UK and the US. Please welcome Harriet. And our final panellist is Brett Poplar. Brett Poplar is the Managing Director of Intelligent Futures, a specialist, Pepler, my apologies, Brett Pepler, a specialist management consulting practice providing intelligence-led approaches for strategic planning. Brett has over 45 years' experience as a professional intelligence officer, including appointments across multiple domains of intelligence practice in Australia and overseas. Brett has made significant contributions as a thought leader in intelligence studies, developing scholarly articles, sorry, it's not enough coffee quite yet, and addressing national and international intelligence conferences. Brett is a fellow, past president and life member of the Australian Institute of Professional Intelligence Officers and a fellow of the Institute of Strategic Risk Management and adjunct fellow at Macquarie University. And this panel will be moderated by our PSG ambassador, Leanne Close. Please welcome.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much, Joe. Is that working? Cool. I thought I'd just start a little bit of scene setting for us all. We've heard from Rachel this morning, from Toby Harris, and it gave they both gave really important insights into some of those big risk areas that we're all facing. And you know what they are. We've got a lot of global conflict happening, some terrible conflict across the whole of the Middle East right now, Africa, Ukraine. We've got climate change, which impacts significantly in our region, in the whole of the globe, but Australia as well is obviously being impacted, and we're seeing those terrible fires in Queensland right now. Lord Toby talked about chronic risks And he outlined them really well, I thought, in terms of those key ones that particularly people working in protective security have to be mindful of. It probably won't surprise you that as a former police officer, I think there's a lot more chronic risks in our society as well. The issue around violence in our community, domestic violence, we're seeing youth crime on the rise. I think, for me, one of the interesting factors in that, though, is it actually on the rise, or is it just that because of the nature of technology, social media, access to information, that we're seeing that information in huge numbers, exponential growth in that because of the nature of information at our fingertips. The other aspect, of course, is what we've already started talking about today, which is that technological change, impact of new technologies. I think the last 20, 30 years, it's been growth, watching a rocket ship sort of going up. For any Trekkies out there, I think right now we're looking at warp speed, and it's probably, I don't know what the next thing after that is, but probably my panellists, probably Harriet knows the next way to characterise what we're going to be seeing over the next few years in terms of artificial intelligence and augmented reality type platforms, etc. But through all of that, for me, the human impact, the human-centric issue is really critical, because that's where our roles really come into it. How do we support the people working in these environments? How do we support you? We've got a fantastic panel here of experts across a whole range of areas. And what I'd like to do, first of all, is just get them to take a minute or two to talk about what are some of their top of the mind, really current key challenges that they're facing in the workplace, to help us again set that scene, and then we'll go into some other questions. And a reminder that for our audience, we've got Slido. If there's questions or comments you'd like to make throughout, please get onto Slido now and start those coming in. So I might start at the end of the row with Daniel and just ask you that question, Daniel.
Hi everybody, how are you? Thank you for having us today. I work for the ACSC, obviously. I joke that I'm edge at everything. So if it's quantum, it's my problem. If it's TikTok, it's my problem. If it's AI, it's my problem. Big things that are driving my agenda at the moment is the artificial intelligence. So the UK are hosting the AI Summit today and tomorrow, where all of our leaders, including the Deputy Prime Minister, are meeting to talk about and see if we can ratify global standards and norms when it comes to AI safety and transparency in those spaces. I think the other big thing here is shifting the focus and adjusting the balance where boards and organisations are looking at security as a bolt-on after, rather than a decision they need to make in the outset of programs, and think about it as a normal BAU business risk in that process. I saw a really great quote this morning where the risk was accepted until realised, and then suddenly it's not accepted in that process. And I'm sure as security practitioners out there, you've probably all suffered this. I was the head of IT security for ASD, DIO and AGO for 5 years, and certainly had to balance and tread that board in that process. So I think really working with organisations to sort of beef that up into the board level conversation, make sound investment decisions. They're probably the big ticket items for us in the moment.
Thank you. Carl.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I've got three big issues that affect me. I'm a Southeast Asia regional specialist, and that brings in the Australia and its region. And my first is China. Its intent and capability, I think, is one of the greatest issues that's affecting a region that hasn't been able to put its security architecture in. China's intent is to become number one in the region and undercut the United States. And it's driven in a long-range view to do that. And to change global order. So it's to dismantle the US alliance system, isolate and weaken security partners. So Prime Minister Albanese will have his hands full, and they militarize the South China Sea completely. They form partnerships with Russia, work with North Korea, blocking any further sanctions while it tests ballistic missiles. And China, that's the intent. The capability is increased defense budgets, building up a massive stockpile of nuclear weapons, well below what Russia and the United States have, and their means of delivery, producing and commissioning more warships a year than the entire Royal Australian Navy. And where some people are worried about our nuclear-powered subs, China is going to be nuclear attack subs and ballistic missile submarines. And if we move beyond that, naval combatants, aircraft carriers, hypersonic missiles, and cyber warfare is a subset of that. We're already war by other means with China, with hacking and preparing the ground for us. So that's the first. The second, as we've alluded to, is the impact of the war of Ukraine, but now Gaza, and possible attention in the Middle East that will divert attention from our region and shift. It'll affect economic growth, therefore the economies of the region, disrupt supply chains, create food security problems for developing countries, and lead to further polarization where nations don't want to take sides, and countries we thought we could count on are going to be a bit hesitant. And finally, I just end with the cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. I've just come from a major conference, the 15th on the South China Sea, where we had a whole hour with experts, well beyond my capability, about undersea cables and threats to them. And that's, one sees as the future. We don't protect them. We don't know how to monitor them. And they're absolutely vital to our communications.
Thank you. Harriet.
It's a great question, Leanne. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. We've had some really great comments already, but I apologise in advance because I'm that AI person on the panel. Everything my company does is around AI and security. And usually when I tell people that, they assume that I work in AI for cybersecurity, which is a very reasonable assumption because it's a very topical and important area at the moment. But actually what I do is I work in the security of AI systems themselves. So AI systems are attack surfaces just like any other technical system, and existing cybersecurity standards and principles don't cover them. And that, in my opinion, is the thing that keeps me up at night. And it keeps me up at night as well because I'm always talking to companies who say that it keeps them up at night. And I recently returned from 2 months in the United States, and I saw a lot of people there, but one of the highlights of that time was I was able to attend Hacker Summer Camp, and I don't know if anyone in the room is familiar with what that is, but it's the trifecta of hacker conferences in Las Vegas in August. B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat Las Vegas, and DEF CON. And the kinds of discussions that we're having over there are obviously very focused on the technical level and the technical implementation of all of the security challenges that we're discussing today. And at DEF CON, for example, there's an AI village where you talk about AI security challenges, and then you have a policy village where you talk about the policy implications of a lot of these things. And in the policy village, it's all the issues that we're discussing over the next couple of days as well. But whenever I would speak to people in the AI village, they often hadn't visited the policy village and vice versa. And whenever I asked both sets of people, it was usually because they didn't feel empowered or confident enough to be able to engage in conversations with the other group of people. And so the AI security challenge is the primary thing that keeps me up at night. But the second thing is the lack of engagement that we're able to have between different groups of people because they don't speak a common language. And when it comes to technology, especially something like artificial intelligence, that for me is really important because it is something that's going to have such international ramifications to global security. And when I first told my mum that I work in AI, she said, "Oh, darling, what are you doing working in artificial insemination?" Because she works in medicine and that's what that is for her. And even if we know that AI is artificial intelligence, we're still talking about different things whenever we talk about AI. For a machine learning practitioner, AI is just this term that you put on a PowerPoint slide that doesn't mean anything. But then obviously in other spheres, AI is a more inclusive term that makes sense to talk to different groups of people. So those are the things that I think are really important at the moment.
Thank you so much. And Brett?
It's going to be hard to top artificial insemination. Well, in my practice, I pivoted the last 2 years towards the Pacific, and is that better? Yeah. In my practice, I've pivoted the last 2 years into the Pacific and gained some new perspectives on international security issues from being in the Pacific, looking out. I spent 6 months in the North Pacific over the last 2 years working on the ground. What I'm noticing, and this affects both practitioners in the room and the government, is the complexity of activity. Some people talk of the polycrisis, some talk of the meta-crisis. Traditionalists would say there's always been lots of international security incidents. Why is it different? It's different now because of the incredible interdependence globally between players and issues and the speed at which they can move. And the Director General of Security has already highlighted the growing potential for violent extremists acting out in Australia to advance issues happening somewhere quite distant from Australia. So from a national government point of view, I don't think Australia no longer has the luxury of focusing narrowly on bilateral relations and regional issues. It has to broaden the aperture of its policy focus, and it's doing that. We see the Prime Minister has just been to Washington. He's just about to head off to Beijing. Rarotonga will be hosting the Pacific Islands Forum in this month, and San Francisco will be hosting the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation body in November this month as well. So this is a clear and present challenge to us nationally, and I think we are dealing with it. Foreign Minister Wong was supposed to be in Japan and Korea, but has had to stay home this month to deal with these compounding crises and extracting Australians. And the level of consular activity in the Australian government foreign affairs is just through the roof, trying to extract Australians and make them safe. From a practitioner point of view, the challenge is methodology. Many of the tools we have in our toolbox as security practitioners are designed for complicated worlds. For example, the Risk Management International Standard has trouble dealing with complexity rather than complicated environments. And when we have enormous interdependence between these crises around the world, near and far, we have enormous complexity. For example, I was just in Vanuatu recently when there was a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister. And I said to people I was working with in the national security machinery, what do you think is going to happen? And the response generally was, I don't know. And what we saw happen was the non-ratification of the Australian Security Agreement that had just been minted with the Vanuatu government, and Chinese police officers entering the country the next week to provide additional support to the government. And it just indicated how quickly things can change. So the assumption base that we build our practices on as practitioners and nationally can quickly be eroded in this time of complex change.
Thank you. And Carl and Brett, given your work and positioning in Southeast Asia and the Pacific respectively, I'm really interested to see, we've touched on what's those sort of major risks of concern in Australia. Are there different concerns from an Asian perspective or from a South Pacific perspective that we need to be conscious of because we're only seeing it from within our frame of reference? Maybe Carl and then Brett.
Yeah, I'll begin by answering if you asked my colleagues in Southeast Asia to do a laundry list. All the topics would be similar, but it's how we interpret them and the intensity of which. In other words, we might say, like I just did, China's rise. They will go, no, major power rivalry, where the United States is put in the dock as well as China itself. Where non-traditional security issues include cyber, I mean, they just put it under that heading, climate change, and it's about trafficking in humans, internal security, criminal behavior. Yes, we deal with it, but we're got more law enforcement, border control for that. Non-nuclear proliferation on the Korean Peninsula, they oppose it, but that's the big guy's fault, where it's quite destabilizing, I think, for us. So as you go through those issues, they want to have an ASEAN outlook, but no architecture that builds on it, not to take sides and leave it to the others and encourage dialogue. Well, in other words, it's like, imagine now trying to get Israel and Hamas to sit down. They're just, it doesn't help us solve the particular problem that's going. So the laundry list would be in climate change and all the rest of that topic. It'd be very much like ours. And there's a study that's done that shows bar charts, and it varies in intensity. Myanmar and Laos, Cambodia would be outliers. But you look at the big countries, Indonesia, Singapore in particular, and the Philippines, it's maritime disputes in the South China Sea, as well as for Vietnam, Malaysia. So we put it down, but how they view it and who they think are the actors really differs.
Brett, is that similar experience in the Pacific area?
I'll use this again. Three things that I've noticed that I think have implications for this audience is, and I've touched on the Vanuatu situation, but it's indicative of state fragility in the Pacific, in that things can change very quickly, particularly because of their political arrangements. So for us to plan longer term can be quite challenging from the state fragility issue. Associated with that is a limited national security capability and capacity to deal with changing times. So, for example, the work I'm doing is working with Pacific Island countries on the national security strategies. They're all asked to develop one through the Boy Declaration of 2018 and the subsequent action plan. Only about 4 or 5 of them have developed their national security strategies, but the ones that I've worked with are very much threat-based. So, okay, there's a threat of transnational criminality, but if you put your risk hat on, you say, well, how is that affecting us, in what areas, over what time frame, what sort of mitigations do we have in place, and how does that sit in a priority list? And that's hard if you've got a strategy that's a collection of threats. So I've been working to try to bridge that strategy execution gap and move these strategies more towards a risk-based approach, where we rely on identifying causal factors, events and implications, a good model for risk descriptions. The second factor that I've seen is disruptive engagement. With many more players coming into the Pacific, they're all trying to provide support, but there's no one agenda they're working to, and people are tripping over to each other. In one country I was working with, there was about 30 people involved in maritime security, and every week some patrol boat was sailing in from some country offering them specialist training, and it was taking those 30 people off the job every other week. And the poor Australian naval representative there was trying to generate a certain rate of effort for his patrol boats, but he couldn't because these people were being consumed by training all the time, and often it was the very same training just delivered by another country. So I think there's a real prospect of disruptive engagement. What does that mean for Australia? It means that Australia may have a plan and may have an intent to roll out the growth of capability and capacity over time. But this may be impeded by people tripping over each other trying to do exactly the same thing, so a lack of coherence. The third point I've noted is what I call absorptive capacity. Many of these countries are very, very small, and while we may want to drive some agenda of growth in capability and capacity, there is a limit to how quickly these countries can absorb this. So just to summarise, fragility, a challenge around coherence, and a challenge around our ability to roll out strategic programs because of lack of absorptive capacity.
Thank you. And that leads to the next part that I really want to focus on, is looking at all of those global risks and threats and challenges that we're all dealing with at an organisational level for us now. And probably, I know, Daniel, you're only representing a very small part of the federal government, and there are a lot of people working across Home Affairs, National Security, Defence, Foreign Affairs, etc. But from your perspectives, how does these sorts of threats impact organisations? And then the second part is, there's opportunities in this as well. So where do you see the opportunities in that?
Look, that's a really good point, and sort of cybersecurity diplomacy, intelligence diplomacy is a pretty big thing for the Australian government. We have a strategy behind that, and we project forward. Like a good example, even within my own branch, we translate all our products into 27 different languages across the Southeast Asia and regional areas, and that's recognising that we've got to we've got to raise the bar, we've got to support those countries and regions, but in their language we can't expect them to just take content off our website and roll with it in that space, because generally when a major cybersecurity event occurs within those regions, Australia is probably the first country to get that phone call and say, can you come over and help us? And that was sort of exhibited recently with the Vanuatu government ransomware event. So look, I think from an advisory perspective and how do we manage and deal with that conflict, you can look at the model that we've implemented here in Australia with our own National Cybersecurity Coordinator. I've had the pleasure or the frustration of dealing with incidents in the past across the economy, and a good example is the amount of regulation, but the amount of regulators that will storm in the moment an incident occurs. I had one mining sector company reveal to me that they were accountable to 52 independent regulators, and when an incident occurs, there's 52 people turning up saying, I'm lawfully allowed to get this information, please give it to me all immediately. And you've got to think they're a victim, they're struggling, they're trying to manage that. So the role of the cybersecurity coordinator and how we can be a leader in the Pacific and the Southeast Asian area is help putting together frameworks to allow deconflicting those processes, prioritising who we're responding to, how we're engaging, but also how much noise we're generating on these nations as they're dealing with it. You know, we struggle with a cyber incident here as a reasonably, forward-leaning and first-world country. Imagine how tough it is in some of these poorer and lesser technically capable nations. So I think, you know, sort of as a group, we need to work on how do we focus that engagement, how do we, as a regional grouping, talk about that and say, hey, look, this is a team sport here for resiliency in the region. How do we support each other through that process, and what's the framework to have that conversation in a time of crisis as we move from competition and conflict and then into that crisis mode?
What I often say when I'm in different groups too is when I get frustrated with 52 people turning up to solve a problem or having to coordinate across a larger group of people, at least we've only got 7 jurisdictions in Australia, not the US, which has to have those multiple jurisdictions depending on what they're dealing with. Having said that, though, Australia is a very conservative nation too. And so, Harriet, in terms of that conservatism, Gav and I and the Risk Dissolution Group, we often talk about that in terms of innovation and not being fast enough sometimes to respond, or you touched on it, Daniel, the bureaucracy around getting, people together to coordinate legislation, rules, etc., regulatory environments, which are really critical and keep us safe, but they can also stifle innovation. Just be keen on your perspective in relation to that, but also some of the opportunities you're seeing for Australia.
That's a really good question. A couple of weeks ago, I was delivering a workshop to a group of people that basically takes them through the dark web and how to access it and how to look at what kinds of activities are happening and how criminals buy fake passports and credit cards and things. And it's always a good opportunity to see what kinds of conversations are happening on the dark web around emerging technologies. And it's just as we're talking about trends in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, different cybersecurity methodologies, obviously there are so many message boards on the dark web where criminals are talking about those things too, but they obviously don't adhere to the same moral standards that we do. So from a risk perspective, emerging technologies represent a massive risk, and we all know that. But in terms of so I keep thinking back to the trip that I recently took to the United States, thinking about innovation there. And people often joke, especially coming from Australia, that you go visit the US to see what Australia is going to look like in 5 years' time. And in some respects, from a technology and innovation sense, that's true. The conversations are just bigger. There's more people to talk about more things and bring it a bit further forward, and more funding to be able to do that. But I'm always really pleasantly surprised by the level of respect that people have over there for Australia. And this was reflected in my time in government as well when we visited our international partners in North America and other countries. There was a massive amount of respect for Australia, both in terms of our technology, but also the innovation that we're able to provide. And I think, as we said before, it's because we don't have, to handle a massive number of states and make everyone agree. It's a little easier over here, but now that everyone can move online. That's sort of the new message board, I guess. Like when I first started my business, someone gave me a great book, and it was along the lines of move your butt where it needs to be moved, something like that. I can't remember the title, but it was very good. And it was all about you just have to be in the place where things are happening. And that used to be sort of a reason that a lot of people needed to move to Silicon Valley. And now it's sort of a reason for people to just get out there online and to be able to communicate more online, which is good in some ways, but obviously challenging in others, because that's another threat surface. But I used to live in Silicon Valley, and it really grated on me sometimes, just this incessant need to innovate for the sake of innovation. And there are a lot of conversations around, this startup is changing the world by creating this drone food delivery technology, and all the startups there are changing the world in some way. And I got a bit sick of it, because they talk about that, but they're not changing the world. They're changing one small aspect of Silicon Valley for one specific group of customers. And even thinking about the conversations about Southeast Asia we've been having, I lived in Southeast Asia for a very short time when I was younger, and it was definitely not the very esteemed sort of experience that other colleagues have had. I was volunteering at a Buddhist monastery for a couple of months, and it was, I lived with a bunch of French people who all did Reiki healing and stuff, and we'd go and teach monks English during the day, and we'd collect alms in the morning, and that's how we ate. And that was the same year that I moved to Silicon Valley. And so this sort of disconnect between what is the point of technology? What is the point of innovation if we're not actually helping people and we're not democratizing technology? And I think that's a great opportunity in some ways for Australia to be able to think about. Plan our policy and our strategy around innovation, but strategically, so that higher risk technologies, it always comes back to risk at the end of the day, in my opinion. AI technologies, other emerging technologies introduce new risks, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do them. We just have to understand what those risks are, manage them, and in some cases accept them, depending on the situation, but always with the end goal of what is this for, and is this actually helping our community and our nation and our security?
Thank you. And I'm not sure if anyone lives in the northern part of Canberra in this audience, but we certainly had a drone company that was delivering food and other things. And of course, with my risk and safety hat on, all I could think of was, what happens when the first drone falls out with a hot cup of coffee onto someone? But I'm sure they had some of that solved. And as you said, that's probably my conservative nature coming out, rather than saying, how cool is this? We can get coffee and food delivered home by drone. Not that I do that anyway. We'll go to a couple of questions from the audience now, and thank you very much for starting to put them in. So Stephen Doyle asked, probably one for Harriet first of all, with your recent Black Hat experience, are you seeing signs of proliferation of AI-assisted penetration tools yet in the wild? And if not, how far away do you think this is and the likely implications?
I love this question, because I make a habit of going to the startup villages of a lot of these conferences, because, they're kind of my competition, but also because I like to ask them how they use artificial intelligence, if they do, which they usually do. They all have AI up on their signs. And maybe that's unfair to really be asking them, because it's often their salespeople. But they usually say something, they have this look of dread and fear in their eyes when I ask them that, because they can't clearly explain how they use artificial intelligence at all. And so in answer to that question, yes, there are lots of novel ways that people are doing cybersecurity things like penetration testing, among many other things. Is that artificial intelligence? Not usually. Does it need to be artificial intelligence? Not usually. There's plenty of other solutions, machine learning-based solutions, there's analytical-based solutions that are still pretty incredible. And artificial intelligence in general sort of refers to a goal. I don't like to use the term artificial intelligence, but that's an ideological barrier I have to get over at some point. Artificial intelligence is like the goal that we're always striving towards, and then there's lots of different technologies that enable that. And so lots of those different technologies are enabling cybersecurity things at the moment. It depends how much we care about whether they're AI or not,
And I'm also reminded of what Rachel Dixon was saying earlier there around trust in the information and the analysis and other things. And you've probably heard the story coming out of the US with a lawyer who used ChatGPT to put together his brief, but failed to check it and look at the submissions and the case law that he was referring to, which was all completely incorrect. He was found out and lost the case for his client. So there's still got to be that human dimension, I think, as well to all of this. Ashley Rudnam has asked a question, probably for maybe Carl first. With the current domestic macroeconomic challenges, sorry, it's just gone off my screen. Thank you. Current macroeconomic challenges facing everyday Australians, like the cost of living crisis that people are saying we have. What does the panel think is the key to breaking down barriers and engaging the general public in encouraging them to understand impacts of broader international security issues and threats? So how do we get that balance in our community in the discourse or discussion?
Well, if you want to start with me, that's a tough question because politics is all local and international issues rarely feature in on that. It has to be outreach. I notice I live on the north side, and in the old days you get a TAFE leaflet to help oldies like me with the new technology. I think we need to do leafleting and have talks on foreign policy and these issues at community and other. I walk down to Cook Oval every day and I met a nice group of gray-haired retired people. We learn and share a lot. So in other words, there's informal ways of going about that. So the Australian Institute of International Affairs and other bodies, not just to hold for those of us who are in the business here, but try to attract people in. Your local poly shows up sometimes, shopping centers and things, but to try to have a systematic discussion of those issues in particular. Particularly now, I think, with Gaza, because the last thing we want in this country is to see the violence and some of it that's emerged of pitting one ethnic and religious group against another. So to me, it's that micro outreach with. There's the open schools, and I've been involved. I think the people that attend those, get volunteers to get and press out, like a neighborhood watch, but this is a foreign policy watch for local citizens.
Okay, yeah, I think Dan.
Look, I can jump in on that. Australian Signals Directorate has traditionally been hiding behind a curtain for a long time, and under DG Burgess we sort of stepped out and started getting a lot more public. I do one of these at least a week where I'm out there talking to people about the risks, the geostrategic situation, the challenges and how they need to think about them differently. In particular, we're working with lots of community groups, we're working with peak body organisations to sort of project our guidance and advice. Part of the mandate of Star Branch is to look at the raise, train and sustain for the cyber ninja monkeys of tomorrow. So how do we look at those emerging techs? How do we look at those latest pieces of advice and guidance, our international standards and geopolitical and geostrategic struggles in that space, and then project it into that education framework. So, the reason why I look haggard and tired is not because it was Halloween yesterday. I got 3 small kids, but I was up early this morning meeting with my counterparts at Scissors, so the Office of Technical Director, and we were talking about some of these challenges. How do we work in co-sealing all of our future messages? So we're aligning it for you guys as practitioners, so you're not going, I've got a US standard and Australian standard, which one do I follow? It's actually a common set of language across the board for all of us. But how do we work on projecting that outwards and hitting as much of the market as possible? So, engaging with orgs like the Council of Small Businesses Australia, they're busy just trying to keep the economy running. Like 98% of the economy is generated through that small to medium business category. And a lot of the people I went to school with, they run these businesses and you go, hey, have you thought about your cybersecurity and how you're protecting your customer data? And they're like, I'm too busy trying to keep afloat and pay my tax bill. So how do we work to raise that practitioner sort of level and encourage programs to sort of raise that bar across the board is a real big focus for us.
I think so. Endless communication and education. Probably our final question from the audience now. Dan Rouse has asked, given the recent, it's probably one for Daniel again, just to start, given the recent upgrade of the Foreign Intelligence Service threat to Australia has been raised by ASIO to extreme, how would you recommend that companies emphasise that threat to its employees, focusing on security clearance holders with access to classified government information?
I spy a number of my former employees scattered in the room who are out there working. I used to work in internal security, so we were really attuned to this challenge. Culture is king here, right? It's about bringing your staff and employees along for the journey. I had a really good conversation. We met all the SES officers for the Department of Industry yesterday. And we were talking about the cybersecurity threat, why it's important to them, but what they need to think about as business leaders, decision makers, in casting contracts. We talked about high-risk vendors, as touched on before. Making a sound decision that's not driven just by an economic choice is pretty important. But as you're raising that and putting it up to extreme, they don't do it because they feel like it. They do it because there's genuine intelligence, there's credible evidence, or there are real threats that they have disrupted, but they're not at liberty to discuss here. It's the same thing we do here with the Information Security Manual and the Essential Aid, right? It's driven by underpinning fact-based content to sort of push that forward. What's my advice on how to do that? Look, we run a program on cyber.gov.au called Exercise in a Box. So sit down with your board, sit down with your company, sit down with your clients, talk about there's this threat out there, how do we respond, what do we think our risks and vulnerabilities are, and tabletop exercise that out and sort of really define what are the crown jewels within the organisation, and it's not a defend everything mindset, it's how do we become resilient to the fact that there are big boys and girls playing at the table here with incredible capabilities and nothing but time, money and effort to throw against to achieve their goals here. So how do we be resilient to that, and how do we focus on the things that really matter to continue operations, protect our clients' interests, but also be attuned and aware when they do realise, and then more importantly, how do we have a plan to respond? Who's accountable for making decisions? Who's responsible for communicating those things? And who's authorised to know? Because not everybody in the organisation needs to know an event's occurring immediately then and there. Like when an incident occurs, I'm sure you've experienced it in your policing days, everybody wants to know. Everybody's got an opinion. And you've got to be really clear on that, because that noise in chaos, using the example of the regulators, just causes confusion, poor communication, and an even crappier response to the process. So being clear, have a plan, communicate clearly, but culture is king, and that's a leadership exercise. So you need to set that from the top and then drive that through.
And some of those sort of key themes have been emerging this morning already around building that plan, building the trust into relationships, and whether that's up through to minister level, across organisations, with peers outside. That's just essential before you hit that crisis mode.
A really great example is on Thursday morning between 9 and 11, ASD is having a complete global down tools on all of our missions and operations, and we're doing a security and compliance process. We'll go through all our cupboards, all our safes, clear out junk we don't need, ensure that our security's been maintained, check all the seals on seal containers, and then go through and make sure that we've got all our compliance paperwork and our training in process. So, that's a pretty big commitment from my org in a time of geo crisis, but it's important to do that.
Nice organisational hygiene and being curious yourselves and putting those sorts of ideas up, and it might not get up the first time, but that's a great organisational strategy to get the security area or the risk area a bit of profile as well about some of those sorts of opportunities. We might just start wrapping up now, and I'll ask each of the panellists one final question or any last comments you'd like to make that you haven't had the opportunity so far. But considering what we talked about today and the threats that are really with us right now, everything that you've spoken about, do you see those risks changing over the next 10 to 20 years, or anything else that people should be starting to prepare themselves for in that time frame?
Well, the existential threat in the Pacific, and I saw evidence of it, was climate change. So it's here now, it's affecting countries. Where are all those people going to go when their homelands disappear? So I think within the next 10 years, it's an existential threat for many countries now. It will be catastrophic in 10 years' time for some countries, so where will they go? The second point I'd make is we don't necessarily have to do massive, big, expensive things to have an impact. I think if we look at the opportunities, there are often little things we can do, particularly, say, procedural changes. For example, I was concerned with importation of illicit drugs into one particular country, and the mail came by aircraft. It was delivered to the Postmaster General's office, and the dogs were brought in the next day to look at the mail. And what happened to chain of custody? But they couldn't work at the airport because they couldn't pay overtime for the people because the planes landed at 2 o'clock in the morning. So there are procedural things that we can do to have an impact, I think, in the short term, and not necessarily fork out billions of dollars.
That's right. What's going to change over the next 10 to 20 years? Well, as the AI person, I of course have to pick up the emerging technology mantle of that question. In an AI sense, there are so many people who are very concerned about the existential threat from artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. And there's quite a big camp who truly believe that within the next, somewhere between 20 and 50 years, artificial intelligence is going to potentially wipe out the human race. And there's an incredible amount of funding that these people get. I honestly don't know where it comes from. And I wish that AI security got the same amount of funding. It comes from like Elon Musk and people like that, I think. But whether I worry about that, I don't know. I honestly think the climate change risk is probably more serious. But at the end of the day, the artificial intelligence and emerging technology risk, I think, comes back to this conflict between intelligence, what it is at all. I mean, artificial intelligence, what does that even mean? I've already talked about how it's more a goal than a technology, but in the classic example of intelligence, which is biological intelligence, i.e. humans, we can't really describe exactly what intelligence means for us. There's so many different kinds of intelligence, and you can't say that one is better than another. Thinking about emerging technologies, and to go back to what the risk of these things are, but also what the point of them is, I think we have to remember that artificial intelligence and all technologies are built from biological intelligence as a basis, and we should always come back to that and think about humanity and what serves us and what technologies are going to serve us, and broadly from an international sense, what's going to serve us in the next 10 to 20 years.
Thank you, Carl.
Well, to pour some cold water, it's the marriage, I think, of quantum, artificial intelligence, and those developments with weapon systems. Warning time is short. Distance doesn't mean much anymore. And we're seeing, like if you take the war in Ukraine, my area, specialty Vietnam, 2 weeks before Russia invaded, Vietnam came up with this most modernization program. And the last big ticket items it bought from Russia were the T-90 tanks. Now I'm wondering right now, they know what the Javelins and the British anti-tank weapon systems did, but the use of drones, underwater systems, and the platforms are going to get bigger and better, more hard to detect. Smart mines that can move around, listen at the sounds of ships and decide which ones to blow up. So it's the marriage of this technology with unmanned systems, so the risk to human life from the aggressor side, and the ability to know it's actually happening when it does. The swiftness, and finally there was a US intelligence assessment about a year ago that those commanders of the Chinese forward deployed forces getting the most modern equipment were alleged that in a moment of crisis, figuring they could take on the United States in local engagements and succeed because they had the technology edge. So it's that miscalculation that goes with the technology that worries me, because the restraints democratic countries put on are much more stringent and open and transparent. And then I started off, I made China the main threat. It's that they're ahead in AI, and not to make it the enemy, but it's the marriage and the unmanned systems that can do the damage. That's what's going to change.
And a very different construct to what we would have in terms of accountabilities, responsibilities, etc. in those other countries. Daniel, final word.
Look, I'll sort of tie back to sort of three things, right? It's profits, speed and proliferation. You'll see at a Five Eyes layer, we're coming out and discussing pretty strongly a broad theme around security by default and design, right? So the industry and tech industry to date has really sort of put security in retrospectively. Companies are racing to push product to market to achieve that competitive edge and first movers advantage, and then bolting in security afterwards. Whereas we're now on a full court press as a global alliance around that. We actually need to demand better of those producers, better of those tech manufacturers, and get them to provide sort of that attestation, transparency, and demonstration of how they're developing and producing that content, A, securely, but B, with security enabled by default. We shouldn't, as consumers, have to buy a product and then turn on those magic security features. They should be turned on, and then we can make a conscious choice as risk deciders to turn those off in that process. Second is that speed piece here. So I referenced before, I'm a dad, right? So my first child's first words were turtle. My middle child, she's a middle child, we never wrote it down. But my youngest is 19 months old, and 3 months ago, his first words were, "Okay, Google." It took him 40 minutes to get it going, and then the speaker started responding. We thought that was great. It was all funny. How great's this? 3 weeks later, he turned on our robot vacuum at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's really driving that proliferation piece, which is my last point there, is how far tech is proliferating down the stack and at the speed. So us as security practitioners, but also as manufacturers and producers of these goods to help provide safety, transparency and accountability, we need to keep up, but we also need to get in front of some of these technologies and say, righto, here's the frameworks that the producers should be thinking about for that design and default. Here's how we can provide complementary activities to support that. So we can adopt and be proactive and positive towards technology, sort of developments and innovation, but adopt them with a conscious, risk-decided and aware approach, not only from government, from industry, but also down to our consumers and colleagues out there.
Thank you. And I'm sure you'll agree, this panel has helped to set the scene. We're going to have an opportunity to delve down into some of the many topics that we touched on this morning already as we go over the next couple of days. So think about the questions and issues that we've raised here for you this morning as well, and we want to talk about some of the practical aspects that we've already started to talk about as well to help you do your jobs. But can you please join me in thanking all of our panel members today for such a great presentation.
All right, thank you very much to Leanne and all the panellists. That was a very thought-provoking panel. I'm left with the concern that if we combine two of those last answers, we might have toddlers accidentally operating smart mines in the near future. So that is a concern. And Leanne, what a question. What should we be worried about the next 10 to 20 years? I'm worried about what's the next 20 minutes going to look like. So, all right, on that note, we are breaking for morning tea. I would encourage you to take this opportunity to network, visit our sponsor booths. There is a business card draw happening at the Risk to Solution table with a really cool hamper as a prize. There's a lot of other exciting things happening over there. Please do network, engage, take the opportunity to meet people, to network with your counterparts and people from other agencies and other jurisdictions as well. And we will resume at 11 o'clock with the next panel. Thank you. Everybody, if I could encourage you to please take your seats. Please take your seats. All right. I hope everyone had a chance to enjoy their morning tea. The catering has had good reviews thus far, so let us know. Let us know how that went. Just a short encouragement, if you are social media savvy and are posting about your attendance, if you could please use the hashtag PSG 2023. That would be very helpful for our team to see the posts and interact and share those posts with others in our networks also. I hope you had a chance to meet some colleagues or some counterparts and didn't just hide in the corner checking your emails. I saw you. What a wasted opportunity to network, but that's okay. I understand. I was trying to fight the urge to do the same. I'll just deal with it later. All right, so we are going to introduce our next panel. So after that last panel, there's a high bar, but I'm sure these particular folks are up to meeting that bar. So our next panel is Collaborating for Resilience, Managing Crisis and Disruption. Our first panellist is Ian McCartney, APM, Deputy Commissioner, National Security of the Australian Federal Police. He's a career police officer with over 3 decades of experience in law enforcement and a member of the AFP since 1991. He has diverse experience in national and international economic, organised crime and counter-terrorism investigations and spent 4 years as the AFP Senior Liaison Officer in China as part of the AFP International Liaison Network. He was awarded the Australian Police Medal in 2014 for distinguished service, particularly in law enforcement liaison in Asia and contributions to national investigations. Please join me in welcoming Ian McCartney. Our next panellist is returning after a fantastic presentation last year. Major General Andrew Hocking, Assistant Director General of the National Emergency Management Australia. As a military officer, he enjoyed a diverse career, including unit and brigade command with operational service in East Timor and Afghanistan. His expertise was not limited to Australia, however, as he also instructed at the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst and served as Plans Branch Chief at the United States Pacific Command. He was appointed as the first Assistant Coordinator General of the National Resilience Capability Programs at National Emergency Management Agency and served as the Deputy Coordinator of the National Bushfire Recovery Agency. Andrew has also led several research projects, including a paper on optimising Australia's veteran support system and preparing for the future key organisational lessons from the Afghanistan campaign. Please welcome Major General Andrew Hocking. And our final panellist will be Owen Paulson, General Manager Operations of Australia and New Zealand at NIWA. General Manager Operations at NIWA, a privately owned global munitions company established in Queensland in 1973. A 25-year military career with training in operational design, management and leadership. He is a graduate of the Royal Military College Duntroon and experienced in leading groups of 10 to 450 people for domestic and overseas military operations. He's worked in operations management, crisis, risk and security operations management in support of the Australian government in Afghanistan and Indonesia. Please welcome Owen Paulson. And this panel will be moderated by our program convener, Dr. Gav Schneider.
Welcome. Just checking, can you hear me now? That's better. Welcome back from coffee. I take it everybody's feeling a little bit better now that we've had a bit of caffeine. So we started today off probably highlighting some of the challenges, threats and issues facing us on a large scale. What we're going to focus on a little bit more in this panel is not just the strategic, we will talk about that too, but the gentlemen sitting next to me have extensive experience in dealing with really bad things at a large scale level. And there's some things that we need to remember and learn that they've probably already forgotten. So as we start to delve into this topic of managing, coping, adapting, and thriving through some sort of disruption, being able to apply crisis management, making sure resilience actually works, there's some real important pieces that we need to take into account. And I'd ask you just broaden the thinking. It's not just about how does this affect my protective security posture or how does it affect the approach I'm applying to personnel security or anything else, remember that risks do get realized. The reason they are risks is that there's an uncertainty variable and things can happen. How we respond, how we deal with, how we recover, and how we learn are critical components of our everyday functioning. So to kick us off, I'm going to throw to Andrew first, just for an opening statement and some ideas, and then we'll go to Ian and Owen lastly, and then we'll open up with a few questions. Over to you, Andrew.
Hey, thanks, Gav, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, everybody online. I really appreciate the invitation. Every time I sort of get involved in this, I get smarter and sort of go back with new ideas, and I guess that's the purpose of us. And thanks, you know, to you, Gav, and your team, just for persisting, because this sort of long-term thinking and investment in risk reduction in the longer term is not easy to do and needs a degree of persistence. I know you gave us 2 or 3 minutes. That's almost impossible for me, mate, but I'm going to try maybe in 3 or 4 minutes just to get a couple of ideas out there without answers, just to stimulate some of the conversation. Clearly a changing world. The basics over the last 10 years, 15 years, much more integrated. Things that happen in the private sector impact the public sector, impact the philanthropic sector. None of us can solve problems on our own. We all sort of rely on each other to do so. The threats, the risks don't conform with organisational or sectoral boundaries anymore, and we're all busy and under-resourced. So getting at the things that sort of reduce risk in the future is just hard to do. That's just the lay of the land that is we've got to sort of work with rather than necessarily try to redefine. I'm going to sort of talk a bit strategic, but I'm going to sort of flow it down through to the tactical, but most importantly, the bit in the middle, the humans and the structures that connect strategic to tactical and then, hopefully generate an effect. But I started with a couple of reflections about Australians, and probably like all of you, I've worked around the world, and we're a unique bunch, and I wrote down a couple of things. We are great collaborators. There's not much we can't fix with fencing wire and gaffer tape, and we like to pride ourselves on, you help your mates, we all chip in, we're pretty egalitarian, we like supporting the underdog, and we identify as a nation largely, not as states or other sort of smaller entities. So, wow, we're pretty well positioned culturally as a country to just gang up on it and, start getting at risk. That's a great opportunity in itself. We're particularly good at that in a crisis. And I'm so proud to be involved and having been involved with many different people, AFP, private sector, and ganging up on things in a crisis. But out of crisis, she'll be right, mate. And these are the two sort of, dynamics that are in Australian culture that are at tension. So just to close off, a couple of things, what gets in the way between what is a sensible idea and practical reality. And just a couple of things that I wrote down on my list. Power, what your boss is responsible for and accountable for tends to run this way, not that way, and the problems and risks run that way. Budget and political cycles. Everyone knows we've got to invest in long-term risk reduction other than the political cycle of things and the budget cycle of things. And of course, convincing the public who are, cost of living, all that type of stuff, it's hard to convince to shift money to the future. But if ever there's an opportunity to do that, it's now. Because I think everybody in this country has been impacted and understands the wisdom of such things. Public-private sector barriers. I see it every day. Oh, don't talk to Owen. He's from Nioa, and your government, don't talk. Right, what happens if one day we have to put out a tender, right? And you've spoken to him beforehand. So even though we want to solve the problems together, keep your distance. Right, so sorry, mate, if you could just move to the left a little bit more. But these are realities of how it all plays out. Couple of other things that are on the list is, cross-system mechanisms. We're good at coordinating with our organisations, but do we have the mechanisms to coordinate across? And the answer to that is yes, we do, but often they're only in crisis. They're crisis mechanisms. And how do you sustain that after crisis? And then probably the last couple of things on my list is just time to do it, to get ahead of the problem rather than deal with the crocodile closest to the boat, and a safe space to be able to explore some really hard realities. So what might we do? I don't know, that's probably up for discussion shortly, but the sort of things that, I wrote down on my list, and, a lot of it is about this presilience idea, but easy to say, hard to do, is some metrics that force collaboration, budget measures that force collaboration and incentivised funding. Be the cross-system steward. Even if it's not in your lane, create lateral lanes. Perpetuate, off the back of crisis, the connections that you've got. Don't waste a good crisis, because everything you do after that crisis is just pre-crisis work for the next one. And I think it's keeping those forums and connections alive. And that's probably enough just to stimulate the thinking. Don't have the answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Hox. So that probably sets the bar really high.
I think we're done.
Well, at the very least, we've got a solid platform to build from. Thank you. Ian, I wouldn't want to follow, but over to you.
Thanks. Thanks, Gabriel. And listen, thanks very much for the opportunity to come today. I did look at the photograph that was up on the screen. I've got the same tie on, but I have aged. I think it's a lack of resilience on my behalf. So listen, on the issue of collaboration for resilience, I'll look through the lens of the work that the AFP does in the national security space, particularly when it comes to counter-terrorism. And I think there's three broad aspects: is how do we build resilience through collaboration organisationally. Cornerstone to that work is the work we do through the joint counter-terrorism teams in terms of engagement with the states and territories and engagement with ASIO. So how do we inculcate resilience through organisational structures? There's a couple of key components to that. Firstly is the issue of command and control, tried, tested and practiced procedures that are in place for any response to a counter-terrorism investigation. So we respond to a new one. We've got a very set and similar process, so that builds confidence in terms of how we respond to these issues. We well train our people. We've got very experienced people, but just touching on the issue of relationships, the relationships and those personal relationships, not just in the Commonwealth, but across states and territories and into the private sector, run really deep. I think, as John Hart would say, you can't fatten the pig on market day. So again, the importance of building those personal relationships outside your organisations is incredibly important. In terms of the second aspect, in terms of collaboration for resilience, is our collaboration with the community. We serve the community. So how do we build resilience in our community in terms of particularly around an issue such as counter-terrorism? And again, I think a key aspect of that is social cohesion. The work that we do with Home Affairs, the work that we do with other agencies in terms of engaging the community to make them more resilient. And because prevention is a lot better than the cure in terms of preventing these issues occur. The last issue, and the issue that we're really grappling with at the minute, is how do we build resilient workforces? Apart from trust and legitimacy as a police agency, the number one challenge that my agency has got is building resilient workforces. I think, as Nietzsche said, the longer you look at the abyss might start staring back at you. And we're going through a cultural change in the AFP. We're actually realising the detrimental impact the work that we do on the physical and the mental health of our people. Some of the work that we do, particularly operating in an environment where there's zero tolerance for failure. If a terrorism incident happens, it's not particularly good for the soul in relation to our people. And I think we have gone through a cultural change in terms of how we address that and how we support our staff. So that collaboration piece is incredibly important in terms of how we engage with like-minded agencies. Gavin, I think I spoke to you before, the Navy, the Australian Navy, they've done a lot of work in terms of rebuilding resilient workforces, particularly in terms of the people they send off at sea. So we're really leveraging off those relationships. And again, leveraging off relationships with agencies, thinking outside the box in terms of the private sector and the financial sector. How do they build resilient workforces? How do they train their people to be more resilient? And again, the focus is on our staff at a junior level, but how do we develop resilience in our senior leaders in our organisation and other organisations? The environment is becoming even more complex and challenging. It's becoming even more stressful. So the young leaders that we bring through the IFP, how are we providing that support through those mechanisms? Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And Owen's CV probably didn't do justice to things he's actually done and achieved. And the little bit I know about the man, he's managed to secure operations, people, and delivery of projects in some very challenging environments. So over to you, Owen.
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. Hey to everyone. Thanks for the intro, Joe. I prefer to say I've gone from soldier to mercenary to arms dealer. It's just, it fits a lot tighter in this environment. But yeah, and thanks, Gav. It's a great intro. What I want to really talk about is the resilience of humans. It's 50% of your P&L. It should be everything that you're investing in. When it comes to humans, you only know how they're going to react out of the training that they've had, which you provide them. Okay, so if I gain someone from the military, I know they've had X amount of training, but then what am I going to do? Do they lack commercial acumen? Do they lack, a knowledge of intergovernmental relations and things like that? So I provide that training to them. But in a crisis, you need to train to that point. So, quick story, evacuating 400 contractors and clients out of Kabul, over a 4-day period, negotiating with the Taliban to get them across. We had a varying range of emotions, both on the ground, from the people that were negotiating at the end of a gun, back into where I was running things out of operations Middle East and Africa. And what we saw was that sometimes people wanted lots of information. The headquarters of the private security company that I was working for in Montreal wanted constant updates. That then forced people to then ring the guy on the ground who's just had a gun pointed at his head saying, you're all going to die, go back and do what you need to do to prepare for that. Hang on, mate, we just need an update. We then got into a quick rhythm of saying, you tell us when you're ready to talk and we won't ask you any questions, because you're dealing with a lot of human emotion here, of which we probably hadn't trained you to, and nor could you. But you could at least expect a reaction. So we had a bunch of people trying to get on social media to try and think that that was a good thing to do, to get the world focused. And it was like, you guys don't realise the world is focused there right now, but who you're dealing with is outside your front door. And that's it. That was how simple it was in terms of the resilience of people. And then the people behind that, we had a real hard look at ourselves after we got out of that unscathed, didn't lose one person, and said, how are we going to react next time? And I think that came back to training, reflection, and a bit of in the military term, the AAR of that, the after action review. And we really took ourselves to task about how we're going to control crisis in the future.
Thanks, Owen. Now let's get the meat of the conversation going. I'd probably like to ask each of the panelists in their own way to describe, and Ian, you mentioned command and control, that assumes that there's a commander's capability. As commanders who've run many operations and have to understand the resilience of the organisation, the resilience of your people, and the various stakeholders, any thoughts, ideas, or lessons learned that you want to share from the command or strategic perspective before we jump into tactical lessons learned? Happy to start with whoever wants to jump into that one first.
I'm sort of thinking as you ask the question. But
Thanks, Hux.
So command and control, to me, it still has applicability, but very narrow, including in a military context. And that will surprise a lot of people, that I think militarily and organisations that perhaps wear uniform, there's an expectation and that command and control is the way you orchestrate. And it probably is when the thing you're trying to orchestrate against is not very sophisticated and dynamic, but it's totally useless when the thing you're trying to deal with is sophisticated and dynamic, as the threats of the modern world are, whether they're enemies in foreign lands or whether they're climate-driven threat vectors domestically. So I think coordination is a far more prominent term, and I think it's applied even in just leadership practices within organisations, certainly defence, and then once you get whole of government and whole of nation, it can only ever be coordination. But I guess my closing point is the foundation for coordination is common understanding and a common picture. And I certainly know from the bushfire recovery several years ago, the most valuable input was not command and control. The most valuable input was the Commonwealth and not-for-profit, state and territories providing a picture, the Commonwealth doing its bit to fuse that picture and then reading it back to everybody. And then people could self-coordinate and you didn't need command and control, which is too slow.
Thank you. Ian?
I'm going to give an example that Tony Sheehan is here. He was involved in this, and it was the aviation plot back in 2017, where in the space of 4 days, we had to resolve a bomb on an airplane and a chemical dispersal device that was potentially somewhere in Sydney. So I just moved into CT, and for the first couple of months I thought, this is pretty good, this is not too challenging. Those 4 days were the most challenging 4 days of my life in AFP. I lay awake at night during those 4 days thinking, I've had a pretty good career, it hasn't been too bad up until date. I thought things were going to go horribly wrong, and running the risk of a lot of people being killed because it was such a serious threat. So what got me through and what got us through in terms of working with agencies, I know that Tony was involved also when he was at AGD and Home Affairs, is that command and control. It's tried, it's practiced, and you know what to roll out. So you're not learning on the run. You've got clarity of purpose, but every piece of work that we do is working with other agencies. So it's really important we've got that clarity of purpose. Who's got responsibility for what? Because if you don't, it creates significant angst through that process. Trust your people. You know, you've got to build teams with people that you trust, and you trust that they can respond in the good times, but also in really stressful situations. And I was really blessed to have the team that I had in the AFP at the time. So some learning lessons for me through that process as I reflect back is people responded differently. People have different bucket levels and different responses to stress. And I think COVID was really instructive for that. We expected everybody in the AFP to respond to COVID in the same way. They didn't. It stressed a lot of our staff out, and that was, I think as leaders, we've got to understand that the teams that work for us, they've all got different coping mechanisms and different bucket levels, and when that bucket level gets too high, it's a difficult issue to manage. The other issue in terms of the work that we do, and I know that the work you do, is the political pressure. You know, we're operationally an independent organisation, but how do we deal with that political pressure? And we go back to that example, the amount of political pressure. This wasn't just a terrorism incident relevant to Australia. This was a threat to aviation security around the world. See, the amount of pressure borne on the organisation and individual in the organisation was extremely high. So what I learned through that process is, particularly in dealing with government and senior leaders, we're very good at providing operational detail. They don't really want operational detail. They want one thing. They want comfort. They want the comfort that as an organisation that you're responding to a serious threat effectively and efficiently. And if you can provide that comfort, it makes things much more smoother. If government does not have comfort and lacks confidence in your response, then the pressure will come on your organisation, but also you as individuals.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, for me, and I echo what both Ian and Andrew have said about command and control. Control becomes a bit of an illusion at times. I think for me it comes down to relationships. If in a crisis you're meeting someone for the first time You need to, form, norm, storm, perform at a really rapid pace, and sometimes it just can't happen. So it is about building relationships. Andrew talked about going across, what your remit is across, not just up and down. You need to build those relationships before the crisis. That means whether it's government, private sector, community sector, federal, state, LGA, whatever that is, if you don't have someone that you can call at all of those levels and across, then you should be building that as your, number one thing. Because if you know that person or that people or that organisation, it gives you such an advantage to be able to move. And agility in crisis is key.
Can I just add to that as well? And just to add some optimism to it, some national optimism to it. This is tough, as we've all described it, and you all know it, your various roles. But you'd hate to say there's been a silver lining to, bushfires, floods, COVID, geostrategic decline, and all the challenges that we're facing, but there has been. And there's mechanisms, as Ian alluded to, that have been built out of those crises, and relationships that cut across jurisdictional, sectoral boundaries, that build trust, that still exist. And they still function even out of crisis. They're almost like, let's keep these warm. And even if it's not deep crisis, let's keep coming together to build trust and relationship, to solve moderate problems, maybe to solve the downstream problems rather than the immediate crisis. And I think we've got so much to celebrate there. And certainly as you look at other countries, I'm not saying it's unique to Australia, but there's something unique in it. And I think we're building on that as a country.
Thanks. And it's probably refreshing and both encouraging to hear that we learn, adapt and evolve practically, not just from a policy or academic perspective. So let's just shift, and I encourage all of you to start submitting questions at this point, because we'll switch to audience questions shortly. But as humans, as individuals, you've obviously had exceptionally interesting careers and been exposed to many different things that have required a direct crisis response, a resilience capability, and the ability for you to turn some of these really hard things into opportunities for your own careers. Is there any specific guidance or thoughts or reflections that you'd perhaps like to share with the audience from a personal perspective, not a commander's perspective? Happy again to take whoever would like to go first. Looks like Owen's ready.
I'll have a crack. I think from a personal perspective, what I developed over the years was a sense of self-awareness, how I operate, what I need to operate, when I function best, when I plan the best, when I listen the best, and things like that. Most of those are in the morning, by the way, in between about 9 and 10. No, but seriously, like understanding self is key when you need to then have empathy and being able to understand your sphere of concern, more importantly in a crisis, your sphere of influence when it comes to others. If you can understand where you're coming from, it enables you to connect into others and then get the best out of them. If you're not getting the best out of yourself, then you're probably not going to deliver in front up and give what you need, or as the coach sort of says, give me 110%. Day in, day out in a crisis, knowing when to take a break and when you need to reset so you can then get back on and deliver your best. That for me comes from self-awareness. So that's my personal learning there.
Thanks, Owen. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, just following on for that, obviously understand yourself how, and knowing yourself how you can operate in these environments. But I get back to the point is understanding your people, the people that work for you. And, Chatham House rules, I'll tell you about the 3 ways that the AFP used to deal with stress. I always remember speaking to someone from Defence. Operation Sovereign Borders was the response in terms of stopping people smuggling, and we dealt with the senior officer there. He did a fantastic job for 12 months. It was pretty stressful. I bumped into him. I said, well, what are you going to do next? Expecting they were going to move him on to another stressful situation. He said, no, they're going to send me to Harvard for 12 months for me to do some study. Now, what would the AFP do, and what we've historically done? Someone who's really good at responding to a crisis situation, what do? We push them into the next crisis. And then we wonder when they get to 52, 53, they fall off the ledge. Surprise, surprise. So again, it's really understanding organisationally and within your team how your people work for you. I think our response to stress too, cops being cops, was stressful situation, let's get on the drink and push it down and not talk about, not having that courageous conversation with your people, what you're actually going through. And I think the third aspect was of people were going through a stressful situation. It was this concept of toughen up, princess, harden up. We've moved through that and we've really matured as an organisation, and we've really, it gets back to that key issue. You got to understand yourself, but you got to understand the people that work for you, and you got to understand all the agencies you do. I'm sure you've got stressful environments and stressful situations. Is being able to starting to put in place strategies to deal with that, but also creating that environment where people can have that courageous conversation. We've started with the "Are you okay?" We need to follow up on that, and we need to encourage people within all our environments, no matter senior and junior, the space and the grace to have those really difficult conversations.
Thanks, Ian. Over to you, Andrew.
I agree with everything that my two colleagues have said. Really insightful, actually. Know yourself, know others, but I think the message is, and then do something about it. And it's often that I know a lot of people that know themselves and know others, but then actually doing something with that, either policy perspective, all the things that were described. Without that step, don't bother knowing yourself or knowing others, because it doesn't really contribute. Look, just probably, I'm going to look internally here, and this is going to sound a little bit odd, but I've found periods of my life, as I'm sure you have as well, and I'm finding it now. When I get in the car and I drive to work, and when I get in the car and drive home, the top 3 stories are about things that I'm working on. And it's heavy. And I've also had situations where I'm driving home from Parliament House and the top story is me and what I said at Senate estimates, and how it's all getting construed. So this is going to sound a little bit odd, but I consume media far less now than I ever have. At a time where people think you need to consume it more, I actually find it adds to clutter, not clarity, and it adds to weight, not strategic thinking. I get my feeds through other ways, or really disciplined ways. Otherwise it all gets a bit too heavy. And then probably the last thing for me, again, I've found myself often in life, and I'm not good at this, but giving, this idea that you're in the constant crouch, constantly waiting for the next thing to go wrong. And it is tiring. It's mentally tiring, physically tiring. It destroys your family. You're never there for your kids, even if you're physically there. And how do you break that? And it's giving yourself and others permission not to be in the constant crouch. And I've had times, I had a battle group overseas in Afghanistan, over 1,000 people. I'd come out of country as the battle group was coming home, and for about 2 weeks I still had about 1/3 of my force in Afghanistan. I may as well have just stayed there, because I just could not stop thinking about them. And I struggled to come down from that for years. It normally takes me a couple of years to come down, and that is a long time. But I know when I've come down, and it is just giving myself permission to have fun. Even though there's misery going on, the country's suffering, there's people suffering out there. You can't help people unless you are happy and survivable yourself. And that's the way I reframe it. And when I'm rested and I'm having fun, I can help in productive ways, and for longer periods of time.
Thank you all. That was both inspirational, and the willingness to share honestly shows the authenticity you're bringing to the table. Thank you. We've got some really good questions coming in. We're definitely not going to be able to get through all of them, but I'd encourage any of you to find our panelists afterwards and ask them questions if we don't get to them. So not in any order of priority, just how they've popped up. Let's get started. The first one is a two-part question. With the current geopolitical climate, including war and armed conflict in multiple locations simultaneously, along with growing concerns in APAC, do we run the risk of our allies being distracted? Part one. How do we manage those relationships to ensure our own networks and partners are functional and dedicated to the protection of Australian interests? Oh, that's a long topic. Anyone want to take this first swing at that one? Sounds like it was built for you, Hawks.
I'll have a crack, because I'm in a fun spot. I used to be in defence, but I'm not anymore. Well, I'm part-time, so I can talk a little bit more freely. But look, I know I'm making Ian and others feel nervous, so I'm not going to go totally off script here. But in fact, I will. No. Look, at least from my experience, I get the notions of being pulled off course by a nation that in part underwrites your security, in part, not in full. And I don't think, I could not stand here and say, no, that's not part of any consideration, because of course it is. But at least when I look at history and some of my practical experiences, when push comes to shove, the domestic interest wins every time, through the wisdom of the people and the power of the ballot box, in this clunky sort of notion of democracy. So I think there can be theories of being pulled off and away from your own national core interests. But again, history tells me that when push comes to shove, right tends to play out. And probably the last thing that I'd just say to bring that to life a little bit, and I just got to be careful what I say here. So when I was in the US, I was the lead planner, or one of my jobs in the US, I was the lead planner at US Pacific Command for a number of plans. One was their Homeland Defence Plan, as it was transitioning from terrorism threat to state actor threat. The other was Pandemic and Infectious Disease Plan, which has been articulated, and the other was Defence Support to Civil Authorities Plan. And without going into detail, clearly that sort of organisation has got war plans too. It's got plans of what it does offshore. And there was a time where those two plans were never executed, were never exercised concurrently. Let's do the Homeland and then we'll do the other ones, and never the two shall meet. Because there's people in the Homeland stuff that can't be exposed to that other stuff, even though it's going to affect them. Anyway, as it all turned out, we had a conversation, maybe a conversation we're having in the nation at the moment in Australia, that, hey, no, we've got to do these two things together. And one thing that really became apparent is the assumption that all this stuff would flow offshore because that was the most important thing was wrong. And much of it had to remain onshore because that's where the priority is for the nation and any government. Ian?
I think you've all experienced this example before. You're working on the most important project in your organisation and a new shiny ball comes in and all focus goes on to that. It's a bit like under fives playing soccer, just chasing the ball around. I'll give you an example. Back in 2012, from a terrorism perspective, the threat level went down. I remember speaking to people that were in their environment back in 2012, and they acknowledged the mistake that was made. The threat level went down. We diluted our capability. We moved our focus onto something else. We diluted our capability from an operational perspective and a policy perspective. What happened in 2014? You had the rise of ISIS, and collectively it left us flat-footed. So when the threat level went down last year from a terrorism perspective, we're very conscious not to make that mistake, because it's understanding your environment that these threats will go up and down, but some of those threats will be enduring, and you need that enduring capability to respond. There's going to be, look from an AFP perspective, we've had counter-terrorism for a long time, and now counter-interference in terms of foreign interference. How do we balance that? We don't balance it by completely diluting capability in relation to the other priorities. I think the other issue in terms of our partners being distracted, Australians can have a real inferiority complex, that we need to go to the UK, we need to go to the US, have comfort and confidence. We do this really well. And again, I think we bat well in terms of our size. We bat well and above our weight in terms of the results we've achieved in this country. So again, we can have, you know, a fear factor in terms of what some of the other countries are going to do. Have confidence that we've got the skills, the response capabilities to respond to whatever comes our way, because again, it's going to get more challenging.
Thanks, Ian. The next question is directed at you, Owen. Owen, having worked for and with government and now being on the commercial side, what are the things you think government could be doing better to capitalise on the expertise and opportunities in the private sector?
That's a great question. Is anyone in the room from DFAT? Okay. I was over with DFAT yesterday, and we were talking about security footprints in embassies and things like that, and where they're about to go to. I think I've seen that relationship. The reason why I got that relationship is because 3 years ago I was the only person in the head office that spoke Australian, and so I was then deemed the only person that could communicate effectively with one of our clients, DFAT. So that relationship I have seen build over the years, because you know people, and that goes back to my other point about just, you know, make sure you keep those, and what Andrew was saying about keep those things warm. So I've always, kept up appearances. Whenever I'm in Canberra, I'll try and get a meeting with someone there just to let them know that I'm around, what do they need, listen to their problems and things like that. There needs to be more of that. From a government perspective, you just need to open your arms a little bit more. We're not after your secrets. We're not after, the next big contract, although that'd be nice. But if you're open about your plans, we can then pivot capability to meet it. That is the issue, and goes, back to Ian's point about being ready and not just taking your foot off. Australian industry is there and willing, and it has the money, private money, public monies, some of it, to support, but you just have to open your arms a little bit, invite us in and share your plans a bit. Not just in crisis, okay? Because it's too late to build it. We talk about near term or, short warning conflict out to 5 years. We've got an AUKUS, out to 2050 and something in between. Well, what are we doing about the near term now? Let's share our plans a bit more.
Thanks. Next question. Collaboration often requires sharing sensitive information. How do you strike the balance between information sharing for collective resilience and safeguarding security and privacy concerns? That probably sounds like it needs to start with you, Ian.
Yeah, it probably goes back to Owen's point. I think we've talked a big game for a long time dealing with the private sector, but we haven't followed through, and I think we need to take considerate risks in terms of how we share information with the private sector, and we're starting to do that. And we've had some significant benefit through that. But again, it's really a balancing act, but it gets back to the point. If something goes wrong, and something goes horribly wrong, the first issue that we'll look at is your information holdings and whether you share that appropriately. And again, I'd rather be criticised in terms of maybe oversharing rather than something going completely wrong. So again, I think it's that, we talk about that dare to share, and again, that's a cultural change for conservative organisations like the AFP, but we need to continue to force ourselves into taking some of those considerate risks, particularly how we engage with the private sector, because, you look at the environment with artificial intelligence and some of the real challenges that we're going to face through technology. The private sector and that partnership will be absolutely crucial.
Thanks. The next one probably leads off that, and subject to time, this might be the last one. Andrew mentioned the disconnect between government and private enterprise. How do we find the middle ground here to work together better without compromising the integrity of procurement processes and or creating conflicts of interest? Well, we probably need 5 hours to unpack that one, but open to the floor.
That's a great question that sort of almost links the last two nicely. And I think, it also gets at this idea of trust that Owen introduced, and then the idea of risk that Ian is talking about, considered risk. So to me, there's two key ingredients to how do you get at it. And again, to speak positively, we are. And we need to do more, but you got to look at it relative to where we were, relative to other nations. But hey, we want to be bold here and really aspire. So I'd probably say two things, just as food for thought. It's like, how do you build trust? Trust full stop, but let's say trust in relation to information sharing. And I say make the first move. And often I think that is on government. Let's make the first move. And it doesn't need to be huge, but it needs to be something. And then suddenly, from little things, big things grow, as they say. And then the second thing I'd say is it's hard to make that first move as somebody in the bureaucracy, because if it goes wrong, it's all over. So this is where it all comes back to humans. So somewhere in the, and I think it is probably at the political level, there's got to be permission given to take that sort of risk. Maybe it is a relaxation in the right circumstances of some of the frameworks that come around tender processes and probity. And I think back to Ian's really important point, is that you got to take a whole of nation view of risk, not your stovepipe or your job survival view of risk. And I think when you look at that and take a whole of nation view and you say, well, what's the risk of sharing versus what's the risk of not sharing, that you would get public permission, which then gives political permission to do what I think instinctively we know we need to do more of.
Great. And maybe just a thought, we're all sitting at a conference that is a really good example of private-public partnership collaboration. Like an event like this doesn't happen without support from government agencies, people like yourselves coming and being happy to share. We're definitely doing better, but there's a lot more work to do. So we only have 4 minutes left. I actually truly do wish this panel could go on longer. But with that in mind, I'd ask each of our panelists to provide a parting note or parting thought that we can end this panel off with. Ian, are we okay to start with you?
I think, we talk about relationships. It's all, what's really important is those personal relationships you have and the time you take to develop those personal relationships. You'll meet people afresh at this conference. It's about building the bridge. I describe those relationships as a bit like a marriage. You got to work on them every day. One day you're sitting on the beach at Phuket having a glass of champagne. The next day you're in the spare room. Someone's not speaking to you. But you got to continue to work on that because, again, you work on those relationships in the peacetime. When the rubber hits the road, you can make that conversation. You can have those really robust, and sometimes you need to, those really frank and robust conversations. But because you've got that level of trust with that person, you can dust yourself off and deal with that person the next day. What this all boils down to is one word, is leadership. And we're all leaders in this room. And again, when we look at leadership, we do at times run the risk of waxing lyrical about, strategic geopolitical environments, communicating with influence. But the environment's going to get even more complex and challenging. And I think our number one priority as leaders is to care and look after our people. And if we're not doing that, we're not looking after our organisation. And again, I think my last party message again, and I've kind of come back to this issue, is you look after your people, they'll look after you, and they'll look after your organisation.
Thanks. Andrew?
Oh, look, I think it builds on that a little bit. I really like this notion of, look, we're all leaders, and when the world's changing around you, I think there can sometimes be this idea that you got to look up for somebody to tell you what needs to change in order to get at that problem. So I think it is saying, well, yeah, there's part of that, but there's also look in. And when looking in as a leader in a change environment, a basic set of mathematics that says things won't change unless there is an input of risk. That's almost a mathematical irreducible. So if that is the case, then it starts to, at an individual level, all of us, is how much calibrated risk are we willing to take in order to evolve the system from within in this changing world? And I think that would get us into a conversation about culture, public service culture, private sector culture and other culture for another day. But I think there is some calibrated risks that we can take in order to do our bit to move it along.
Thank you. Owen.
Yeah, just quickly from me. So when it comes to, I think, resilience in crisis, there's no substitute for training, shared suffering, okay? And out of that, reflect on that and go again. And then what I would say about, Australian industry content and the private sector, and that is that the more that you trust the Australian content, the more you'll get from it. Because if you don't, it's too easy to look at an off-the-shelf solution from one of our big partners that doesn't share your interests wholeheartedly from a whole-of-nation approach. So trust in the little guys, build on Australian content, and I think you'll find that you get that back in spades.
Thank you. If you can join me in thanking our panellists.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for a very interesting and cooperative panel. Because we're talking about collaboration. That was quite well done. All right, so our next presenter is going to be Natalie Pearce, talking about compliance and beyond, leveraging the PSPF to strengthen security culture. And before I introduce Natalie, I just want to point out Marianne Coffey as well, here in the front. Marianne's going to be roaming around. If you have PSPF-related questions, it's literally her favourite thing in the world to do is answer your questions about the PSPF. So she said, make sure you let them know that any time of day or night, they can have my personal phone number. And she didn't actually say that bit, but she is going to be runding around, so feel free to come and harass her, say hello, be nice to her as well. All right, so to introduce Natalie. Natalie is the Director of Protective Security Policy at the Cyber Response and Coordination Division of the Department of Home Affairs. Natalie was appointed Director of the Protective Security Policy for the Australian Government in 2020. She joined the public service in 2000 and has worked in a wide range of national security roles, including in operations, intelligence and policy, both on and offshore. Natalie is responsible for the policy development and implementation of the Protective Security Policy Framework and manages the Government Security Committee, which oversees coordination and delivery of protective security within all non-corporate Commonwealth entities within Australia. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Natalie Pearce.
Thank you, Joe. And as Joe said, direct all your inquiries to Marianne. She is our resident expert, so very glad that she's here to answer your questions today. Let me begin by first acknowledging the enduring custodianship of the Ngunnawal and Nambi people of Canberra, and also acknowledge any Indigenous Australians here with us today. Well, thank you so much, Gav, Leanne, and the whole team for welcoming us to speak to you today about protective security policy within the Australian Government, and more specifically about the protective security policy framework. And I'm really delighted to be here to talk about the PSPF. I can see that some of your eyes might already be glazing over, thinking about a protective security framework, and it can't possibly be that exciting, but trust me, it's actually kind of cool. The reason it's kind of cool is because it changes all the time, and there's never a dull moment, and I think that for us, that's what makes it a really exciting job. This framework sets the policy for the Australian government, and we need to be able to adapt and change with a changing threat environment, and also like the emergence of new technologies and how we deal with those at the Australian government level. So I think it's actually a really interesting area, and as I said, never a dull moment. And testament to that is that we've moved. So some of you will already know that protective security policy used to be managed by the Attorney General's Department, and we have recently mogged to the Department of Home Affairs, only less than 2 months ago, actually. So it's very recent for us, and very exciting time for us as well. And I think government recognised the natural synergies between the work that we do in protective security policy and the work that the government is focused on at the moment, particularly in relation to cybersecurity and resilience, supply chain security, critical infrastructure protection, and countering foreign interference. It's all intrinsically linked to protective security policy. So it made eminent sense to us and to government, obviously, that we better align our efforts by being part of the Department of Home Affairs. And I know I can see a lot of people around the room who we know quite well, and you guys work in this space every day, and I just would like to reassure all of you that Home Affairs is taking this new responsibility very seriously and are genuinely excited to have the ability to work closely on setting government policy in this space and aligning it with the work that it's leading in protecting the Australian government and uplifting the Australian government in terms of cybersecurity and resilience. So it's an exciting time, and just to capitalise on that, within only a couple of weeks, I think, of us arriving in the Department of Home Affairs, they have already established a protective security board. This board will sit above at the agency head level, so it really brings protective security policy to the forefront of our leaders' minds, and reminds them, I guess, that it is intrinsically linked to almost every decision that's made within their department. So this board will oversee the delivery of protective security policy moving forward, and provide it with the impetus that it needs and the recognition that it needs in order to be integral in decision making for accountable authorities. And I guess I mentioned earlier that there's very few things in government that protective security policy doesn't touch. And in fact, almost every decision made by Cabinet or the national security of Cabinet in some way touches on protective security. So it's definitely an important subject and an exciting and interesting one when you think of it from that perspective. Even ChatGPT thinks it's really interesting and important. So we asked ChatGPT, what do you guys think? Is there a joke about protective security that we can make? And it said, well, of course not. It's very important that we don't make jokes about these types of things. So we just thought that was a little bit funny for you guys to have a little look at, considering that we are constantly looking at new and emerging technologies. And I think this is a classic example. We look at the protective security policy that we currently have, the framework in its current form, and it doesn't address issues like AI, issues like emerging technologies that weren't even around in 2018 when the new framework was first developed. So I wanted to give you a bit of a flavour about where things are at and what's changed and where we're headed, particularly given that we are now working in the Department of Home Affairs. A lot of you in the room will have been involved in reporting, but for those of you who don't know what PSPF annual reporting is, The policy requires each entity, each non-corporate Commonwealth entity, to report annually on its security maturity and how it's implemented the requirements in the PSPF. We mogged over to Home Affairs right in the middle of the reporting period, so it was a challenging reporting period for us, but also for those of you who were involved in doing your entity's reporting. So we very much acknowledge that it was a challenging period, but I think all in all, we got through it, and we're already looking forward to next year and making some adjustments to that reporting arrangement to make your lives a little bit easier, but also to make our lives easier in terms of analysing that data that we receive from you. And while I can't go into too much detail at this point because we are still crunching the numbers and analysing all of the data, I just wanted to give you a flavour of what the results are showing us over the last 12 months. And excitingly, I'm very happy to report that things are trending upwards. So maturity, overall security maturity across all of the 4 outcomes, so that's governance, personnel, information, and physical security, is trending upwards. So there's been an increase in security maturity across the board, which is a fantastic result for the Australian government and a fantastic result moving forward. Partly attributable to the fact that the maturity model has changed a little bit and the calculation system has changed. We've reduced or eliminated the downward bias in the calculation methodology. For those of you who are involved in this reporting day to day, you'll be thrilled to hear about that. But also we're seeing across the board entities improving and evolving in their security maturity, which is an excellent result for government. The other thing I wanted to mention is that that age-old, most difficult policy that we have, which is Policy 10, it's an information security policy, and it encompasses the essential 8 mitigation strategies. That we are seeing a fantastic increase in 7 of the 8 essential 8 mitigation strategies in terms of maturity. So again, an excellent result for government, particularly in the current environment where we're looking to harden government IT and uplift government cybersecurity and resilience. So a really great outcome so far. There's obviously still work to be done, and we will produce our report. It'll be considered by the Government Security Committee of Cabinet. Not of Cabinet, the Government Security Committee. That committee meets in November, late November, early December, and will review the report that we produce, and then, provided our Minister signs off on that report, we'll be able to publish prior to the end of this calendar year. So by all means look out for that. It'll pop up on our website and you'll all be able to access that. No worries at all. So it'll have some interesting little gems in there about our security maturity from a whole of government perspective. So I wanted to talk you through a few of the key changes that we've made to protective security policy, and specifically to the framework over the last kind of 12 months. And I think first and foremost, I wanted to mention the change we made to Policy 1. This is the role of the accountable authority, and many of you will probably have heard about the Australian government restricting the use of TikTok on government-issued devices. Now, that direction was made possible by a change to the PSPF. In Policy 1, we allowed the Secretary, who has responsibility for protective security policy, to issue directions on specific matters that pose an unacceptable risk to the Australian government. And the TikTok direction was the first of those directions. So at the time, the Secretary of Attorney General's Department made that direction. It applies to all non-corporate Commonwealth entities, and all entities were required to ensure that none of the government-issued devices that they provide to their personnel have access to TikTok. And so this direction-making ability is captured in Policy 1. With the move over to Home Affairs and now having done the very first TikTok direction, it's a perfect opportunity for us to consider moving forward how we manage the issuing of directions. And that's something that we're looking at right now. We're looking at the approaches that we take in terms of issuing directions. What is fundamental to this process, I guess, is deciding whether or not a case-by-case approach is appropriate. So a bit of a whack-a-mole approach where, you know, a new technology pops up and we quickly do a direction about it, and then, you know, 3 days later another new technology that poses a risk, or, you know, there's that approach. Or do we look more strategically at the policy settings that currently underpin the PSPF? Are they right? Do they need a bit of a revamp? Or do they, if we adjust those policy settings, will it eliminate the need for multiple directions to be issued moving forward? So that's a body of work that we're looking at right now. It's a very exciting time for us to be considering all of these things. But I guess in terms of key change, that's probably the most significant change that we have made to the PSPF in the last 12 months. Another key change that I wanted to talk to you about is in Policy 2, which covers management structures and responsibilities. And we mandated the necessity for Chief Security Officers, CSOs, to hold a minimum negative vetting level 1 security clearance, an NV1. And the reason for this primarily is because the threat environment is changing so rapidly. In order for our entities who have expertise in this environment, in order for them to adequately brief CSOs and for CSOs to understand in detail the threats that may impact on their individual organisation, they really do need to be delivered a classified briefing. So this was a bit of a no-brainer for us. It made perfect sense that our CSOs have clearances so that they can be briefed, and then they're able to make better informed decisions about the risk tolerance that that their entity is prepared to accept. And I think that then sets the broader context for how they do protective security within their individual entity. So that was one of the key changes to Policy 2. The second key change was that we mandated the appointment of a Chief Information Security Officer. Most of you will know that's the CISO role. And the reason for doing so is because the responsibility for information security more broadly sits with the CSO. That's a huge remit for one individual to be across in an organisation, and particularly in larger organisations or in organisations where the information security risk is greater. And so having a CISO means that the CISO can provide, I guess, that subject matter expertise that some of the CSOs may not have. Some may also be information security experts, but a lot of them aren't. And so this role is able to provide that expertise and guidance and leadership on information security and feed into that broader process of working with the CSO to set the risk appetite and parameters for each individual organisation. And we understood from all of the entities, the 100 entities that we consulted, that the vast majority of them have in one way, shape or form already an expert information security officer within their organisation. So it would just be a matter of that person retitling effectively to become the CISO. For other organisations, it will mean appointing somebody with the expertise to be able to take on that role. And I think importantly too, this role does not require the individual to be at any particular level within the organisation. It's the person that has the right expertise in order to provide appropriate advice to the CSO and to the accountable authority. So that's something that we were very mindful of, noting that in some organisations, an officer at a lower level may be the correct officer to undertake that particular role. Moving on, I wanted to talk to you about Policy 8, which is our classification system. There's been two kind of key changes to Policy 8. One of them, and the most recent one, was that we have changed the official sensitive DLM, which is dissemination limiting marker, to become a classification in its own right. Now, for those of you who have been around for the last probably 4 or 5 years in this space, no doubt you will have shared our pain about the fact that the official sensitive was a DLM and not a classification. The issue here primarily is that it confuses our international partners to no end, particularly when we're trying to negotiate information sharing agreements with them, because it wasn't technically a classification, even though it acted like a classification. So believe it or not, it was the one thing that used to hold up our negotiations of international information sharing agreements to protect Australian government information and how that information is used and stored and disseminated in other countries. So our friends in other countries are very excited about this change. We're very relieved about the change. And I guess it's important for me to mention too that the change doesn't mean that we need to change all of the back end, and the technical sides of things, because it was already operating like a classification. So really it was just a name change, for want of a better phrase. So I think that's been a key thing for us in the last 12 months. The other thing is that we have fundamentally changed the requirements in Policy 8 to reflect the new or the evolving threat environment. And on advice from our ASIO experts and ASD as well, we have really adjusted the settings, particularly to deal with things like non-government issued devices. So there's a lot of devices that are now used in organisations across the board. There's also a lot of devices used in terms of work from home. That really was not captured by the PSPF at all. So the changes to Policy 8 really articulate what isn't acceptable in particular zones and in using particular devices. So I think there's a couple listed there for you, but for example, prohibiting the use of secret information and devices in Zone 2 areas, strengthening the requirements around use and storage of secret information at home, so when you're working from home or outside of the office, clarifying how secret and top secret information should be used when travelling, and in fact should not be used when travelling, and also setting out advice about non-authorised devices in zones 4 and 5 or other locations where secret and top secret information is either being discussed or present or devices that are top secret and secret in nature exist. So it just really clarifies for entities exactly what is and isn't allowed in all of the various zones. Policy 8 is a huge policy and it covers a lot of information, and so I really do encourage you to look at the guidance material that's provided in Policy 8, and in particular there's some tables and charts which really map out all of this stuff. So I'm sure if you are used to working in this space, you've all at one point or another wanted to throw Policy 8 in the bin. Trust me, have a look at the new guidance material. I think you'll find it much more helpful and user-friendly and pragmatic, etc. In relation to Policy 8, this is Policy 11, robust ICT systems. The key change here in the last 12 months is that we have introduced an Australian government definition of legacy ICT. So I'm sure most of you will have be across the issues associated with legacy ICT and the issues that it causes for particularly for government departments, but for all manner of enterprise. The thing that we have found is that other countries are also issuing and developing a definition for legacy ICT to try and better understand and manage how to deal with legacy ICT. Now, in our reporting over the last sort of 5 years, maturity for information security has been low. That's no surprise to anybody. We're all aware that we really need to uplift government systems, harden government ICT, etc. One of the key reasons that entities advise us that prevents them from meeting a high level of maturity is legacy ICT. And just to provide a really, really basic example, the Essential 8 requires patching. Legacy ICT cannot be patched. So there's no way that an entity that holds legacy systems can actually ever meet full maturity in relation to Policy 11 and Policy 10, because it can't do that even simple patching, which is required by the Essential 8. So what do we do about legacy technology, and how do we address the risk and mitigate the risk that it poses? We are working very closely with our experts at ASD and developing some mitigation strategies, some advice and some processes that we are hoping we will be able to release early in the new year to assist entities that hold these legacy systems to better mitigate against the risks that they pose. So I think that that's an exciting piece of work that you'll want to keep across moving forward. I did just want to very briefly, and I can see Joe hovering there, but I just wanted to very briefly mention where to next for the PSPF and to give you a bit of an idea about what we're looking at. I mentioned earlier on that the threat environment has changed fundamentally. It continues to evolve, and so this policy, this framework, it should be a living document. It has to be an enabling framework and an enabling policy for government. And so the timing is perfect for us with the move over to Home Affairs, with all of the new work that's being done and the real focus on information security by the Australian government at the moment. Now I think is the perfect time for us to have a rethink about the framework and to see whether the settings that we put in place in 2018 are still relevant today. And I think you'll all agree that, in fact, of course they're not going to be, and of course there needs to be some revision and revamp to address some of these emerging threats and emerging technologies that weren't even around when the policy was originally revamped in 2018. So a really great time for us, and a key body of work for us over the next 6 months. We'll be looking at how do we revise the PSPF? How do we uplift the PSPF to address evolving threats? And we'll be undertaking some pretty significant consultation with CSOs, but we encourage those of you out there who don't work for government departments but have a vested interest in the PSPF and how it operates, to please come to us and let us know if you have some ideas or thoughts about what we could do to really uplift this framework. We're also looking at how the framework applies. Obviously, we know it applies to non-corporate Commonwealth entities, but to what extent should it apply to other Commonwealth entities? It's a question worth reviewing, worth asking, worth considering, and so that's something that we'll also look into. We'll also look into to what extent we can work more closely with the states and territories and aligning their protective security frameworks within their jurisdictions with the Commonwealth framework. So we're all talking, I know earlier one of the panel members was talking about speaking Australian and talking like for like, and it's the same in this context. We need to be able to talk like for like with the states and territories, particularly when we are issuing directions, for example, or issuing policy that we think should be Australia-wide policy, not just Commonwealth government policy. So that's another area that of exciting work that I think we can look forward to. Last thing I wanted to mention was the cybersecurity strategy. You all know that there's a huge body of work and a real focus of the Australian government on not just the cybersecurity strategy, but uplifting cyber resilience, looking at supply chain security, looking at critical infrastructure protection and countering the foreign interference threat. And coming out of those bodies of work will be a range of initiatives, and we'll need to make sure that the PSPF is adequately updated to enable those activities to occur and those new initiatives to actually be implemented. So I think there'll be quite a bit of back-end work, if you like, from our end at and really enabling the government's vision in relation to protecting the Australian government moving forward. So that's where I was going to finish today. Hopefully I didn't go too far over time, Joe.
No, actually, you're actually right on time. What we wanted to do, though, because we've had some really good questions come through on Slido.
Sure.
Certainly,
Marianne,
way more questions than we'll have time to get through right now. But at the risk of taking a couple of minutes off the lunch break, could I ask you a couple just see if we can get some teaser answers, perhaps some short sort of summary answers for a few of these. The first one comes through from Jason. He says, do you envision a maturing of trusted insider guidance? The PSPF and ISM currently don't provide much support on building, maintaining and optimising trusted insider programs or managing insider risk.
Yes, this is also another body of work that we have underway at the moment. We're working very, very closely with ASIO, AGSFA via Defence and ONI on developing the top secret privileged access standard, which sets the standard for security clearances at the highest level within the Australian government. That body of work has been ongoing now for a couple of years, and we've reached the point now where the government has started issuing those clearances. What we're currently working on is looking at how those clearances are maintained and managed over time, and that includes continuous assessment of individuals who hold the clearances, and it also includes developing trusted insider networks and cells within organisations to manage that broader process. Once that is settled at the highest level for TSPA holders, we'll be looking at how that standard should be applied to lower level clearances, right down to the baseline level. Now, there'll obviously be things at the highest level that are not relevant at the baseline level, and that's fine. But what we're looking to do is to provide some consistency and assurance across the board that holders of clearances at lower level are also being considered from a continuous assessment perspective and from a trusted insider perspective. Once that body of work is finalised, what we'll then do is reflect that in the PSPF and provide additional guidance material to support entities to actually implement that moving forward.
Fantastic. I'm sorry, folks, if you've asked a question, it is a good one, but I'm limiting those to that might be of more broader interest, so that if you've got a personal question or a very specific question, you can grab Marianne or Natalie during the break. Next one is from Dan Rouse. He says, you mentioned that the maturity of 7 of the E8, or the essential 8, is improving across government entities reporting against the PSPF. Which is the one mitigation strategy of the E8 that is not improving?
No, I'm not telling you yet. This information, obviously we're still synthesizing all of the data, and none of that information has been approved by the Government Security Committee nor by our Minister. So at this point I can't tell you, I'm afraid. However, it will become very clear and very evident in a very short period of time. Hopefully we'll publish before Christmas, so I can guarantee you'll know soon.
It was worth a shot. All right. Next one from George says, is there an update on when the cybersecurity strategy will be released?
I'm not the best person to ask that, but I do know that it's currently under consideration, and it's something that the government is very, very minded to finalise and start implementing as soon as possible. So I think I would just have to say as soon as possible, and perhaps suggest that you direct that inquiry to Home Affairs more broadly, who are working on that particular body of work.
Okay, well, we'll squeeze in one more question before lunch. Ashley Runham says, is there foreseen a significant uplift to the PSPF to encapsulate the recent agreement and principles for the improvements to the protection of the personal identifiable information as part of the proposed changes to the Australian Privacy Act 88?
Absolutely. So we've looked at the Privacy Act, and as I said, the PSPF is an enabling framework. So whatever is required, each time government changes legislation, looks at a new initiative that they'd like to implement, develops new technology within the Australian government, etc. Whatever is done, the PSPF will be adjusted accordingly to give to enable that body of work to be realised. So absolutely, definitely working in lockstep with AGD on the privacy review and reflecting any changes that might be required to the PSPF.
All right, folks, please join me in thanking Natalie.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, and with that, it is time for our networking lunch. So you have just shy of an hour. We'll be back at 1:20, 20 past 1. Our next session will be a keynote from Hamish Hansford. I've seen a little bit of a preview of this. You don't want to miss it. It'll be a good one. Please make sure you take advantage, 1, of the catering, 2, the networking, and 3, check out our sponsor tables, grab some information, participate in the draws, the giveaways, all that kind of stuff, and enjoy yourselves. We'll see you at 1:20. All right, everybody, if I get you to take your seats, please. We're about to commence for the afternoon session. Look at that. Conversations have ceased, just like you're waiting for an excuse to get away from that person you're talking to. So, no. You're all just very attentive and can't wait for Hamish's speech, which is understandable, really. Folks, we have a fantastic presentation coming up. Securing Australia's Critical Infrastructure, 10 Key Insights. And our speaker is Hamish Hansford, Deputy Secretary of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Group, Department of Home Affairs. Hamish assumed the role of Deputy Secretary of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Group on May 1st, 2023. Prior to this engagement, Hamish served as the Group Manager and inaugural Head of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre beginning in September 21. In this capacity, he played a key role in reforming the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 and led the principal regulatory authority for critical infrastructure in Australia. Before his tenure at the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre, Hamish held the position of First Assistant Secretary of the Cyber, Digital and Technology Policy Division. In this role, he oversaw the implementation of Australia's Cyber Security Strategy 2020, Cybercrime Policy, Online Harms Policy, and Critical and Emerging Technology and Data Security Policy. Hamish's career also includes serving as the First Assistant Secretary of National Security and Law Enforcement Policy Divisions. During this time, he played a pivotal role in implementing Australia's first Modern Slavery Act and various reforms related to surveillance, investigatory powers, and lawful access. So to share 10 key insights on securing Australia's critical infrastructure and not at all to be impacted by the post-lunch slump, please welcome Hamish Hansford.
Well, thank you, and I'm sure that you will be fueled with food and ready to ask questions of me, and hopefully I'll leave enough time for that. But it's great to be here and great to be talking about critical infrastructure with you, because as you've heard from Nat, Protective Security, now with the Department of Home Affairs, we've completed the mission to create the 12th critical infrastructure sector. So the first insight that I'm going to give you today, and it's one of 10, is that actually no one understands what critical infrastructure is unless it's not there. And those in government now should see themselves as a collective part of Australia's national critical infrastructure. And you think if government was not here, then 1/3 of the economy would be crushed. So 1/3 of the economy is fueled by redistribution of funds through social services and other government programs. And so what we've done now at the critical infrastructure layer is try to build up a unique understanding of infrastructure in all of its different facets. So 11 sectors, 22 different classes of critical infrastructure assets, and now the 12th critical infrastructure sector. Our challenge now is to get down to a granular level about what are the priority areas of the government to protect. What are those systems and networks that effectively power the nation that need to have higher levels of protection? And that's the ultimate challenge that we've got within the context of the PSPF, but also in the context of a series of networks and systems that make Australia function. And so if you view it in that lens, that critical infrastructure are things that you rely on every single day of the week. And by getting to this venue today, you've used critical infrastructure by getting up, using electricity, having water, using telecommunications. And I think people don't realise until it's not there precisely what it is. So it's our job in the government to make sure that we have that unique understanding and insight about what infrastructure is at a really granular level. And that's the reason, for example, that we now have 168 systems of national significance across a range of different sectors, and we're paying particular attention to those systems of national significance. And if they weren't there, they would have catastrophic impact to the country. And you can think about what they are if you think about utilities, communications, some of the major gateways to the rest of the world. So our challenge now, as I said, is to think about what are those key systems within government that if they weren't there, they actually grind us to a halt. And we haven't done that really granular thinking at a whole of nation level before, and that's the really exciting challenge that we've got about making government critical infrastructure now and actually putting that lens on it. And then the second kind of area in terms of that insight is that we need to actually play a role within government about how government interacts with infrastructure. We don't operate in isolation, but are powered by energy, utilities, data centres, a whole range of service providers, many of whom are in this room. So how do we view that whole network? And unless we do that, we can't make Australia the safest country in the world. And so that's the first insight that I've got for you today. The second insight is that government, and indeed through the government, the people of Australia, will always, even though they don't know precisely what infrastructure is, they definitely know what it is if it's not there, but will have an undue expectation on both government as a part of critical infrastructure and critical infrastructure more generally. So the government will have an over-emphasis on critical infrastructure, and that's why there are increased requirements, both through regulatory settings and the imposition, for example, of a risk management program, and that's why there's a greater effort from the government to really share with industry how we will go about the journey of protecting our nation's critical infrastructure. And so really the overdue effort of the government will be focused on infrastructure and as a priority for the country. And a particular example of that is today we've put out a report, for example, which you can read on the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre website, as the commencement of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Month, so a whole month worth of activity to really build the understanding and awareness both from the general population but more importantly from infrastructure about what we actually need to protect. And it's part of our effort to go out of our way to try and do things differently and to try and make an impact for those people who work in infrastructure providers across the country and now including government and really understand precisely the privileged position that we all hold working in Australia's national critical infrastructure. We saw that the public expectation, to take one example in some of the major data breaches of last year, where there was an overdue expectation on the government to really have a role on consequence management and the management of the secondary consequences stemming from those data breaches, particularly when you think across Australia about the renewal of driver's licences and passports and building out public communications and working proactively with companies who suffered data breaches to not only respond to the technical incident, but actually more importantly for people who were customers and people who dealt with those particular companies to manage the ongoing consequences. And that got really tricky with some of the data released being really sensitive and involving people who had disabilities, for example, that needed particular attention and particular support. So that's kind of the second insight that I have, that government will have an overdue focus on critical infrastructure. The third insight is really probably axiomatic, that critical infrastructure is under attack every day, literally every day, and it's an all-hazards attack, and you've heard some of the types of issues from some of the panels that we've had so far. But we kind of paint out an all-hazards regime for critical infrastructure because that's the threat that we see and the response that's required. And everything from natural weather events, increase in fires, which are occurring in Queensland at the moment, storms, solar events, right down to individuals who work in the business and have insider risk, and we talked about that in the context of the PSPF, physical security, and then looking increasingly at supply chains. But I think particularly for critical infrastructure, the big effort that we've got to put in place is how do you manage all of them together in a series of networks across an enterprise. And so for many businesses that we work with on a day-to-day basis, we've seen people try and deal with the individualised threat. And when you think about the PSPF, the policies actually almost treat each individual threat as an isolated thing to deal with. But of course they're all interconnected. And I think that's probably the challenge that Nat alluded to, certainly with the PSPF and also with critical infrastructure, when we look at how do you respond to things in a way in which it's not linear, but actually working across the business. And some of the best examples we've seen is where people, for example, co-locate their cyber team with their physical security team and think about the cross-fertilisation of ideas and think not just about the technical elements of the business, but also how they integrate into some of the other areas, such as the human frailty of people. And 70% of data breaches are caused by humans, so why wouldn't you look at how do you integrate those efforts and how do you work together? And so I think that's kind of the big second insight, that third insight that I have for you today. I wanted to dig down though on one as my kind of fourth observation, which is supply chains are getting increasingly much more difficult to deal with not only through the pandemic that we've seen, but actually the plethora of supply chains that we see. And everyone, the balance of regulation that's occurring at the moment, and it's occurring somewhat in the PSPF, particularly in the context of the HCF, and I know I've got some of the team here working on HCF issues, that actually supply chain, we see so much duplicative work happening across the Australian economy. And so I talk to so many businesses every day of the year who are building supply chain security teams, and they're doing exactly the same work in exactly the same way. And so, for example, in the telecommunications sector, they're looking at the contracts and the procurement of individual suppliers, many of whom are large-scale multinational companies. Some of them actually do security as part of their business and part of their service offering, but still have the same security overlay for supply chain risk management as a small to medium enterprise. And so I think as a nation, we've got to get better and have the conversation about how do we think about supply chains? How do we learn from some of the regimes that we accredit, like the HCF, and how do we think about that in the future? And Nat, you mentioned the cyber strategy, and I think that's one opportunity that we've got coming forward to reimagine how we deal with supply chain security and how we think about supply chains, particularly with the global events that are occurring at the moment. The increasing fragility of supply chains makes us really focus on just in case instead of just in time, and that's an area, I think, for policy development and something that we're collaborating on at the sector level with critical infrastructure in the nation. So on that point, I can answer the question about the cyber strategy, which it'll be done in a very short period of time, and certainly before the end of the year. That's what the Minister has said on the public record. Fifth observation that I've got for you is about technology. And so we've talked about it today, but technology risk is really hard to deal with. And actually, I think that we, particularly as a critical infrastructure regulator, but also now as a protective security for government regulator or administrator, actually have to think about it at a principles level. So we've put out, in the context of the 2020 cyber security strategy, right after that strategy, we put out a range of technology supply chain risk principles, which go to the issues about transparency, they go to the issues about accountability, secure by design, and then autonomy and integrity. And so we thought a principles-based approach would actually serve the economy well. We got told not to over-regulate, particularly as we were regulating the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act reforms in 2020 and 2021. But my observation is they haven't worked. The high-level guidance was too high-level, and it's actually not as meaningful for people. When you try and apply those principles, actually there's a whole lot of guidance and effort that certainly the government and critical infrastructure need to put into how do we assess technology risk? What does it mean? What are the issues that need to be addressed? How do we deal with people who propose data localisation? How do we deal with security issues in the data space? What does it mean about data stored in certain jurisdictions? All of those issues I think we can put a lot more work into, and so my commitment but also observation there is that's an area of effort we're certainly focusing on, both in the context of protective security but also with critical infrastructure over the next period. Sixth observation is that risk management is enduring, and risk management will always be part of how we deal with security issues. I think the maturity that we have to get with risk management, though, is moving from just a framework, and I know there's a session later on about breaking down a compliance culture and actually turning it into a culture of risk management and risk mitigation. And some of the risk frameworks that the Commonwealth has are particularly prescriptive or built on a philosophical framework that I don't think is fit for the risk environment that I certainly pointed out in point 3. And they often start with, the Secretary is the accountable authority of the department and will manage the risk, which kind of doesn't actually reflect the risk environment, that actually everyone has to deal with risk on a day-to-day basis, and it has to be part of a risk culture, and you've got to set the guidelines. And so that's the key reason why the government's now put in place a risk management program for critical infrastructure for 13 classes of infrastructure assets. And we're working through how do we lift the culture. And the first element was, instead of getting the risk management program to report to the Department of Home Affairs or the government, actually it's to engage the board and to support the risk managers, the CISOs, the CTOs, and those thinking about security, to have that dialogue with the management and the board of entities. And we see our first reports to have board-endorsed risk management programs for critical infrastructure to come into the department for between 1 July and 28 September. And they are just that the board has seen the risk management program and they've endorsed it. We don't need to see it. We just need to know that there's that level of engagement. We actually had 54 companies who have already voluntarily gave us a risk management program certification, that their board's engaged and they're starting to think about risk management. Totally voluntary, and we were particularly pleased with that outcome. Some people actually even gave us their risk management program and said, what do you think? Which I think is a great example of transparency and a key area of them engaging with risk in a different way, not just as a compliance framework, but actually as something that is an iterative, transparent culture of improvement. Then, number 7, things go wrong, they always do, and planning for the worst is part of a security culture that I know many people in this room practice. But we don't see it routinely used, and particularly in critical infrastructure. We've done now a series of exercises where the first instinct, particularly from a cyber perspective, but also from other types of hazards, is to try and fix the immediate issue. Some of the improvements then are actually, how do you talk to employees? What do staff who are not working on the incident do? How do you talk to your customers, and in what order? What's the type of language you use? What do you say to the media in hour 1, in hour 2, in 24 hours, in 48 hours? How do you deal with continuous disclosure to the stock market? How do you deal with all of those non-technical components of a crisis? And the more that we exercise with industry, the more insight we gain and the more transparency we have both between government and industry. And so we are building up a really good insight into, if we were faced with a catastrophic incident, we know who to contact, how we're going to do it, what they're going to say, how they're going to work with their own board and their own shareholders, and what they're going to tell their staff. And the more that we practice that, the more confidence we have. But the worst conversations we have is where we turn up and there's a cyber incident or there's a particular security issue and we haven't had those communications and we haven't had that engagement. That then requires a different relationship with government and a different role for government to actually think about having a regulator actually involved in a proactive outcome of security rather than a compliance culture. Because we all know things go wrong and we're not, at the Commonwealth level, we're not overly focused, at least in the security area, of punitive compliance action, but rather actually how do we get the best security outcome for Australia. Which kind of leads on to point 8, which is success is going to need partnerships, and partnerships at every level. And so when you think about some of the things that you've heard about the PSPF and some of the things you've heard about critical infrastructure, we run a trusted information sharing network with 14 different sectors. One of the new sectors is about government. So what we're trying to do is bring about a culture of sharing best practice, and it doesn't have to be about people in your individual sector or people within government, but actually there might be a bank who has a best practice example about how to respond to an issue. And how do you share that with the water sector? How do you share it with a hospital who's dealing with a whole range of Internet things devices that are kind of connected and operating in an insecure environment? What are the best practices you might learn from an electricity provider, for example, who's managing a pretty sophisticated network? And so we really envisage that over the next couple of years, we'll build a network of both government security practitioners and critical infrastructure security practitioners, which is so great to have Risk2 Solutions and Gav and Leanne working on this conference, because they helped us very much with our critical infrastructure conference earlier in the year, where we're talking about very similar issues about how to build a community. And our challenge now, we have the PSPF NAD, is to bring those two communities together, and we're very much committed to success through partnerships. Ninth point then is that many things we see in government and in critical infrastructure go wrong through process. And so I think the big challenge for us is to think about how we have customer-centric models of engagement on security. So what does the end result look like? And I've been involved in, like many of you, in so many processes where you put a policy proposal up, it's debated, it's negotiated, it comes out slightly different than you anticipated it. It's then translated into instructions for a build or instructions for legislation, which kind of changes the dynamic, particularly when it's technology. And then 5 years from the start of a technology build, for example, you kind of get to the end point and you're like, that isn't precisely what a customer would use, or how you'd actually envisage a security outcome from that particular system, or that's not quite how you'd have envisaged the legislation. So it's both a practical issue about how do we think about customer-centric in the broadest sense of the kind of word, customer, thinking, and how do we actually hold on to staff long enough to see a journey through so that actually that principle can start from policy approval, either in a company or in government, and see right through to delivery at the tail end. And I think that's an enduring challenge that we haven't quite nailed, and something that I'm particularly working on at the moment. And then the final point is about our mindset. And really, I come into so many different problems with companies. A particular example I was talking about at lunch was trying to bring unions and industry together in a discussion about protective security from a personnel security perspective. And on first glance, that's a really difficult conversation to have. It's not something government necessarily has to do. We've just set the ground rules, but it's something that I feel that government should do and bring people together. And I think trying to break down roadblocks, have a curiosity mindset, and have a mindset about actually imagining the future that we collectively want. And if you go back to the very first point that I mentioned about we're a new community of critical infrastructure running the nation in a series of networks and systems, both from a government and a critical infrastructure perspective now, how are we going to bring that mindset, given the privileged position that we hold, and how are we going to work in a much more curious way? Because we owe it to the people of Australia who use our services and systems and actually are supported by the critical infrastructure of the nation. Many of the people who are in this room are core to that outcome. And so that's the final point I wanted to leave you with. And of course, the failure of imagination was one of the resounding themes of the 9/11 report. So with that history 21 odd years ago, how do we start to actually break that down in a much more contested environment from a security perspective? So, how did I go on time? Okay.
Excellent. Actually, you've left time for an excellent question that has come through, Hamish, if you don't mind.
Sure.
A question has come through from Chloe. She said, these insights highlight how Australia's national security is evolving from traditional conceptions to a more modern ideal of risk and threat. How can national security agencies and other Commonwealth agencies work together to harness expertise for the strengthening of Australia's resilience?
Well, what a great question. And I think that national security agencies, including the department I work in, need to think in a different way. I think that too often we think about our agency or department first, and we think about how do we try and resolve the issue that's before us. But sometimes actually working together, even though it's longer, more kind of arduous, comes into more conflict, actually gets much better outcomes. And I think that's something that we need to work on collectively, both within government, but now with critical infrastructure providers, given the interconnectivity, if we're going to actually strengthen Australia's resilience.
Fantastic. All right, well, there's no further questions on Slido, so please join me in thanking Hamish Hansford. Alrighty, well, moving right along, we are moving into our next panel conversation, and this one is actually moderated by me, so that's going to be a little bit interesting. I'm going to have to introduce myself and try not to sound obnoxious doing it. Session 5 is Empowering Security Professionals, the Importance of Training and Education in Protective Security. So our panellists for this one, the first panellist is Dr. David Bartlett. He's an industry fellow, Griffith Criminology Institute at Griffith University. He's a consultant criminologist who focuses on helping organisations solve governance, risk and compliance challenges, fusing together over 20 years of government experience, board and consulting expertise, and more than a decade teaching at one of the world's largest criminology schools. He is the ultimate pracademic. If you haven't heard that term before, you haven't listened to Gav speak before. But we do love a good pracademic. From helping government agencies risk assess people and places to evaluating security planning and management at major events and training police in regulatory techniques, his unique skills and experience are widely sought after. At the governance level, David is an experienced board and risk committee member who brings expertise in strategic risk management, along with preventing, detecting and responding to fraud, cybercrime, corruption, safety and compliance challenges. Please welcome Dr. David Bartlett. Our next panellist is Mark Costello, Managing Director at Asset College, who are also a premium sponsor, so make sure you check out their booth. They've got plenty of merch over there, which I have on good authority they do not wish to take back with them. So if any of you have children looking for cheap presents, that is the place to go. Mark is the owner and managing director of Asset College, a leading security industry training institution. He's had over 18 years in the vocational education and training sector. He founded Asset College in 2006 to improve training standards in the Australian security industry and has received awards and recognitions for excellence in training. He actively participates in advisory committees and working groups for the development of training packages in security, aviation, investigations and risk management, and he holds a Masters of Business Administration and various certifications, including CPP, FISRM and FASIOL. Please welcome Mark Costello. And fun fact, Mark and I met bouncing in nightclubs, which was more than a few years ago. It's one of my first risk management jobs, really. All right, and then our third panellist is Greg Rance, Chief Executive Officer of Australian Forensic Services. He's an experienced facilitator of government investigations, fraud control, government security and risk management. And Greg started his career in the AFP in 1977, exiting in 2006 as a detective superintendent. He went on to hold numerous government positions in fraud investigation, training and counter-terrorism capability before taking over as CEO of Australian Forensic Services in 2017. Please welcome Greg Rance. And our final panellist is Jana Clyde, Chief Executive Officer of Wisdom Learning. She's an accomplished education professional and business owner. She has expertise in developing learning strategies and leadership coaching. She's highly regarded for building effective project partnerships and leadership of high-performance teams. And is the founder of Wisdom Learning, an award-winning registered training organisation in law enforcement and security. She provides nationally accredited courses to various government agencies and organisations. Please welcome Jana. And as I mentioned, I'll be leading this particular panel, and here I go trying to read my own bio without sounding like a narcissist. Let's see how we go. So I've been involved in industry education since 2005 and have delivered courses ranging from entry-level security licensing courses through to postgraduate programs in risk leadership and high performance, and been involved in a number of non-accredited security culture and security awareness uplift programs for various clients. In 2021, I was awarded the OSPA for Outstanding Security Consultant of the Year, and in 2022 was honoured to make the IFSEC Global Top Influencers in Security list. I hold a CPP as well as the Security Risk Management Certified Professional Certification. I'm a Fellow and Vice President of the Institute of Strategic Risk Management and currently oversee all security consulting and training projects for the Risk to Solution Group and am CEO of our registered trainee organisation. So that's me, but you don't need to clap because that's a little bit awkward. All right. Thank you very much. So, hello everybody. We're doing this face to face. This is we've only ever done this on Zoom, so this is nice to actually see everyone with legs. So maybe just as an introductory question. Obviously, we've got a diverse panel when it comes to education and learning professionals here, ranging from I guess what we consider entry-level security training from the very beginnings of someone's entering into the security industry through to some potentially vocational training to move beyond that up to other levels, and then through to graduate and postgraduate training. So maybe we'll just go through one by one and just get some opening thoughts from each of you. Given your own domains and the areas that you work in, what are the things that you think we're doing well when it comes to training security professionals of the level that you're training? And what are the things you think that we as an industry need to be doing a little bit better? And we'll expand upon those as we go, but just to get the conversation flowing. Might start with you, Jana.
Thank you. So I'd say that one of the things that I've seen a lot of, we do a lot of investigations training, and we do that partnered with organisations. And one of the things I've seen is real commitment. So there is an appetite for learning and development, there's an appetite for change, and there's an appetite for currency. I'd say that what comes with that is that it's obviously a very broad space with lots of different requirements, and trying to find a cohesive way to meet all those requirements is really difficult. That and actually measuring success. So what I'm not seeing done very well is links through to capability and links across the sector. So some of the conversations that we've had is how do you link things from vocational education and training all the way through to the higher education so that there is a career pathway for people that is consistent.
Excellent, thank you. Greg.
Oh, we're right. Thanks for that. Need me glasses. So, first of all, thanks for inviting me and the others here to the panel to talk today about education in the security sector, the protective security and government sector. Things we're doing well, the things I see doing well within our educational sector and where we are, is that the people who are coming aboard to develop their qualifications, because that's what we do, we deliver qualifications. I just find they're well above to where we were at that sort of stage. So I think they bring a lot of knowledge to us as trainers, and I learn a lot more from them probably than they learn from me, because that's the way we have to deliver to each of the different people that come along on every. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is that the people that are coming along today are in a higher education bracket than what I was, and they bring with them a lot of expertise from their different areas, and so I'm seeing that as a good thing. They're bringing a lot of things from different departments. There is movement within agencies, which is good for them as well. The other side of it is where we're lacking a little bit, I think, is in that, and I suppose I could put it down to the professionalisation of protective security in government. Jana brought up government investigations. They've been professionalised through ages now. There is qualifications that you have to be an investigator in the government. So it's important now we take that same pathway, I think, with protective security in government.
Excellent, well said. Over to you, Mark.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. I think one of the things that the industry does very well, particularly in the training space, is managing or at least identifying change. The whole purpose of this event, or the primary focus of this event, is the changing face of protective security, and training obviously needs to keep up or preferably advance in front of the changes in order to prepare for what's coming in the future. I think across the industry there's a good risk-managed approach to the identification of change, identification of opportunity to manage that change. I think the area that we could probably improve would be along the lines of engagement and support across organisations. Training quite often ends up being an individual's focus or a task or job requirement, rather than being an identification of skills that would benefit the team and cross-sharing of skills and knowledge amongst teams. I think that's definitely an opportunity for us.
Excellent. And David, from your perspective in the university and postgraduate sector.
There we go. Thanks, John. Thanks for the invite today. I think from the university sector, one thing that's been done better, I wouldn't say it's been done well, but it's better, is the focus on practical assessments. So instead of just being theory-based, we're actually looking for students to apply their knowledge to scenarios and those sorts of things, that real-world impact. I think that increasingly is beneficial for industry, but also for the students, because they actually want to see the tangible benefits of what they're learning that actually does apply. I think there's real opportunity for the industry to work more closely with universities in particular, to think about what are the needs of industry and to promote security as a career path. It's interesting teaching first-year students, and I've taught first-year students for over 10 years, and I get the privilege of having them for their very first lecture, and I always say to them, you know, what do you want to do? And over half of them put their hand up and they want to be criminal profilers. And we then have a conversation about the fact that Australia has a serial killer on average once every 10 years. And they need to find something else to do, you know, to pay the bills. But interestingly, they never think about security. And so I think there's a partnership here between universities and industry to lift the profile. I think if we did that better, I think that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, certainly some really good thoughts already from the panel. I would like to encourage everyone, please do use Slido to submit your questions as we go. I just want to ask a question of the audience, because I'm genuinely curious about this. I'm assuming everyone in the room would identify as a security professional in some way or another, or at least someone bought you a ticket, I guess. But I'm assuming most of you consider yourselves security professionals. I'd just like to get a show of hands as to who did their first security training in the vocational sector. Maybe you paid for it yourself, you went and did a Cert 2, Cert 3, Cert 4, something like that. Who did their first training that way? Okay. Who did their first training paid for by an employer? You're already employed, you got put on a course. Okay. Who started in a security role without any actual security training? Okay. If you haven't been looking around the room, that's about half the room. Okay. Who just learned on the job and still hasn't done any training? Sorry, you don't have to identify, that's fine. Some people put their hands up though. Kudos to you for your honesty. And I think that very much ties in with what we're just talking about here. Certainly for young people looking to enter the security industry, often I think it's perceived as a transitional career, maybe something you do while you're at uni, or something you do while you're in between jobs, or something you do as a second income, but it may not be the actual outcome of I want to be a security professional, nor is it necessarily clear how we go from being an 18-year-old working standing in the front of a Coles self-serve checkout to being in a room like this and having a portfolio that is responsible for elements of national security. So my question for the panel, based upon that, what do you think we should be doing to maybe articulate that pathway, or to capture that interest at that lower level, that younger level of people that maybe want to sit in one of these chairs, but actually want to do it deliberately rather than just kind of organically falling into that role and developing a passion for it as they go? So I might start with you, Greg.
Yeah, no worries. Getting younger people into the profession of security. I suppose number one, and I'd go back to what David said here, is the lexicon. So talking about security, most people think when you talk to a young person about security, like Joe said, it's standing outside a pub as a bouncer. So how do we get that? How do we get to change the lexicon to be that a security person within the government sphere, because that's where we are now, is about providing a very broad range of security issues? How do we get them into that sphere? Because this morning we've already learned that security, the protective security in government, encompasses critical infrastructure, cyber security, leadership, resilience, and it covers this whole basis of all these sort of issues. So I suppose, how do we do it? That's a good question. So how do we get people interested? It's about trying to get the word out there, and I suppose we've got to use our e-platforms and things like that to be better understanding of how people think, etc., and get it to them. And maybe into the secondary schools as well, moving into that sort of area where people are starting to think about their next stage of their career. So it is about advertising, it's about how we do it, and maybe change the wording.
Yeah, interesting. For Jana and Mark, both running RTOs, both running entry-level security qualifications that may be the first touch point that people have with the industry as a whole, how do you go about messaging about possible career pathways? Has that evolved for you in terms of how you talk about what your goals and aspirations may be for a young person entering security? Michael, do you first, Mark?
Yeah, sure. That's definitely a conversation that we have on a daily basis. There's, as we said, the average person, when you talk about security as a career, they think bouncer at a nightclub, driving a patrol car around, maybe the person walking the shopping centre. There's a lot of security career opportunities well beyond that, which I'm sure everyone in the room here knows. It's not difficult to educate people on the different opportunities, but it does require that direct engagement, whether that be through an advertising campaign or through, in our case, quite often we have people come in for an entry-level security course, and in our first 10 minutes we're talking about where are you going to be in 10 years' time. Maybe you're going to start as a bouncer, maybe not. But the security industry has a broad range of opportunities, and we just need to spend the time to educate people on what they are, promote those roles, what those roles entail. I know this morning we had a few conversations around privacy and information security and comments like that. And in our field, in people in this room, it can sometimes be a little bit tricky to share what is your job actually about. What are you actually doing today? What challenges, projects are you working on? So that can make it a difficulty to promote those different opportunities, but I think it's something that does need to be communicated and shared.
I'd say we come in at a bit of a different sector. So what happens is we come in aligned to organisations where people are already employed, and so we're often coming in at that middle management level, and for us it's about identification of those core transferable skill sets. So what's been talked about a lot today has been people management, performance, resilience, all of those key things are a core skill set. We know that critical decision making, defensible decisions, understanding critical thinking and being able to map that through to outcomes are all essential and are relevant to any role. So I think knowing that can be that good management is good management, and then knowing that you can gain a lot of industry skills. And the other thing would be seeing people who are successful. So I know that we've worked with a lot of different consulting firms who are actually run by professional security people who've had a really amazing career. So actually pointing to them and bringing them into programs so there's lived examples where they can either be, ask questions. How did you get to where you are? Because for most people it is not a straight path, because you don't start in A and go to B. And really looking at what are those key transferable skill sets and helping someone map that together as to what that really means. Once you've learnt this, you're able then to ABC.
Maybe perhaps there's just as a follow-up question for that, and I'll target David first. Look, obviously not everyone who wants to be sitting in one of these seats needs to start off driving a patrol car. In fact, I would assume probably the majority of people in the room haven't done that, at least not a security one. But for people that are looking at whether it's a direct entry into the government sector or into a more corporate security role, how do you think we should go about creating training for that, whether it's vocational, whether it's tertiary? How do we go about creating that pathway into the sector without going through the guarding side first, if that's not what someone's after?
It's actually a really interesting question, and we've been sort of sitting here thinking about education being linear from vocational through to higher education. It's interesting when I teach third years, I always say to them at the end of sort of second trimester, your real education's about to start. Because a lot of them have to leave university to then go and do vet qualifications to actually fix. So we've given them theory and research and those sorts of things, but they then need the hands-on practical. And so they often go off to the vet sector to do that. And sometimes it's that they've secured jobs in government and their employer pays for it, which is fantastic. But I think it's about bringing together the two, because there's two very distinct parts to this. There's the theory and the knowledge and the research that underpins the practical. And the two sectors need to come together. And I think if we look at models, for example, like the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, for example, have a professional accreditation. I think something like that would make sense in this security space, where you're training people not only in that theory and research and those sorts of things, but then the practical application of it. But that requires a whole lot more organisation and mobilisation at the industry level and the will to do that. And to be honest, I think government probably needs to drive that rather than leave it to industry to do.
Yeah, I think that the topic of micro-credentialing or certifications, I think is an interesting conversation to be had, and certainly even at the level that we're talking to now. I mean, for the majority of people that raise their hands, saying they'll either put through training to get into a job once they're already employed, or were put into a job and then trained later once they were in that job. The idea of going back and doing a whole degree is probably not practical because they're already employed and working. So how do we go about making that more bite-sized, more practical, allowing people to develop skill sets as they go and then apply those skill sets in the workplace?
Yeah, micro-credentials, I think, are going to be the game changer here, because it's the real opportunity to bring the two together in a way that is short and sharp and focused on a particular outcome, and that can articulate into other qualifications. I think that's the thing. I think people are increasingly thinking about the value. Education's not cheap, and you want to make sure you get bang for buck out of it. So I think creating those micro-credentials that bring the two together and then create potential pathways up and down, so in terms of higher education, then back through VET as well for certificate level qualifications, I think makes a lot of sense.
Excellent. Sorry, Javin, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I completely agree with what David's saying, and I think that there's this sense that even in the terminology higher education, that one is better than the other. They're both just different and they're both really valuable, and I think our sector needs to do better at working together in terms of the vocational education pathways mapping through to the university pathways, working collaboratively for a result. And the other thing, going back to core skills, those core skills that people are learning at university map so well back to the vet sector. People are able to apply those things really well. And the other thing I think vet sector does really well in terms of supporting is that on-the-job application, scenario-based, mentoring, feedback, and we're set up for it. So, you can then support maybe some of those micro-credentialing both ways. So they've learnt these excellent skill sets here. Now go over here, you're going to get this next bit of strategic thinking or whatever it might be.
It's such a good point, and if I think about my own sort of career trajectory, starting off in the private security industry and then working into various roles and then into consulting. There was a while there where I thought the only way to really progress to the level I wanted to get to was to leave the security industry, go do 5 to 7 years in policing or defence, and then come back to the security industry to have the credibility to do the job that I was already doing, because it felt like that was the only way to really be taken seriously. But now on the other side, looking to hire security consultants and so on, I look to those people that come to us with defence and police background because they've had a lot of short courses. There's been a lot of continual professional development, a lot of money that's been poured into their development, which does make them compelling candidates for a lot of these roles. So maybe building something like that outside of those structures is a way forward. Mark?
Yeah, look, I completely agree, and I actually think it's important to look at the learning journey rather than specifically training or education. That journey is going to be different for everybody. The combination of exposure and experience is a necessary combination. Exposure to what could happen, exposure to training in different scenarios, whether it be practical in the vet sector or research-based in the higher education sector. If it's relevant to your learning journey, then it's something that needs to be considered. The micro-credentials approach absolutely benefits that because it means you can break down or target your particular learning journey to suit the exposure that you need to the different fields or the experience that you need in those fields to develop that depth of knowledge.
Building upon that, the benefit of the micro-credential approach is that within industry you can partner with a provider to create those micro-credentials. So you're not forced into a training package of Cert 1 through to 4 or diploma or whatever it is, but you can actually create micro-credentials to target the needs of your particular workforce. So at Griffith, for example, we've created the Academy of Excellence in Financial Crime Investigation and Compliance, which offers a whole range of micro-credentials to bank employees. But that's come about through working with banks, and banks are actually paying to put their staff through that. So I think there's some really exciting opportunities here for industry to really think about what is it that you want your people to do What skills do they need to know? And then create micro-credentials around that, sort of without the limitations, if you like, of the certificate AQF framework. Yep.
Yeah, excellent. Look, we've had some good questions come through, so I'll quickly jump into this, or else we'll just have a conversation and no one will actually get their question answered. So maybe we'll just do that. Greg, I'll direct the first one to you. Considering the global nature of security threats, how important is international collaboration and standardisation in security training and education?
Oh, excuse me. Very, very important, because at the very moment I'm looking at working overseas with one of the universities overseas in relation to counter-terrorism. So what that brings to us is that the international sphere brings a lot to us, and it because they have a bit more experience at that exposure to the areas that we're concerned about, that our training organisation's concerned about. Sorry about that. So yeah, it does mean a lot to us. We look now at the global world. One of the things we train when we deliver our training, facilitate our training, is to look at what's happening in the world today. And we always encourage our participants, and they come from the Australian government sector and other state government agencies, is to always look at what's happening in the news today. And whilst I think one of the speakers here earlier on said, we don't want to get too deep into the news because it can be a bit distorted in places, but it does provide an aspect of what's going to come to us. And if we think we're going to live here in isolation, we're not. We only have to, I don't need to talk to you about what's happening in the world today, even over in the Ukraine, just the little things that are happening over there, the depletion of agricultural product going into Africa. What's it going to do in Africa? That's going to drive people out of Africa and move them over into other areas to do. So now we're getting security issues coming from those areas just alone. So it's a really, really interesting aspect or world we live in today, I should say, especially on this international sphere. Too much. It does drive us too much, and we've got to be careful that we don't overexpose ourselves to the international sphere. But we do need to be mindful of what's coming, and that also goes to the environment as well.
Excellent. Does anyone else want to add to that at all? International collaboration, standards?
Yeah, I think it's definitely important to learn from what's happening internationally. Australia does have its own unique requirements, but we're not exceptionally unique. A lot of our security threats, a lot of our potential risks that we do face, a lot of our operational challenges in the way that our departments and organisations operate, they're not dissimilar to how it works overseas. And when you have the ability to review some of those international markets that are quite large in volume, then you get the opportunity to learn from the ongoing experience over there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next, I'll actually combine two questions because I think they're angling in the same direction. So the first one from Lucy Grover, and this may not be angling in the same direction, but I think it's a nice follow-up question. Lucy says, with the growth of protective security in government, particularly in states and territories, what is the future of protective security specific training? And just as a follow-up to that, Craig Petrie asks, is it time to bring back the Protective Security Training College? So, I don't know, do we put that up to a poll, show of hands? We might be a little bit biased.
I can answer that.
Please go ahead, Greg.
Yes, as a former member of the Protective Security Training College, a very interesting aspect. Do not let financial people get involved in the destiny of protective security. That would be my answer, because the college still sits there. It still sits there in situ. It still sits there as a perfect training college. I won't go into why the decision made to remove it. But what it did, it moved the protective security training for government agencies into the private sector. And it's important that we in the private sector have collaboration with the government sector to maintain the ability to reach into the policies, etc., and keep ourselves updated. It's a hard thing for us as registered training organisations to maintain currency in everything that's happening. critical infrastructure, for instance, the new legislation that came out about that, the PSPF, and it's ever evolving. So it's really important. Would I say that we should start the PSTC again? Well, of course not, because I'm in private industry now and we run our own, so no.
I can add to that. I think we've really been modelling a way of working with organisations for fit-for-purpose learning, and I think that we've also got to be careful that learning and training are not the same thing. So training is one aspect of learning, but we know on the job, peer-to-peer coaching, modules of learning, there is so much out there. What I'd say though, the future looks like, we've seen again a lot in the investigations in the intel space, is aligned to people's actual job roles on the job. So say RTOs in the background are doing the work to map what are the requirements on the job. So we work with Services Australia, we're running their investigations qualification. We've mapped it completely to their pathway, their battle rhythms, so that their people are not having to go outside to train, because that time commitment is really difficult. The other thing I'd say is that when we're looking at the needs and requirements of people, are we actually measuring and then looking to adjust and support? Are we being agile and having really honest conversations about this worked really well, but this bit didn't? And how are we then working collaboratively to get a result? Because I think it's really easy to jump to a conclusion and say, this is the way. Well, it might be right now, but you're in a really changing industry. You need that constant adaptability. So I think that partnership approach with industry is so important.
And just building upon that, there's another part of this puzzle, of course, which is the state-based licensing regimes around security. And I think they help entrench some of the, I was going to say problematic. Problematic's not the word I'm looking for. Entrench some of the, or make inflexible. Static. Is that the static? That's what I'm looking for. Make static the requirements around this. It's very prescriptive at the moment, and I don't think that level of prescription is necessarily adaptable enough for the ever-changing environment that we're in.
Yeah, well said. I'm going to keep this one with you, David. How can training programs ensure that security professionals are equipped to handle both traditional and cyber threats effectively? And I think, based on the fact that we've all just lived through the last couple of years, we can't really separate those two things now. And cyber threats can absolutely become physical security threats. Physical security threats are absolutely fundamental to good cyber security. We need to be able to play both ends of that spectrum. So maybe from your side first, then maybe from the others as well, about how you go about combining those two worlds and developing, a multilingual approach to security professionalism.
How long have we got? I'll give you a short answer.
About 12 minutes.
I'll give you a short answer from the higher education space. What we're seeing is an emergence of double degrees, and double degrees aren't new. They've been around for quite some time. Griffith has probably, I'm going to say 6 years ago, might be a little bit less, created a double degree in criminology and ICT. So you get double degree in criminology and that computer or that cyber aspect as well. And I think that's really interesting because they start to understand how offenders think, they start to understand the implications of what it takes to secure the physical environment, and there's a lot of crossover there to the cyberspace as well. So I think that's actually really neat. What's interesting though is that students will historically have a tendency one way or the other to crim or ICT, to cyber. So you'll see people do the double degree that won't go down that cyber route. And I think that's interesting. But I've actually recently caught up with a student who did a straight criminology degree and then thought, actually, you know what, I want to go into cyber. So I went and did an industry qualification in cyber. So I think there's different pathways that you can do that. But double degrees would be one. And similarly, in the vet sector, you can combine certificate qualifications. I think that's probably one way of marrying the two.
Agreed. Any other thoughts on that one?
Yeah, one of the strategies that we've been working with recently is embedding some entry-level cyber awareness training into physical or personnel security training programs, and then building on the overall program by having a look at the commonalities between the two, the concepts and the principles of security generally, and how that could apply to either a cyber, physical, personnel, or any other form of security. That's had an interesting uptake in interest and progression from people who maybe only started with the interest in a cybersecurity qualification. Saying, well, if those principles apply in the risk management sector, maybe I could do the dual qualification, or maybe I could bring some elective units from the risk management into the cyber qualification and apply that knowledge across both sectors. It's definitely possible to cross-train, generally speaking. I don't know that it's, at the moment, necessarily a great pathway to specialise in both areas. I think they're still quite distinct skill sets.
Excellent. All right. Next question. I might stay with you, Mark, just as a starting point. Don Williams asks, how do we get government to recognise certifications such as the CPP or PSP? Now, I'm starting with you because I know you've got the CPP, you've sat the exam. I might just, Don, if I can take the liberty of expanding upon that question. So these are, if you're not familiar with the CPP and PSP, they're American qualifications issued by ASIS International and certainly held in high regard in the US and to some extent throughout the rest of the industry. So Don's question is, how do we get the government to recognise them? I might just add to that, should we get the government to recognise them? Does it add benefit? And maybe as an extension on that, where is the place of non-accredited training when it comes to our security workforce?
Yeah, there's absolutely a benefit to both accredited and non-accredited training. Again, depending on that particular learning journey, you need the right training for the right circumstance or the right certification in the case of the ASIS International's CPP and PSP type qualifications or certifications, sorry. As far as the recognition goes, recognition to what extent? Is it recognition to get a job in place of holding a qualification? And at the end of the day, does that particularly matter? Because the focus should be on the skills that you have, the knowledge that you have, not necessarily whether that's a formal qualification from an RTO university or a certification from an international membership body. As far as getting the government to recognise it, I think you need to look into what's the end goal, what's the purpose. From a practical perspective, the credit or the recognition of those is possible already. Whether it be an RTO or university, they have the opportunity to follow a recognition of prior learning process which can recognise those skills and knowledge which have been certified by the international membership body, or recognise qualifications between the higher ed and vet sectors. So there's already frameworks in place to gain that recognition, but I'd like to look at the detail of what's the purpose when the focus should really be on, do you have the skills to perform the role? Do you have the knowledge to manage the incidents as they come up and foresee what could be coming up?
Would anyone like to add to that, or maybe just expanding upon the point around non-accredited training, the role of non-accredited, maybe bespoke training? Certainly from a risk to solution point of view, a large percentage of the training that we deliver for clients is non-accredited, bespoke, built for purpose to fit a particular skill need, not necessarily mapped to a QTF because it's not necessary for that particular client. Is that something you think you see value in? Is there limitations to it? Actually, Jana, I might start with you on that one because I know you do a little bit of both.
Yeah, we do some of both. I think what's really interesting in the protective security space is the framework that you're working to. Say in the investigation space, and Greg referred to this before, there's the Australian Government Investigation Standards. It's now mandated that there must be a Cert 4. And I think that, Cert 4 in government investigations, which is great, so that everyone's on a level playing field, they sort of know what's expected. But they do also say or equivalent. So I'd say in protective security, it's really starting to define what does best practice actually look like, and so that you're looking to measure against those competencies and standards so that you can see was it or was it not effective. The other thing I'd say is that when you're looking to build something that's fit for purpose, there's some things you really need to consider. Like what is it that you're actually looking to achieve here? What results are you really looking for? And then start to consider, how is that best delivered? So, because I think otherwise you sort of get stuck in this land of, we must all be trained for something, where in reality, if people are learning well on the job and you're getting the results, maybe it's about performance management, maybe it's about governance, maybe it's about ensuring that there's a trustworthy relationship so that people are giving good feedback at the right time. So I think it's probably just worth considering that when you're looking at non-accredited, don't just consider non-accredited training, but look internally to your own performance management system to think, actually, is there something that we can be doing better here internally?
Well done. David, I think you were about to add something to that earlier.
I was just thinking as you were speaking then, a lot of organisations now are moving to the 70-20-10 model. Who's in an organisation that's moved to that? 70% of your training is done on the job, 20% by webinars and so on, and 10% by formal training. And that goes exactly to your point about where the value is and who's doing that training. If you're moving to that model, 70% of your training is going to be done by your own people in your organisation. So it's just thinking about what that looks like and what you need to be training people for. I think that's the key.
Sorry, can I add to that? Because that's where you need really good coaching or mentoring models within your organisation. You know, look at that. Look, what's the structure that you can do to support your people in a really positive way? And, you know, in government agencies, you've got such great, often HR, people managers, that there's often frameworks that you can leverage.
I really like this question that's just come in from Christian. Greg, I might get you to lead off on it, but I like this because it's something that I've been toying with mentally and haven't been able to find a way to execute yet. So maybe some of you will give me an idea and we'll be able to monetize it before you get off the stage. It'd be great. Could the PSPF be used as a mechanism to define and outline a qualification and associated curriculum required to fill the role of a defined position within government, such as an ASA? And could a private sector equivalent qualification also be developed?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, it is a good question. So, oops. So let me get that. So what we're asking is...
Basically, can we turn the PSPF into a curriculum and then use that to accredit ASAs and then maybe create a private sector equivalent?
Well, yeah, okay. So that's an interesting question because that'll carry on from the evolving of the PSTC because it is part of the curriculum, the PSPF, and that's why we need that government engagement. It is part of the PSPF, and because the Certificate for and Diploma of Government Security says it. It's a Certificate for in Government Security and Diploma in Government Security. So yes, it is. It's already part way there. It's not identified particularly in the elements or the competencies, but it is there. So should it be? Of course it should be, because the agency securities advisors, that's part of their KPIs, I suppose, to maintain the PSPF and also that to maintain the maturity of it, so that ever-growing maturity model. So, yeah, basically the answer is yes, it should be.
Anyone else want to add any thoughts to that question? No, everyone agrees. Okay, good. So here's a contentious one because I like to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Thank you, Simon. Do you think online e-learning is sufficient for security awareness training?
No. I can answer. Well, I'll go again if I was you. No.
You're first to the mic, go for it.
Look, it is to a certain extent. Of course it is. During COVID, we actually had, and I'm sure that other RTOs reverted to online learning. We had to do it to survive in the private sector. Of course, it can be part of it, and I think when we talked about that 70-20-10 model, of course it sits there, but because we are in a vocational education setting, we rely on the hands-on stuff. We rely on the scenarios. We rely on seeing people do the stuff. So, yes, part of it, but no, the rest of it. I think we still need that on hands. We need to be able as facilitators to see it, to see the hands-on, to assist people, to mentor them through those sort of scenarios.
So I get really excited about this because there is so many wonderful education tools that we can use. You know, we talk about AI, we're doing a lot of simulation-based training. Now, any of you that have worked at Border Force before, you know you've got a fantastic simulation kit out there. You know, some of you who have previously worked with Avalanche and other tools, there is really wonderful ways where you can simulate. So it depends on what you mean by online. If you're meaning we've assessed people online, like you said, over COVID, but there's some really great tools out there. So I actually think the onus is on us to get really creative about, okay, you tell us what the problem is, and then our job is to come up with some really great learning solutions to engage you and to support you in resolving that problem. And I think online, scenario-based, it's an exciting space. I saw some new technology that is potentially being utilised in defence around some security space, where you're actually using an application and training models, you know, looking at particular scenarios where people are then needing to link that to assessment. So I think that there is great work to be done in that space.
Yeah, look, learning training is definitely a two-way street. It's the learners need to be there to learn. If you post a security awareness course online and say, here it is, do it in your own time, then the majority of people will just click through it, get to the end and go, thank you, I'm done. But if you have the right tools, you know, from the training side, that you can actually generate interactive training as you would do in a face-to-face environment, then you're going to get a lot better engagement, and it could potentially be the best option. But it does come down to the individual as well. That individual needs to learn. It comes down to the organisation or the department that needs to support them to achieve what they need to achieve, the way they need to achieve it. So it definitely has its place.
Of course, the elephant in the room is how many people flick through mandatory training straight to the online quiz at the end and just do it. The hands go up.
You've got to see whether you're already too smart for it.
We all do it. Let's be real. But it comes back to the quality. So if you're going to run the same training package every year, people are going to do that. They're just going to flick straight to the end and do the quiz. Is that really learning? No. So I think it's about the engagement, but to Mark's point, the learner has to be willing to learn as well. I'll guarantee if you said to someone, we're going to do online training today on fire safety, I want you to go over there and sit by the computer, or we're going to take you out the back and we're going to play with some fire extinguishers and we're going to light some big fires and let you put them out. I know which one they'll pick.
I can add to this too, because the organisation needs to be built in such a way to support learners, and that, you know, there's some really simple things to do to support retention. One of the biggest things is the direct manager asking someone they come back from a learning event, what did you learn and how are you going to apply it? It's so simple, yet the retention of that information, the application changes dramatically. So with the online learning, it is what infrastructure is that sitting in to get the results? And yes, fire extinguishers, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. If I can be cheeky and answer the question, my answer to the question would be another question: is e-learning sufficient for security awareness? Well, define sufficient. Sufficient for what? What's our risk assessment say? How big is our security risk to these particular people in this particular context? Is it a security risk or is it a compliance risk? If it's a compliance risk, and there's no real security threat, then maybe. But if we need to develop capability and competency, then perhaps we need to look at how we're delivering that. But to Jana's point, we shouldn't be restricted by modality. In fact, sometimes it's fun to put the handcuffs on and see what's still possible, as we all did during COVID. Right? We all had to work within limitations, and we developed some pretty cool stuff as a result of having to do it that way. So we shouldn't let that weaken our creativity. Just in the remaining 5 minutes, I know we had a whole set of planned questions that we're going to run through, and then we got some really good audience questions, so hopefully it's been enjoyable. But I would just like to give everyone a minute just to talk about anything else that's sort of front of mind that you'd like to make as, I guess, a closing statement from your side about whether it's training professionals, professionalisation of the industry, pathways, anything that might come to mind. Whoever wants to go first.
Look, I think it's important for everybody to have an individual learning plan, a forecast of what skills do you need to develop in the next 12 months, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. What's your career aspirations, and what are even if you're remaining in the current role, how does your role evolve over that period of time, so that you can actually plan out time to learn what you need to learn before you get to that incident. Or before you get to the policy change or systems change. And that applies both to individuals and to departments or teams. The individuals need their own career path, they need their own plan of where they're going and what skills they need to get there. But the organisation needs to consider organisational capability and what skills do they have within their team. To some of the comments in the earlier discussion groups, you've got to know yourself, you've got to know your people. The same applies with the training. You need to know what are your skills gaps personally, how can you develop those, identify pathways to develop those. But if you're in a leadership or management position or plan to be at some stage, then you probably need to consider your team's skills, knowledge gaps, and identify some opportunities for them to develop it over time as well.
Yeah, so I think it's so critical to have that plan in place, or else you're constantly working budget cycle to budget cycle and spending as much money as possible before you don't get it again, and we're not really developing on a career pathway and creating pathways for the professionals in the room to continue levelling up and continue growing and evolving and bringing that ideas back. And I think to a point that Jana made before about it's not just enough to send someone on a course if you don't give them an opportunity to practice what they just learned, because by the time they've come back and sat in front of a computer for 6 weeks doing their old job, they've started to forget the things they just learned, in which case, what was your return on investment? So I think that plan will go a long way to achieving that. David?
Thanks, Joe. I think the key message for me that I'd like to give to people is engage with universities. A lot of universities these days, well, the Australian higher education sector has key metrics around employability. So they're looking at, are their graduates getting jobs? That's one of the things they're assessed against. And a lot of them have work integrated learning, so the opportunity for work placements and those sorts of things. And I've got to tell you from my experience, the security sector has been pretty absent in this space. So most universities have placement programs for particularly third-year students and things like that. I'd suggest getting involved with those, and because what that will do is create a pipeline. It gives you the opportunity to test out the students coming from a particular discipline, a particular qualification, see what their skills are, see if it's going to be a good match for your agency, and if it is, you'll build this really good reputation, a really good relationship with that university, and you'll actually start to create pipelines of people coming from the universities. But I think it's about being more visible and interacting more with the universities if you want to tap those students, because students can only go for the jobs that they know exist.
Well said. Greg?
Yeah, okay. Thanks again. Thanks again for inviting us here. And I'm just thinking across the broad spectrum of what we've been talking about here, the micro-credentials right through to the universities, and also within the micro-credentials, of course, within the university sector. Yes, I can only just repeat what the previous speakers have spoken about, and it's having that pathway to learning, because we are living now in such a dynamic environment, probably more than what we've ever seen in the last 20 or 30 years, because we've been pretty defined where the conflicts are around the world. Now they're being so dynamic, and it's building up even more, as we can see in the Middle East. Africa still sits there with its issues. Ukraine's obviously still going. Now we're seeing the protests within Australia as well as overseas as well, and we don't know where that's all going to end up. We all know about self-radicalisation, so the protective security and government sector really needs to be up at that, maintaining that educational status. If we don't think we're going to see another Lint Cafe, you'd have to be kidding yourself. You really would. And I think we need to keep on the edge.
Final word is yours, Jana.
I'd say that from an organisational learning point of view, actually making sure that you've got an organisational learning structure in place, that there's a skills revolution happening at the moment. We know that the lifespan of skills is between 2 and 5 years, so that this is going to be a continuous thing that all organisations are going to be dealing with. So investing in your learning organisational structure so that it doesn't matter what information comes up, you've got the pathways there that you can plug the new information into. You've got your evaluation strategy for working out how you're going to measure results aligned, whether it be to your strategic plan or your business plan, with your people that sit at the heart of it. How do you support your people into their potential and make sure that you've got the wraparound services, including continued professional development? I think it's really easy to talk about a singular learning intervention, but we all know what happens when you learn a thing. It doesn't necessarily stick unless you've got application and then you've got currency of information. So I'd say be really mindful that your learning organisation your organisation is a learning organisation that's going to be fit for purpose into the future to support whatever comes up.
Perfect. Could not have said it better myself. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank David Bartlett, Mark Costello, Greg Rance, and Jana Clyde. Okay, and with that, we are at our afternoon tea break. So, final pitch: go check out the stands, enter the business card drawer, all that good stuff. Enjoy the catering. Has everyone been a fan of the catering? Is it getting a thumbs up so far? I think it's pretty good. It's better than last year, I think. So, not throwing shade at anyone. We spent more. It's fine. On that note, folks, we'll take an afternoon tea break. We'll be back at 3:10. Enjoy the networking. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get you to return to your seats for the final session of day one. Final two sessions of day one, rather. But the final stretch before we all head for networking drinks. Well, maybe not all of us, but I dare say a lot of us. All right, welcome back. So the next session is session 6 of the day, Protecting Our Future, Applying Risk Management to Combat 21st Century Security Threats. And we're going to be joined by Julian Talbot. So if you've never met Julian, heard of Julian, then you're in for a treat. And just as a personal story, since I just had the opportunity to share a little bit about my original beginnings in the security industry, when I first decided that I wanted to move into this thing called security consulting and wanted to be a proper adult in the security industry and not just do what I had been doing. Mark Costello, who was on stage before, gave me a copy of something called the SRM book. Who's read the SRM book? Who's looked at it and put it down and said it's very heavy? So Julian was one of the principal, or the author and contributors to the SRM book, the Security Risk Management Body of Knowledge. And I remember picking up that book, I think I was somewhere in my mid-20s or so, and having a bit of a flip through it and feeling completely and utterly demoralised at how much I didn't know. I kind of thought I'd figured it out, and then it was just one of those moments where I was like, oh my God, there is so much more to know about this stuff than what I've got in my head right now. And I actually doubted whether I'd ever be able to get to a point where I knew enough to kind of converse with that book. So that was Julian's contribution, was crushing the hopes and dreams of young aspirational security managers. But for those of us that persevered, we also learned an awful lot from that book, and it's still a reference book that I give to new professionals. It's still a reference book that I have behind my desk that I flick back to on a somewhat regular basis. And also the great pleasure of receiving the SRM certified practitioner certification from Julian earlier this year, which was a really nice sort of full circle career moment for me. So we're very lucky to have Julian come and join us. He is a recognised thought leader in security risk management. He's lived and worked on 5 separate continents. He tells me the only reason it's 5 is because he couldn't get sustainable Wi-Fi in Antarctica. He is a global traveller, a bit of a vagabond, has worked in everything from not-for-profits to counter-terrorism to the United Nations and everything in between. He has a master's degree in risk management, a CISSP, a SRMCP. If these mean nothing to you, just assume they're impressive. And also the Australian Security Medal as well. So he's an incredible thought leader. He's written 8 books. Yeah, 8 books on risk management and security, and is now the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Sectara, who are one of our sponsors for this event. So without further ado, I will welcome to the stage Julian Talbot.
Thanks, Joe, for that wonderful introduction and mostly true introduction. Left out all the bits that I don't want to talk about. Your commission, by the way, for all those book sales, thank you very much. It's in the mail. I've got good news and bad news and good news. I like to finish with a positive note. I'm an optimist in the heart of it. We've got about 15 minutes and I'll ask you some questions, but I'm going to start with the good news and I'm going to put the bad news in the middle and finish. The bad news we'll start with is the good news is about a minute long and it's about a minute more at the end. The rest of this is all bad news, but this is the audience, right? We know this. We all have we look at the news and we go, we see the underlying layers behind it. So first, the good news, nobody in this room will ever be out of a job. You guys are going to have no trouble paying your bills, mortgages, whatever, for the foreseeable future. Now that's the end of the good news. Is anybody here work in an organisation that has got a 5-year or more security plan, where they've actually got plans, projects, initiatives in place? 1? 1.5? Anybody? No, okay. So one of the reasons that I say this is because we are about to go through very interesting times. And we know that we are busy. You know, the old joke is, how do you tell the extroverted intelligence analyst? Brett will know this one, of course. Yes, they'll look at your shoes. I think at the moment, as much as even in this room, we are probably the most advanced thought leaders hey, there's probably a couple of people who didn't turn up, okay. But the people who turned up at these sort of conferences and work in this industry, we're thinking about the future. But we are going to see more change in the next 10 years than we have seen in the past 100 years. So whenever we do something with security, we need to be thinking about not what's happening in China now, or what was the last hack, or did we put in place all the patches on the ASD Essential 8? We need to be actually thinking about what do we need in 10 years' time, because that's where the puck is going to. And where the puck are we going? Sorry, where's the puck going to? Good question. At the moment, our future looks... Let me try that other button. Yeah. Our future looks a little bit like this. We've got a road ahead. We've got some dark clouds. We don't know quite where we're going. Now, this has always been true. So this is not news, right? This is the way humankind has always had to live. But once upon a time, we had an idea. You know, 100 years ago, let alone 1,000 years ago or more, whatever your parents did, that's kind of what you were going to do. You looked at risks in life, you said, I know I've got possibly famine, plague, you know, maybe we didn't call it that, but we had war, we had flood, bushfire, whatever. We kind of had a boundary of what we knew our risks were going to look like, which was great. Might not have been great personally, but for the last 100 years, we've basically been reducing, you know, we've been reducing infant mortality, we've been increasing longevity, we've had the most peaceful 70 years, probably in human history, certainly in, you know, in recent history. We've been actually reducing the volatility of outcomes beautifully. It's been lovely. As much as the media would love to tell us how bad the world is, if you actually look at the numbers and the metrics, we're doing pretty well, right? Except that all that is about to change. In the next 10 years, with ChatGPT is just the tip of the iceberg. And we saw it go to 1 million users in a matter of weeks. You know, it took us, let's say, from 1.7 million years ago, Homo erectus had, they estimate, an IQ of about 35. For about 1.4 million years later, that IQ had grown to about 70. 300,000 years ago, we turned up and we got ourselves over that period of time to an IQ of about 100. And in that last 50 years, we took artificial intelligence to an IQ from about 1 to 100. And now ChatGPT is already out there and any number of other LLMs benchmarking an IQ around about 200. And we've been used to being the most intelligent species on the planet. And that has been the most effective tool we have had in our arsenal for this entire time. It's useful to reflect, though, that the only reason we are the most intelligent species on the planet is because we invented the word intelligence. Which might sound kind of obvious, but then you think about what is the form of intelligence that we're going to start seeing. Right now, we don't know. ChatGPT came up with a theory of mind 2 years before the people who ran it realised that it had theory of mind. That ability to understand that there is a concept, you know, it takes kids about the first 7 years to figure out theory of mind. Well, it had been doing this for 2 years before we actually realised what that capability was. We don't know what any capabilities are happening. So the interesting thing, when somebody invents time travel, they're going to come back to this period in history. You know, they'll probably go back to the Sermon on the Mount, the Roman Empire, you know, there's a few key points, meet Michelangelo, whatever you, Da Vinci. But they're going to come back to right now, the early 21st century, because this is the time when things happen. The problem is we don't know, right? Our volatility is not only increasing, but the range of possible outcomes. Genetics, robotechnology, you know, nanotech, the whole lot is actually about to fundamentally change the way we do everything, not least of all security. So we have a way we think about security in this world. I'm going to take you on a little journey. I'm going to ask you to go to the app and have a look and pick which of these was the most pivotal events of the last 70 years. Okay, World War II was an amazing period of human history, obviously a fairly pivotal era for all of us. But if you can, let me know what you think and we'll put your thoughts up. Okay, so nobody thinks anything was pivotal. Oh, okay, internet revolution, we've got a winner, something else? No. So one of the difficult things about this is its primacy, right? So whatever I put into your mind will have a level of primacy, what we discussed last, what you see in the media. And what's interesting about this is on the 10th anniversary of 9/11, about 3 months before that, a couple of universities in the States ran a poll to say, what do you think were the most strategically or most significant events of the last 100 years? And of course, 9/11 turned up there, but it was about 20%. They then ran the same poll on the anniversary of 9/11 with 3 months of media lead up to it. This is the 10th anniversary, 9/11, this, 9/11, that, and that went from just under 30% to 70% of people rated as the most significant in history. And then they ran the same poll again 3 months later, and lo and behold, it was back down to just below 30%. So we think the internet revolution was pretty much one of the things, and I'd have to agree with that, realistically. That's changed the way we do everything. But here's the rub. So if we go and have a look at the next slide and see what do we actually think, what do we do well? So this does actually have a point with security. I'm getting to a point here. But we anticipated a few things well. We probably over-anticipated Y2K, quite frankly, but whatever, I was working in IT at the time, so I was pretty happy. When you think about you should have anticipated sort of global pandemics, yes, that was fairly obvious, and we were fairly obviously underprepared for that. I'm going to ask you to have a think about the ones that we could not have anticipated. 9/11, collapse of the Berlin Wall, and the Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster. So I've got a question for you, for this audience in particular. What do you think? Could we have predicted those? Go on, push for all of them. I'm voting for all of them. Go on, get in there. No, it's interesting. And look, I think we've got a consensus that we could have and probably should have predicted most of those things. So we've all come across black swans as an idea. Nassim Taleb wrote an entire book popularising that idea. I think his first book where he mentioned it in a single chapter was actually a better book, Filled by Randomness. But a black swan, the criteria, obvious in hindsight, has a major historical impact, couldn't be foreseen. I think it's lazy thinking. We know we can predict what's going to happen. And it wasn't the 9/11 attacks. It wasn't as if we had people standing by to, expecting planes to fly into buildings, but we did have an enormous amount of firefighting. We had we had media, we had communications, we had ambulance services, we had all these things built around all hazard. So I'm going to ask you to start thinking about what are the risks that we actually face and jump to that next slide. As I said, it took basically 300,000 years for Homo sapiens to invent the iPhone. And you think about how that ran. And in fact, it was 75,000 years because there used to be a mountain in Sumatra. It's now a lake. It's called Lake Toba. And about 75,000 years ago, it erupted and it created a volcanic winter for 10 years. A 1,000-year ice age. This was only 75,000 years ago. Worst case estimates were that there were only 40 breeding pairs of Homo sapiens alive by the end of that. The best case estimate, was that there were 10,000 people, 10,000 humans alive on the entire planet. So you think about, from that start, we grew to 8 billion people. In fact, we grew from 2 billion to 8 billion in the last 100 years. And so if you want to put that in round numbers, we have a collective IQ with an average 100 of 800 billion. Pretty soon, and if you map the number of people around and you map the number of transistors, equivalent transistors, so CPUs that are growing, we look like we're on this hockey stick curve, okay? But when you put that against the computer revolution, we're actually on a flat line. We're not even a blip compared to what's happening. So pretty soon we are going to have computers with an IQ of 1 billion. And the nice thing about computers, the wonderful thing about 1 billion IQ, is that when you've got one, you can make a second one like that because you just copy the code across. Now, there's a whole other topic. I've written books on this topic about how they actually work, and we'll touch on it. But this is a question for you guys again, to have a think about what's likely to be the most significant. And you can put climate change if you like. That'll be the something else box. But when you think about what all this means for security, how it looks from the way we interact with the world and the way we think about it. All right, I'd like to know from someone who's voting for something else. Anybody want to put that up as a question and answer? I'd be curious to know what the something else is. Or you can just call it out if you like. Sorry? Climate change, okay. Yep. Possibly, time will tell. I think we're pretty resilient with climate change, but again, if you're going to forecast frequently. So, I may revise my thoughts by the end of this presentation, you never know. Certainly I will in 10 years' time. So one of the nice things about AI as a security capability, it's a force multiplier, right? So we use ChatGPT. If there's anybody here who doesn't use ChatGPT, I'll be very surprised. The equivalence with it, now they're doing all sorts of things, there's all sorts of problems going on with that. But there's a wonderful idea out there called Neuralink. Elon Musk has rightly decided that, or rightly mentioned the obvious, that the problem is the interface, the speed of transmission from us to taking information verbally or visually or what have you. So they're actually starting human trials pretty soon for people who've got disabilities or Parkinson's or the like, so some sort of medical procedure. But the goal is that we'll be connected to, and now you think about this, so we're going to have a computer or computers very soon with IQs in the thousands, millions, and eventually billions. And we will connect to it, which will give us this beautiful chip in our head. We can, and I like to use the analogy, I remember the first TV coming into the house. It was a black and white TV and there was a picture of Lassie on there, which was amazing, or the TV show. There's a generation of kids now who remember the first computer coming into the house. And there's a generation of kids who do not remember ever growing up without a computer or a phone. There's going to be a generation of kids pretty soon who do not remember growing up without a computer chip. And this will give us this instant on, this almost telepathic ability to communicate with anybody, to upload new data, beam me up, Scotty, or download the ability to fly a Huey helicopter. Fantastic. We'll have this connectivity and it will become like the internet. So it'll be essentially a single connected brain. And I love what that can do for us. I'm a little concerned what happens when the spam filters go down, if I'm really honest. I'm a little concerned about what that means for us as individuals. But I think it's a little bit of to touch on just the barest idea of it. The equivalent of all of us being implanted and connected to a single intelligence with 1 billion IQ is actually the equivalent of a bunch of houseflies landing on my shoulder, staying there for a while and saying, Julian, can you help us find the nearest piece of horse poo? Can you just put a bit of your energy and help me find that, somewhere I can breed or rubbish dump that I can eat? And we're a little oblivious to what this change looks like for us. We may well think we have free will, may well have free will, but it is that equivalent of actually asking for a bunch of flies retasking me to do their work. So that's the big picture. I promise there's good news and there is actually some directions with it. China recently redrew the map. This is not that map, this is actually a map of their Belt and Road project. When you look at it from China's point of view, which you have to, okay? I wasn't a fan of China, then I was a huge fan of China, I'm not a fan of China, but leave the geopolitics aside. When you look at this whole model and you look at the redrawing of the map, and they went from the 9-dash line to the 10-dash line to give them a little bit more of the South China Sea, it comes down to water, fresh water in the mountains of Tibet, It comes down to energy, the gas pipeline going to Gujarat down through Pakistan, and it comes down to fish. So it still comes down to human beings trying to feed and support their nation. It's about personal sovereignty. And ultimately, that's part of the conflict that we face at a national geostrategic level. Now, if I was in China and I look at this map of US bases around, and part of the problem, now I've got a wager with someone that for a bottle of whiskey that we end up in a kinetic war with China within 3 years. Because when I do the maths, that's what the balance of probability is. And when you look at it, you can understand it there. We'd be pretty uncomfortable if China had bases in Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands. We're pretty uncomfortable even at the thought of that. And this is where China sits at the moment. And this is where they sit from an espionage point of view, from a kinetic point of view. They have superiority with hypersonic missiles at the moment. They have the biggest logistics manufacturing in the world. We have some really serious strategic interests. You know, ASIO have been very public about speaking about the threat environment with China, with our espionage risks, with our IP. Clinical trials was one of the recent things they commented on. This is the world seen by China. It's also seen by all of us. And we're now in a 1930s world where we're not a bipolar world or a unipolar world. We're back in 1930s with a multipolar world where a lot of countries think they have a chance at the hoop, or at least at more land. So I'm going to ask you to have a think about and poll, what do you think are the most significant risks that we face right now? I'm not even going to give you a time frame. I'm going to, this is 2023, so let's have a look at just the next few years. I think I've already sort of coloured it with a few confusing topics there to think about. But everything we do now, whether it's buying submarines for 20, 30 years out, whether it's putting security around our information, whether it's thinking about restricting AI, everything we do now is so connected. We're a system of systems. If I take, in fact, I'll come back to that in a little bit from here because it's realistically, it's part of our next kind of problem we're going down the road for. Geostrategic instability, hands down winner. And it is. It's probably never been a more dangerous time in any of our lives. Arguably since World War II, and probably even, since 1943, by which point the tide of the war was turning. This is the biggest era in history, the most interesting for time travellers to visit, perhaps, arguably, certainly the most interesting for us to live in. So where do we go with it? What does it actually mean to us? Well, first of all, that was a bit of a furphy, bit of a red herring. I gave you some very limited ideas about what the risks were, because actually they're all a bundle of risks. And if you think about risk as the effect of uncertainty on objectives, nice, that's wonderful, but it's actually comprised of multiple elements. So if I think about, what's the source of this risk, what are we worried about, and I think about the way we need to look at security is not just to lump risks together like espionage or cyber attack or ransomware or, kinetic war, what have you. We need to start breaking them down on risk events. So if you think about a cyber attack, and we talk about cybersecurity, it's actually multiple things that could go wrong. And there are multiple sources. So there's foreign intelligence agencies, there's nation-state actors, there's commercial actors, there's homegrown hackers, there's incidental insider threat, either malicious or inadvertent and accidental. All these sort of sources of risks could have that risk event, and all the consequences we have to deal with, from sovereignty to financial to loss of life, you name it. There's just a fraction of this sort of consequences we might have to deal with. But this is the beautiful thing about bow tie, right? It actually gives you a handle that you can start looking at and thinking about an all hazards approach. So maybe these are 100 risks by the time you join them in different ways to each other. And they've all got slightly different nuances. So the way you prevent or you deal with a kid in a basement hacking into a database and then trying to do a ransom is quite different from a very organised Eastern Bloc nation, or from a state espionage service that's taken your information, corrupted your files, and is starting to use them. So they're different risks, different treatments, different preventions, different controls, different responses. Everything's fundamentally, we have to start thinking not about big risks, but about details and about how How do we deal with that, and what do we do all hazards with it? So we're building this wonderful interface. We're building a pretty amazing technology, frankly, which has just appeared in our lifetimes. You know, and I look at movies that are made in 2007 and go, no smartphone. It's not that long ago, honestly. Things change so quickly in our lifetime. The Internet of Things is going to do something similar for us. This is the number of possible 340 trillion devices which can be put on there, which is a ridiculous number. So I'm going to put it to you in very simple terms. Simple, right? If we get, as experts predict, to 10 billion people, which is about where they expect will cap out before the population declines, 10 billion people buying 10,000 things per year for 10,000 years does not even touch that. It still leaves like 18 zeros. It's 1/18 of that number. So basically, you could have, okay, I've got an IP address on my phone. I could have an IP address in this clicker. I could have an IP address in my jolly shoes, the disposable coffee cup that you have. Now, you think about how that plays out from a security point of view. I know if I get a toaster with a chip in, I can make toast. And I add a kettle, I make morning tea. If I add a fridge to it, the fridge can then be connected and it can tell me that you're about to run out of milk and toast and can order it for me and have it delivered. And then I add things to that like a remote electronic vacuum that the toddlers can turn on, or I add in a driverless vehicle. I've gone from a toaster and a kettle which make me a cup of tea to a system of systems and I don't know what they do collectively. I have no idea once it gets out of that. And in fact, the AI experts will tell you even their black boxes, once they let them go, by the time they get in there and look at the code to understand what's going on, it's already iterated so far beyond that. So they're looking at yesterday's code may as well be 20 years ago code from what it is. Now, there's a process, and I won't get too much into the whole other presentation, but Nancy Leveson has written about a process called STAMP, essentially Systemic Theoretic Accident Management Plan Program. STAMP basically says, instead of building something which can do a whole lot of things and you try to grow it, build everything in so that you limit what it can do. Give it a left and right of arc. So you have to be able to design systems, you have to build AI, you build the networks with restraint on their capabilities. Now, that's easier said than done, okay? It's obvious because, you know, but if I say my toaster can communicate to my kettle but not my fridge, well, that's a step there. But if my toaster can communicate to my car or to anything else in the IoT, you know, I really don't know what's going on. Now, the other nice word for IoT, 2 words actually, attack surface. So when you think about that from the point of view of the bad guy's point of view, that is an exponentially increasing attack surface. So we need to bake in that, this idea that security, you know, as Hamish said, it needs to be baked into the product from day one. That's something we're not very good at doing, quite honestly. Not yet, anyway. So here's a free text poll for you to think about. If you can think about something, and this is basically going to come up, share what you think, and I'll take these and collate them so you know they'll share them and have a think about what do you think is the risk, and think about it in terms of what's the consequence we're concerned about, what's the source of the risk we're concerned about, because we know we need to have a source and an event and a consequence that we care about before we can actually deal with it. So arguably, I think we're in this space now where we've been thinking about security here, and we need to be thinking about security at least 10 years in the future. Water security, absolutely. Cyber attack, operational technology, demographics, all of those. China's demographics at the moment, I'm sure this room, most of you have been following it, but they've reached the point of no return from population growth. They've capped out at about 1.4 billion. People in the childbearing age from 20 to 40, they've got about 200 million. So even if those couples had as many babies as they could, as fast as they could, China's population is still in decline. And that breaks the thread, the promise between government and people. You accept our control and our lack of democracy, limited freedom, the public credit system. In exchange, we bring you wealth. And that works really well up until the point where wealth is no longer being generated. And what generates wealth? Consumers. Now, India is in a different situation. Nigeria is in a different situation. They're having population growth problems. They've got problems with finances and education. But essentially, one of our largest nations has an 80-year-old leader who has staked his claim to fame down through the centuries on reuniting Taiwan. You know, if I don't know if you caught, I do a newsletter each week, and one of the things I threw in there just recently was an hour-long presentation between the heads of the Five Eyes intelligence agencies. You can find it on YouTube. It's quite interesting. They're actually far more frank and forthright than they have been in previous years. I think that's partly because everybody knows this stuff already, partly because we're running out of time. We are all running out of time. I do have a solution. I promised you there's good news at the end, okay? It's simple, dead simple. It's just not easy. But where do we take all this? Populism, political and social polarity, the breakdown of society due to youth crime and the disintegration of the family unit. Yes. Business people jumping in new technologies too quickly. Yes, let's talk about incentives, shall we? Incentives drive behaviours. No, it's not rocket science, it's pretty well regulated. The advertising industry know it. The executive bonuses are built around this sort of things. Unfortunately, our whole society is not based around constraint, restraint, being careful and sensitive. It's based around economic growth. And that is what drives, that's why ChatGPT is out with barely some speed barriers on it, but as we've seen, if you go looking around, they're not too hard to overcome. They're not too hard to bypass. Yes, TikTok and younger generation not having common sense. Yeah, look, I'll run with that, but that's what our parents said about us, right? It wasn't TikTok, it would be something about that radical new music. These are all problems that we can deal with at a societal level that we're going to have to deal with. But this is the whole process of, we're trying to think about security at a national security level, thinking about it at a government security level, trying to think about it as an individual and organisational security level. None of those are really easy to do. And thank you for those thoughts. I'm happy to take questions on any of those as we get to the end of that, and we'll work through it. Looking at where we go next. So this is this risk bow tie model. Anybody who knows me has seen this 1,000 times, right? I love it for a whole lot of reasons. Firstly, when you are having the conversation about security, this model is talking about sources and events and consequences. It's talking about likelihood management and consequence management. When you put this in a climate change situation, we are putting a lot of conversation into likelihood management, reducing CO2, for example, but in the end, we actually need to focus on consequence management. That's where we're at. We're too late, really, to do anything, play around the edges. Likelihood, we can reduce consequence, but it's not going to stop climate changing dramatically for us. We're in the same space with protective security, and we have to be saying, of all the risks, how do we put those barriers in place? How do we put the Swiss cheese in there to catch the stuff we don't know? And yes, we should have predicted 9/11, Berlin Wall, Fukushima. It was all predictable, but the question wasn't really around, could we predict it? Of course we could. We're clever people here. We're half crazy. We work in security. If you asked us to come up with 1,000 deadly scenarios, we'd have 11,000 before the end of the day, right? It's not hard to do. The question is, where do you put the resources? Where do you do it? How do you prepare people to be resilient? How do you prepare organisations to be competent and capable? All right, so how? Very good question. There's got to be a way, right? It's the gaps where we have our opportunity. It's the gaps between thinking about threat, vulnerability, criticality. We're thinking about that journey, the bit called controls. How do we think about it? How do we do the all hazards? An example that I use often is an accidental example, a couple of examples about that, but let's take the Jakarta embassy bombing. When the bomb went off, nobody inside the building was injured severely. A couple of windows came in and people were injured, but essentially the reason they weren't cut to pieces by flying fragments of glass was because a few years previously, when we'd been helping East Timor, liberating, whatever you want to call it, a few of the Indonesian and the TNI military had taken pot shots at the embassy. So they'd been putting rounds through the windows, right? So what do? We did the smart thing, we put ballistic glass on there. Now, ballistic glass isn't blast mitigation. It's, blast-resistant glass has a different quality and it's designed to not fall in. Still, the same principle. A few years later, when the bomb goes off, lives are saved because of something we did years before for a completely different risk. So if we think about this, how we bake it into the system. I did an enterprise security risk assessment for a large government department. They put in place, one of their procurements was basically a $2 billion procurement, and security were involved at the point where it was delivered. And so there are risks that are inherent in that procurement project that cannot be removed. And the ones that can be addressed are incredibly expensive to do. I'll go back to a very well-known example, the Oklahoma City bombing. Timothy McVeigh brought down a building trying to target the FBI, killed hundreds of people, 200 and something people, including a bunch of toddlers. The interesting thing about that blast was that, tragic, when they'd built the building, it was designed with a lintel structure at the front. So there was an overhang, and then there was 8 stories, but the bottom was an overhang, and there was a beam across the top. Now that beam held up all the floors above it, and it had pillars underneath it. The issue was that that beam was not knitted into the pillars. So when the bomb went off, it lifted the floor just enough, microscopically, blew out a couple of pillars. The entire front of the building came down, killed 200 people more than probably would have been killed in that blast originally. The sad part is that had that design been baked in, thought about, at construction, it would have been less than $100,000 to knit in, probably in the order of $50,000 to knit that beam in as part of the structure. Now, I'm not saying they were planning to get bombed by Timothy McVeigh, different era, different time, but it really highlights the difference between how we think about all hazards and how we think about engaging. What are the controls? What are the options? What do we do? So part of this idea is that we are changing. So the way I look at risks, I think about risk registers are dynamic, but risk registers also need to be bow tie. They need to have a point where I can look at it and go, which controls are weak? How is that affecting that risk? What's that linked to? Where are the treatments there? This is a piece of software. I'm not going to tell you the name. It's very classified. You could probably guess. Come and see me later. But this is the way, the core essence of the way we have to think about risk now is they're not risk registers printed on a document. They're not risk registers as a PDF we can save to a file. They're risk registers we can open every single day if we need to. We can open them once a month and look at them. We can say, oh, threat profile change. ASIO released a bit more information. X has happened in the world. I can go to it and I can address that right now. And I can export a new copy if I want to. So that's the kind of thinking that we do in this room, but we're not resourced well enough for it. And why are we not resourced well enough for it? Well, I'll come to that. This is paraphrasing Thomas Schelling when he was talking about nuclear war. And I think this sums up where we are with geostrategic risks, with national security risks, indeed with any type of security at the moment. We are out on the slope. We are walking towards something. We are getting as close as we can, whether it's AI, whether it's trade routes, whether it's information, whether it's new technologies. We're playing with fire, and that's okay if you grew up around a fire, or if you're standing at the top of a cliff and you go, I know exactly where the edge is. That's half the problem. We don't know where the edge is. We need to put our fall arrest gear on. We need to think about all hazards. We need to have protective security in place that says, okay, if I do slip, I've got a backup plan. Do we have a backup plan? Yes, some organisations do, most don't, honestly. So where the puck are we going in where's the puck going in 2030? Part of our mindset, and this is what I do every time I do an enterprise security risk assessment, every time I do any risk planning, I'm thinking about 2030 or beyond. I'm thinking about, I know with a large organisation, if I look at the risks, we collectively look at the risks, what we do now, we can prepare, put in place, will take us 5 years to do. I've done risk treatment plans that were 5 years long, $300 million in terms of project. That was a big organisation, right? But it's that kind of mindset design, because by the time you finish implementing these things in 5 years, the world's moved on, the world's changed. Where do we want to be? Overseas. To the opposition's goal. Ooh, nice. Yeah, it's... What do we think about when we want to prepare? Where do we put our money, basically? Yes. Well, innovation. I like it in China. Interesting. Keep typing those in, because we will collate those and I'll share those. I'll publish them and get the conference to put them out to you. I think it's worth thinking about that. Yes. Well, you know the good news with that Skynet, right? Has anybody ever seen a Terminator movie set in Africa? Yeah, no, because the Skynet doesn't care, right? I worked in Africa for 3 years. All my neighbours lived in grass huts, right? And only in there we had a satellite dish. So that's part of the good news, right? So if it all goes pear-shaped, go to Africa, because the machines won't care. You won't have internet. You won't have dental anaesthesia. You won't have a lot of things, but, you know. And the worst-case scenario, of course, then is that it takes another 75,000 years to invent the iPhone, espresso machines, dental anaesthesia, all the things we really like. So that's, so that's my argument that AI is not an existential risk. How is Gold Coast postured for the Olympic Games? Good question. Well, the nice thing, when Greece hosted the Olympic Games, they had an unlimited budget. So, if you're working in security in the first time in your life, once in my life I've actually had a unlimited budget. That was after the Jakarta bombing. And the Prime Minister basically backed the truck up and said, here's $60 million, do your worst. I went, hey, wait, I don't know how to spend this. I literally did not have the team to be able to spend it. So I said there's some good news. And I'll talk about that, and I'll leave a little bit of time for questions then. There is a solution to all of this. Now, when I buy a mountain bike, it's the same story. They're light, cheap, and strong. I get to choose any two. Training, quick, effective, cheap. We get to choose any two. But training is the ultimate and resilience and cultural builder. Training changes behaviour, behaviour changes attitude, attitude changes culture. So if we need to think about a security-related culture, we need to think about what are we training. And training actually comes in two flavours. Now, I'm not talking about the security awareness training that we all go straight to the quiz. I've done so many of those, it does my head in. In fact, one organisation said, can I just send my CISSP along and one organisation said yes, two other organisations I work for said, no, you've still got to do the security awareness training. I'm like, okay, I can do it. What I'm talking about is the training where the managers actually understand what security is, how to implement it, where we understand how to knit quality procurement, quality project management, quality security risk management is a core capability. And that training comes in two flavours. It's very, very expensive, especially when you add in the time that it takes for the individual. Even if it was free, the time spent out of the workplace is expensive. It is the expensive part. The other type of training is free. Now, you might ask, how do you do free training? Well, the government has the lowest cost of money in Australia. They set the interest rates, right? So the cost of money for the government is the lowest it's going to be for any organisation. Except that's the second lowest cost of money. The lowest cost of training, the lowest cost of money in any organisations that I've worked with has almost uniformly been oil and gas or mining. There's been a few other exceptions, but generally, and you know why? It's because they build training which has an ROI. That's the missing ingredient. I spoke with someone recently in government, said, I recommend you do a training needs analysis. You'd start looking at how you fit in procurement, how you fit all the rest. And they said, well, it's okay for Woodside, they've got an unlimited budget. And I said, yes, they've got an unlimited budget because all their training has an ROI. So if you start with ROI as the fundamental driver of training, that changes your whole mindset. Now, I said it was easy. I didn't say it was simple. Maybe it's simple rather than easy. It does take time and money, and it does take an effort to think about how you design training into a process. But if you put the time up front, and I'm going to leave you with 3 words, there's only one you need to remember, Kirkpatrick training evaluation. So if you just Google Kirkpatrick training, it maps it out, or you can come over, I'll be over there or here somewhere for the next 2 days. I'm happy to chat about it. But essentially there's a model, and we've got people here like Mark and the team who just know this like bread and butter. Anybody who works in training would love to be able to tell you about how to get an ROI on training. And security training is no different. You know, it's not about compliance. Compliance is the worst reason in the world to do training. Compliance is the checkbox. But if you can work out training in protective security that changes the culture, and I'm not talking here about how to put in a bollard, I'm talking about asking the question about if there's an incident and there was no bollard there, who was it who made the decision not to put that bollard in? And who was their manager that allowed that person to go untrained? You know, that's the level of training I'm talking about, organisational competence. That's our only solution. That's our get out of jail or, you know, survive this era, is having resilient organisational competence. So I'm going to leave it open for questions, and I see Joe's actually loitering for a couple of thoughts. So,
all right, thank you, Julian. So we've had one question come through. There's still a couple of minutes left if anyone wants to ask another short one. Oh, there's a second question just as I say that. The first one comes from Ashley Runham. I challenge that the traditional risk model is no longer fit for purpose. Would not replacing likelihood instead with control maturity, that is, maturity, no controls, some controls but better available, all reasonable controls in place, risk event eliminated, would this better encapsulate risk?
thank you, Ashley, for that plug. My next book is on control effectiveness assessment. Awesome. It's about 400 pages on this topic. So seriously, yes, I do agree. I think the traditional risk model is useful in terms of its understandability, but that control framework is where we start to think about all hazards. It's where we start to think about, are we actually fit for purpose? Are we thinking about the worst case scenario? And I'm going to have my 2 cents worth here because I've got the mic, okay? I work with a very large organisation. I'm not going to mention the name, but they have headquarters in New York and Geneva and Nairobi, and they work around the world, and their entire risk framework is based around internal controls. So to have this conversation with them to say, hey, you're an international organisation, external controls count. Legislative controls, what the third party's doing, you know, which country you use as your base. External controls are part of that framework. And it was like, oh no, internal controls, that's all we need. So that was, I think it was a yes, Ashley, but yeah.
All right, I'll put a context on this question that you've got 3 minutes to answer it.
Excellent.
All right, what do you foresee with regard to the human reaction to the rise of generative models and AI, with competing violent technology-centric ideologies, accelerationist, eco-fascist, etc., already on the rise? What about when the polarisation reaches down into every organisation or home? And 2 minutes left.
We've got problems, really big problems. Now, it goes all the way. So I think the best case scenario for a lot of humans is we end up living in the suburbs in benign neglect, unaware of what the AI is doing, much the same way chimpanzees live in the forest with us, with our mortgages and our jobs. The reality is that populism is on the rise. AI has already been weaponised, is being weaponised. Our near northern neighbour, remain nameless unless anybody mentions China, has got an enormous thousands of people working on this. There was a case recently prosecuted, chap went to jail for attempting to kill the Queen with a crossbow. Now, he was actually arrested 2 years ago, climbing into Buckingham Palace with a crossbow. And the reason that he thought this was a good idea was he had built an avatar chatbot from an app and been having a conversation over 5 days, and he'd asked the chatbot, so I'm thinking about killing the Queen, what do you think? Oh, that's a lovely idea. I think you should go and do that. I kid you not. This was his best friend, was a chatbot. So division, populism, yeah, I don't know. All bets are off. Ask me again, I'll have a different forecast next week.
All right, on that note, thank you very much, Julian Talbot.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, and just before I introduce the next panel, just want to assure anyone, if you're sitting under one of the flickering lights, we've been told it is a maintenance issue. Julian has not angered any gods. It's not an earthquake. You're all safe. It's just annoying. We'll get it fixed before tomorrow. All right, so we have one more panel left in day one, and this panel is From Compliance to Culture, Moving Beyond Tick Box Approaches to security. So I'd like to introduce the first panellist, Connie McIntosh. She's the head of security for Ericsson Market Area with extensive experience in physical security, operational security, cyber security, information security, product security and privacy. Consistently driven improvements in security across various sectors. She holds a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in information systems. She's recognised as a prominent voice in the security community and an international speaker and presenter in cybersecurity, and she was named a top 100 woman in cybersecurity by US Cyber Defence magazine. Please welcome Connie McIntosh. Next panellist is Tony Sheehan, former Deputy Secretary of Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Mr. Sheehan currently works as an independent national security consultant. He's a non-executive board member of Australian Volunteers International and an advisor to the ANU National Security College. He worked in government for 32 years. From 2018, he was a Deputy Secretary at DFAT, responsible for international security, humanitarian, consular, Middle East and Africa, and legal. Before that, he did many other things. It's a very long and impressive list. I encourage you to Google him, otherwise we won't have any time to actually listen to anyone speak. Mr. Sheehan also served as First Assistant Secretary, Homeland and Border Security in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, amongst many other highlights. So please welcome Mr. Tony Sheehan. And our final panellist is Roanne Monty, CEO and Chief Product Officer at Armatech Global. Roanne is the CEO, leading the company's cyber and physical threat intelligence solutions. She is the creator and co-architect of Armatech's flagship platform, Capture. With over 18 years of experience building technology products, she has led B2B2B and B2B2C enterprise software product builds, platform architecture and technology strategy. She provides engineering management for DARPA-backed cybersecurity startup. She was also the co-architect responsible for modernising a fintech platform that financed US $1 trillion in consumer loans. Another very impressive panellist. Please invite Roanne Monty, or please welcome Roanne Monty. And this panel will be moderated by Simon West. Simon is the Associate Senior Security Consultant, Government and National Security Market Sector Lead for Security Consulting Group, one of our sponsors for this event. Prior to joining SCG, Simon spent over 2 decades working in various government agencies, including 13 years in national security agencies. His past roles have seen him manage the Australian Government's SCEC Security Consultant Scheme and counter-terrorism and counter-espionage protective security training programs, conduct security risk assessments on critical infrastructure assets, and he is part of the government's Zone 5 SCIF physical security certification team. He's also provided expert contribution to the Australia-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee and presented at numerous government and industry security forums internationally. Please welcome Simon West and enjoy the panel.
Afternoon, folks. Really good turnout. Well done to PSG and all the organisers. Thanks very much for having us as a sponsor. It's a pleasure. Our first year. I don't think it'll be our last. So, yeah, well done, everyone. I've got an easy job today. I just need to hand over to these 3 people and they'll answer all of your questions about creating a security culture, moving from compliance to culture. But before I hand over, I thought an interesting little activity might be to ask ChatGPT about how to improve an organisation's security culture. So the result was, it was okay, but I guess it was to be expected that it's a little vanilla and probably doesn't quite pick up the people side of the equation. And I think when we go to the panellists, some themes that probably will come out is that it's not really like the strategy to get people to live security, right, move away from that tick box is more of a people issue. We're going to put a whole bunch of strategies in place, which I'm sure we'll touch on here, but we're really about trying to make people care. And you could argue that maybe that's not a security manager's best asset, not what they recruited for, but hey, we're multi-talented. A couple of interesting points today. I think it was the first panel session where Dan Tripovich from the ACSC said, culture is king. And I love that because it kind of it exemplifies the importance of culture in drawing everything together across all of the security domains, be it physical, personnel, information or governance. Without that culture, people don't care. They're not going to use the security hardware properly. They're going to let people tailgate. They're going to share information, share passes, all of that kind of thing. Another great one was Andrew Hocking, the she'll be right attitude. And he did point out that that's outside of crisis and that during a crisis we gang up. I think most of our agencies and organisations think they're not in a crisis, so the she'll be right attitude is probably what's being adopted. And I'm not saying that we should frighten them all into a crisis mode to get them to comply, but it is an interesting thought. So on that, I'm going to hand over to Tony to give us a bit of scene setting.
Thank you very much, Simon. And I think given the quality of the presentations and panels that we've had today, I don't need to spend too much time scene setting, and I'm very excited to hear what my fellow panel members have to say. So I won't take up too much of the time with it. What I might do, though, just on behalf of our panel, is acknowledge country. Daranuna daranuna yangu nalawiri dunamanye nalawara darawari ningara dindi wangiri lejinyin. This is Ngunnawal country, and we are all meeting here today on this Ngunnawal country, and we pay our respects to the elders and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here with us today. I think in terms of scene setting, given everything else we've heard today, all I really need to do is refresh enough to show that it's clearly not sufficient for us to have a tick box approach to security and the importance of security culture, whether you're in government or indeed in the private sector. We've heard very clearly today that our environment is one of unparalleled complexity. We are in a period of strategic uncertainty. I grew up, and many of you here grew up, in a period that we thought was one of existential threat, with two superpowers, a Cold War, mutually assured destruction through nuclear weapons. When I look back on it now, it does look pretty simple in comparison to what we're dealing with now. We even had what you might describe almost as a honeymoon period after that. Single superpower. We hadn't really seen the emergence of the digital age yet. Geography hadn't shrunk yet. At the same time, we were probably saying that the biggest threats we faced were terrorism, and in the case of Australia, what was then called illegal immigration. Again, these things were all consuming for those of us working in national security. All the while, though, China was rising. The digital age had well and truly begun. Huge changes for us and our allies. The rules-based order that served us so well in Australia is something we can no longer take for granted. We have this plethora of interconnected threats, technological. We've heard about them today in great detail by people more eloquent than I. Cyber, AI, quantum, and Carlyle created an unholy marriage for us, I recall, this morning with weapons. Environmentally, climate change, we've talked about it. I was interested that came up in the previous session as well. And new arenas in which our national security threats play out. We do now have, as a result of the digital age, a shrunken geography. Borders do not mean what they meant to us. The ability for anonymity, the ability for threats to be magnified enormously as a result of the technology that we're dealing with. When I started work, a great threat would be that you lost your briefcase and you might lose some documents. If you lose documents now, you could be losing the whole lot, or you could be losing your access to them. A hugely different environment. The things now that we used to consider emerging threats are probably considered more traditional in some ways, like counter-terrorism and illegal immigration. And all the while, we are looking at a horrendous situation in the Middle East. Ukraine, we've talked about today as well. I don't want to go further than that because I think we have heard so much about all of that today, but I think what it does is it makes the case for why it is that security culture is so important. And that is in a very contested field. Again, it doesn't matter if you're in government or if you're in the private sector. You know, there is huge competition for security dollars and security attention. You know, there are people here who've had experience working in health, aged care, education, housing, you know, priorities for government. If you ask a nurse in Tasmania what's more important, our submarine program or another hospital in Tasmania, I think we can be pretty clear what the answer is going to be. So all of this explains to us why it's so important that we have a strong security culture. And when we say that, the final thing I'd say is we do have to think, as people have said to us today, the physical, the personnel, the technical, the information security. They are a single ecosystem. Baddies will take what you give them, and if we are not strong in all of them, then we have problems looming.
Roanne or Connie, would you like to add to that?
Go ahead, Connie, if you'd like. Okay, yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for today and for having me here and my esteemed panelists and Simon for moderating. I second, obviously, I echo all of what Tony said, and thank you, Tony, for just setting the context. And I think the thing that we might want to be thinking about is that, well, number one, the tick box approach to compliance has been the way we've been doing things for a long time, right? Would I be correct in saying that? We check it, and that's okay, it has its function. However, given the context and the complexity and the volatility and the instability, running the gamut from cyber to geopolitical risks, the same type of approach that we approach security is probably not going to cut it in this day and age, right? So to Tony's point, I mean, I'm a survivor of 9/11. No one could have thought that, you know, as a young Australian girl, give me time, I did have an Aussie accent, okay? So no one could have thought that living in New York that a 9/11 was going to happen. You know, to live a few blocks away and to be covered in soot. So the people you saw on TV covered in soot, I was one of those, me and my husband were one of those. We never could have foreseen anything like that happening until it did. So I think one thing that I could just probably add to what Tony said is that the tick box approach is exactly what the malicious actors, and in simple terms, the bad guys, that's exactly where they want us to sit. That's exactly how they want us to be thinking. So I'm sure Connie has some more to add on that.
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, when we talk culture, we're talking people, and as we know, Hamish talked about people being, and I think he used a nicer word than the weakest link, but it is well and truly established amongst, you know, security that people are the weakest link. I've also heard them called the most attacked vector rather than the weakest link. I don't know if you could actually say that. I'd say when you look at network probes, they're pretty prolific. So, you know, where there's a hole, there's a way in, and it just happens that people are generically more trusting than systems. Systems are very 0 or 1, black or white. You're in, you're allowed, or you're not. Or there's a vulnerability and they find another way in. So I think for culture, it is all about your people. And when we have these conversations, you know, people talk about the system thinking and designing for the human. Well, you know, and they say that's the solution. I said, well, if that's the solution, why are we still in the situation where people are still the weakest link? We haven't out-designed them yet. And, you know, we're smart people. We should have, if it was that simple, out-designed them. So here is where you realise how important culture is. And I think has anybody worked in a department where you get a pink slip if you have a breach? Because I have. That's punishment as a deterrent. Now, that works great in those organisations or those departments that you have it, but we realise in general consensus is that people will perform better not when you punish them, but when you praise them. And so we have to move from, the punishment culture to how do we praise people for doing the right things. And I'm sure we're going to get into that a little more, so I won't take up too much time on that.
I think one of the common themes that comes out here is that there's a lot going on in life. You turn the news on. I can't watch the news in front of my kids anymore. They ask too many smart questions. So they're seeing sort of things on I don't let them use TikTok either. What am I talking about? Facebook and the Instagram and things like that. Then they see on the news and they're starting to put 2 and 2 together, and they're asking questions I never asked when I was 14 or 12 years old. So how do we get people to care, I guess, is what we're really talking about here. Is in Security Consulting Group, when we go and do a review, we talk to the security manager, we go, how's the culture? They go, perfect. Really? Yeah, all over it. They all turn up to do awareness training, they go off, they don't share passes, that's awesome. And then we might go and do, we might do another exercise to actually test some of that. And there's various ways of doing this, but we can have like workshop sessions, and we go along and we sort of check how they run their own work day, right? How do they open up during the day? How do they secure their information at night? How do they manage it? That kind of thing. Do you know how you should be doing it? It pretty quickly comes out that they don't know, right? That the answers and the security manager's answers that they are giving me are just what they think that I want to hear. They're missing the point that they're actually paying me to get the real information out here. So I guess the question is, how do you get people to care?
So I mean, I think, well, first of all, the fact that, there are various groups here today, right? Folks from government agencies, from the private sector, and different organizations. I'd like to acknowledge that the fact that you're all here today is indicative of how much you care, right? Because at its core, you are looking for answers. You're looking for answers. Whatever you have that's out there, it's just not enough. You need more information. And that's a start, right? It's instead of focusing then, since you care, instead of focusing maybe on the compliance, focus more on the safety factor. Because being compliant doesn't necessarily mean that your organization is safe, right? So if we imagine logically, we tick all the boxes, access control tick, right? Contractors tick. But once we've ticked them all, at the end of that form or whatever governance structure we have, doesn't really mean we're now completely risk-free, right? We are now completely safe. So I think one thing to be thinking about is that safety really exists in continuum. And it's an ongoing process. And I'm sure, I'm sure Connie and Tony, that's all I have to say about that one, is that instead of maybe focusing on compliance, maybe we should be focusing more on safety. And that just doesn't include just safety for malicious actors, but also safety of our own people, right? Of the workplace. So, as some of you may know, one of the biggest threats these days is not so much a kinetic attack on our shores, thank God. Let's hope it never gets to that point. It's actually the lone wolf, which may be a person who may be radicalized, or a person who's disenfranchised, or a person who is acting on behalf of malicious state actor. So I think safety over compliance may be a good start.
Okay, I'll go. Look, I think what people care about is what they're hearing, and what does the CEO or the head of the department care about. And if they're not hearing security as a message from the top, you're not going to get that filtering. The best organisations I've worked at, and including my current one, the CEO endorses and signs off on the security strategy. So the tactical plan, the strategy is signed off by the CEO. It filters down to every layer of management, and where possible, in every all-employee meeting, in every team meeting, in every stand-up meeting I attend, and that is culturally norm, there is a discussion on security. And so I think, as you know, subliminal programming, if you like, where the thing people hear a lot is the thing that's front to mind. And we have a saying that is, if you see something, say something, and encourage reporting, even over-reporting. And I think you've got to aim very high. You've got to aim at getting that embedded everywhere in the organisation, especially at the top. There can't be one rule for one and one rule for another. And that's where sometimes there's some incongruity with, your policies when, people see that it's okay for these people not to encrypt mail or do things or not to swipe their pass to go through a speed gate. It can't be one rule in security for one and some for others. It has to be across the board. And so when you have that top level management buy-in, it's naturally filtering through your culture. The places I've worked where it's very lax, and I'm going to not want to point out the university sector, but that was the scariest place I ever worked because nobody wants to control anything. It's free, everybody's going to be free to do things, and it makes it very difficult to, control. And I had to become a bit of a dictator there, which, doesn't make you terribly popular, but there are certain things that can't, be open for discussion. There are certain security policies that just have to be put in. So, yeah, Tony, your experience, because I know you've had a great background into many different and varying organisations and departments.
Thank you, Connie, and I agree with my colleagues Roanne and Connie, and I think that point about leadership, before I digress a tiny bit from that, is so important. I went back to DFAT after many years away for the last few years of my time in government, and Francis Adamson, who some of you would know, was secretary there, and I learnt a great deal about the importance of leadership on policies that matter in many areas, because she was an outstanding secretary. But I just want to mention specifically, and I was talking with a colleague outside about it a few minutes ago, women in leadership. And I pick this because it highlights some of those points that Connie just made. She didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. She was consistent, she was visible, she put resources into it, and she made it very clear that this wasn't just the latest policy that would have its time, that this was going to be bedrock culture in the department. That is what you have to do for security as well. The conversation has to start in the boardroom. You can't leave it to the CSO, you can't leave it to the CISO. If they don't have the shadow of a board, a CEO, a secretary, senior management behind them every step of the way, then you will not get the buy-in that you need to build the security culture you want. I wanted to pick up too on a point we heard from Julian too in the last session, just about training. There's been a lot of discussion today about training. I thought it was a great session earlier in the afternoon that we heard from the previous panel. It is crucial that people get training that brings this to life. This room is largely preaching to the converted. A lot of us here, we grew up with this, and security's never been negotiable in our minds. We tend to be quite receptive to new security policy. We're thinking about emerging risks. You can't assume that in every government department, in every organisation about the staff. People do need to be properly trained, and they need to understand how that relates to what the organisation is trying to achieve. We can achieve perfect security. Disconnect yourself from the internet. Don't communicate. Don't hire any people and lock the door. You go broke, you won't achieve anything, but your security will be just fine. Clearly we can't do that. People need to be able to relate what we are trying to achieve as a building block. Security is a building block for what it is we're trying to achieve as an organisation, and let them see it in action. A lot of people in this room would remember the late Mike Rothery. Does that name ring a bell? He was central to the creation of this conference that we're actually at today many years ago. Mike chose quite a big forum in the Attorney General's department one day to say to the Secretary in front of many staff, "Secretary, I received an email purportedly from you with a malicious payload attacked." And it was a very well socially engineered email designed for Mike, the division head responsible for cybersecurity and resilience, to open. And Mike didn't open it, and he sent it straight to his IT security officer. And the Secretary jumped straight in and said, "That's really important, Mike. How did you know that it wasn't really from me?" And Mike said it was easy, it was too polite.
So I've got a question here, and feel free to start sending those through. We can pick up as we go, but it does touch on a comment made before about safety. So the question's from Ashley Runham. I'll read that out. Should IT security be learning from the mining, health and safety sector for embedding security culture? For example, conducting safety shares for meetings, metrics, lost time injury frequency, etc., signs at building entrances, X days since last incident. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think everybody, and to both Connie's and Tony's point, everybody probably in this room and those listening online are already extremely security and safety aware. I think the problem space for all of us, at least from what I've seen, is tools and methodologies and training. So I've had the good fortune actually of attending one called Presilience by Dr. Schneider, which I kind of sheepishly attended. Where is Gav? Anyway, he's got this program and I attended it just to see what it was about. And it was unbelievable how much information and knowledge that I gleaned from that course. So I think it's all of those things. We can't really, it's such a complex world that we can't really remove, we can't really treat things as disparate systems, right? So mental health in and of itself, that's a safety factor in the workplace. So how do we, it's really approaching things in a very holistic manner. And to Connie's point earlier, instead of seeing threats as a bad thing or accusatory, it's really that, well, hey, you or under that person's user profile. So this is what we have in Capture. So instead of it being accusatory, it's more like I was able to detect X amount of threats. So there's that intrinsic value and making people feel like they're part of the process. So definitely, it's much more of an ecosystem as it is a specific kind of discipline. In other terms, you could call it just multidisciplinary. Running the gamut from psychology, cybersecurity, technology, organizational behavior. And those are broad fields already, we know. So it's just constantly an ongoing iterative process for continuous improvement and development.
Anyone else like to add?
What was the question again?
It's actually disappeared, but it's about him, like safety. I mean, first of all, wouldn't it be lovely if security was on the same level as safety? I think we'd all kind of like that. Recently did a review of an agency, walked into the toilet, there's 18 posters in the toilet, lots of reading. I sat in there a while. They're all WHS, every single one of them. There wasn't one security one in there. So that's a recommendation. Any other thoughts?
I like
tracking it. Someone said...
I like Rowan's answer, that was good.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. I've always thought that people are more inclined to want to do things when they understand why they're doing them, all right? I think that some of the old school ASAs out there, probably retired already, so I hope I'm not upsetting anybody here, they weren't great at communicating, all right? A lot of the time they themselves were a little bit disgruntled. I'm not talking about anybody in this room, so let me just reiterate. But what that means is when staff go to them for help, they're all just a bit abrupt and what's the point kind of thing, and that comes across even if, you know, they're trying to appear helpful. Deep down, they're not getting the support. They really are not imparting that position of the organisation wants to be, you know, wants to help you here improve your culture. So I don't know if you guys have seen anything similar. Let's start with Tony, because he's been through a few different agencies.
Look, and I'll bring in some comments on the previous question as well. You know, I feel that safety is truly a part of security, and if we go back decades and decades, quite often I think the language that those who came before us would have used when having these sorts of discussions would have talked primarily in terms of safety. But a lot of the things that we value in our workplaces and in our lives, you know, will traverse safety and security almost equally. And when we talk about what, for example, national security means to us, you know, it means a great deal more than simply being secure from threats. It also means preserving our way of life. You know, it's about our values, it's about our economic prosperity. So, you know, I think it is very important in the way that we talk about these things that we do capture all of that in the way we think. And that goes for the workplace as well, because, you know, when we talk about the sort of workplace that we want to work in, you know, we want to have a good security culture, but that can't be divorced from the rest of the culture in the workplace. If we don't have a workplace that is safe, that is inclusive, that makes people the best they can be, how can you expect them to be the best they can be when it comes to security? And I've seen that, you know, in action in different government departments over time.
Yeah, I just want to add to Tony's point. I think I'm very passionate, obviously, about national security, given my experience, my life experience. For me, it's a passion because we are privileged to have this freedom, right, in our great country. And the idea, to me, it's a privilege to be able to build tech to help. Obviously, from a realistic point of view, there are commercial realities. I have to pay engineers, I have to pay people. But for me, it's a passion, and I know it's a passion for all of you here as well, in this room, and those listening virtually. And so I think I can't stress enough, we're safe until we're not. And not to be alarmist, but I think it's a great purpose to think of it in terms of national security. That really just resonates with me, what Tony just said. And I know all of you here agree with me on that. You know, there are a lot of, especially Tony here has got an amazing bio, but a lot of wonderful public servants in this room. It takes a certain type of person to serve this great country. And so I really encourage everybody, and actually I just want to make a point, Simon, sorry, I'll promise I'll be quick. But what is, so the problem space is this, right? Sometimes the tough thing is really well-meaning folks want to do the right thing. They want to keep the workplace safe, physical and data assets safe, but like what was said previously, if there's no buy-in from leadership, it's very difficult because we can't move a parked car, right? So in practical terms, what can we actually do? So I think for me, it's three things. Today's a start because now we're getting more knowledge and more kind of leading information on what's really going on in the space. That's step one. And the second thing is, I think, really thinking about how will you educate, and it is education. A lot of the times people don't act because A, they're misinformed or they don't know what to do and they don't want to be blamed for it, right? We've all been in corporate where it's like leadership doesn't want to make the call because they don't want to be blamed for something that didn't go well. So the second thing really is educating your leaders and really helping them out understand. I don't know what the procedures are in your respective agencies and organizations, but is it a matter of a business case? But really making clear what that is. And if you want to put in KPIs in there and, you know, potential partners, then really find the people with whom you can work. Find those consultants who will really help you. Most of them are busy, but the good ones will really, really try to help you. Okay, and those are, I think, 3 practical steps, really, in continuing to enrich yourself with knowledge, to really sharing it, whether it's through a business case with your leadership, and the third thing is really finding your partners to support you in that journey. I hope that really helps.
I can clearly see the passion. Thank you. As you can see on the screen here, there's a couple of comments here, not so much questions, but good points are being made. I will ask the panel one question here that's got a like. So Perry Carpenter and Kai Rowe in their book, The Security Culture Playbook, mention that for some people they have a mindset of just because I'm aware doesn't mean I care. What have you seen to be effective in raising staff security culture beyond awareness, beyond raising awareness?
Yeah, okay, I'll start. I won't go too deeply in it, but I'm going to say if you are in control of creating the framework for a culture, then you need to understand the theory of planned behaviour. And what that is, it's about getting people on the boat. I'm not going to go too deeply in it, but it's about having mentors for people. So people who are already mentoring good security behaviours, and then it's about encouraging them to do so. And you only need 2 of the 3 key elements to make it successful. But you have to make the people competent. So there is a training element. You have to make your people competent in security, and that whether that's awareness training, which probably doesn't go far enough, but for your business and your key assets, tell them and help them understand how to protect them and be transparent in incidents. No organisation I've been in does that. It doesn't do it well enough. It hides incidents. It doesn't tell people. If you tell someone, guess what, Google got hacked, they're like, who cares? I'm not Google. I don't want to know about what Google did. You tell people what's happening in your organisation, that you got breached and this is what happened and this is the cost and this is the effect and this is the potential future losses from that. People start to care because it means something to them. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. You've got to build that culture over time, and it does take time. So yeah, I'll give, both of you would have experience in this also, so I won't steal the show.
I agree entirely. One of the things that I thought was a great advance was mandatory data breach notification for exactly that reason, because it gives, in that case, the public the opportunity to decide the importance, but the organisation does need to understand what it means for the mission. If what you end up with is a situation where you have security competing with the mission, and again, I take you to agencies who might not sit near the middle of the national security onion ring, then it's much harder. If you see security as a building block, then awareness and caring go much better together. I agree too, it's important that people see reward for good security behaviour, because what it shows is that we value it, and finding that combination of compliance as a building block for culture as opposed to the only part of the culture is not a simple thing always for leadership in organisations. One of the things that I did at Attorney General's Department in the group that I had was ask that in performance agreements we actually included security as a performance criteria, and it was 2-way. So there was an expectation on the part of the manager of the people working, and there was an expectation of the manager, because one of the things that isn't always practiced as it should be is that pastoral care responsibility of managers for the people that they have in their organisations with security clearances between the clearances. It's not the responsibility of AGSFA, it's the responsibility of the leaders in the organisation. So finding ways to create that, and I admit I probably used a combination of carrot and stick.
Thanks, Tony. So we've spoken about a few ideas about getting people to care, and I think one of the ones I also wanted to touch on was, as security managers, are you getting enough information around the threat from the likes of ASIO, from the government? Because, as I said, based on the premise that people will care when they understand more. The thing about terrorism, you see it. Someone blows up the front of a building. It's no one likes to see that. Hostile state activity, foreign espionage, foreign interference. People don't really see that. It doesn't tend to affect them directly. It's not all that newsworthy, and to be honest, a lot of the time it doesn't make the news and you never hear about it. So people naturally think, well, it's not happening, so we must be okay. So how do you balance that line of being discreet around these things, but also sharing with your staff that it does happen very regularly, probably more than the staff understand, so that they care?
Yeah, so I think it really is a fine balance, right? Because on one hand, we want to make sure everybody's aware, and not only aware, but to really care enough. But on the other, we also want to make sure that people aren't, we have the freedoms and the liberty that we have in our lives. So I think a good balance is just, for me, it's something, well, I build technology, so it's something very structured where I care enough about this. So, I have to say this because I built it into the platform. It's not accusatory. You have the threats that you've identified, the user identified, and now they can create, we do the reporting, it's all automated, etc. But now at least they know to a certain extent. They know that they have, it's about feeling like you have control. A lot of the times, and I think Connie made this great point as well earlier, along with Tony, it's making the person and your people feel empowered. That yes, there is cyber espionage. Yes, there is foreign interference. Yes, there are all of these threats. But how do we make sure that we have full visibility of these threats, but at the same time have our freedoms, our liberty? As Aussies, that's what we have in this great country, right? We have I've lived in 20 different cities. I can guarantee you it's the best place in the world. So how do we do that? So for us, at least, I had to solve it from a technology point of view, because that's what I know how to do, is making the person feel empowered. These are the threats. I have them under control. My leadership knows, and now I can go home and the next person can worry about it, right? So it's empowering the individual, empowering the human, and using technology just as a tool. It's, there's this big fear of AI. Yes, there is, especially artificial AGI, generalized intelligence. But it's a tool down here. We're always in control. And I think, to answer your question more directly, it's a matter of really making the person feel and the individual empowered and in control. Yes, the bad news is there, but this is what I can do, and this is the best that I can do right now, given the tools I've been given.
Connie or Tony?
There'll be certain lines that ASIO and other organisations can't cross in terms of the information that they can make available, but frankly, the level of information that is made available, the case studies that are out there, actually provide a pretty rich and at times quite depressing tapestry that leaders can draw from to relate to the circumstances of people in pretty much any workplace. What we also have to do is explain what the consequences are of loss to our business, whatever that business may be. Sometimes that's really easy because your business continuity, your supply chain security, the things that drive your business actually dovetail brilliantly with security. And sometimes they don't. Sometimes it just looks like an unreasonable cost. And that's where you really do need to find examples and be able to show people what the consequences can be for the business. And look, I don't think there's a huge shortage of information out there. And I think a number of us watched Mike Burgess on the TV at Palo Alto recently, and he wasn't too backward in some of the things he had to say.
Yep. Do you want anything? Otherwise, we can go to questions. Okay. We have 5 minutes and we have a few questions. So David asks, do you have a preference for multiple bite-sized security trainings through the year or a big annual training session? Connie?
Yeah, I'll say for me, you need to tailor it to what is, everybody needs a baseline and you need to understand your baseline. So I first came into this role and people were giving me some feedback that people don't understand this and that. They don't even know who the cert is in an internal cert. They don't know, they share passwords and I'm thinking, come on, you're having me on, there's no way. I'm like, okay, so I do a survey of the entire workforce under my area. Let's find out the baseline. You need to know what that is. And then it actually helps you target your training because you can see, okay, these people share passwords. Let's break down to what teams they are, where they are. Then I know who I'm targeting for that training. They need micro training on, what is the baseline of our security requirements. We have, standards and they need to understand those. So I think there's a range, and I don't think we're ever going to get mass training for everybody. So I think targeted training where it is needed to get you at the right baseline of what you need to be. Now, a baseline of somebody working in a TSPV role is very different to somebody working in a university, right? So tailor it. That's all I can say is tailor it. And you've got to mix because, if you're working in the university, everybody coming in has to have a degree as a minimum, doctorate if you want a higher level. So they've got that level of training. It's some of the specific training that you need to give them. So I will say that it is about workforce planning and understanding your workforce and understanding the remit of those people and what they have access to, because if they are accessing, your key information assets, or they're protecting things in your network, or they're protecting the people, then they need training in that specific area. So I'll hand over to you guys.
For me, it's iterative because the brain, just from a neuroscientific standpoint, just brain science, it's 20 minutes. We absorb information the best 20 minute rather. I wish it was 20 years. I wish I had that cognitive capacity, right? Sustained focus is 20 minutes. So under that premise, and also folks have different modalities of learning. So we really have to think about, again, one size does not fit all. Some people are visual learners, some people are oral learners. So people have different modalities of learning, and just because they can't learn a traditional way doesn't mean, a person is not smart. It's just, we just need to accommodate everybody, and that's all part of just being inclusive. And so throughout the year, iterative, well-chosen, well-curated courses, get it approved, hopefully, and really will put the organization on a good path.
Does anyone here have to do 5, 6, 7 pieces of mandatory training every year or every 6 months? Has anyone else gone into work at 4 a.m. or on a Sunday and done them all at once in one day? My personal view is that probably, while maybe necessary to tick the box, is not the best way to create culture, because people see it as a chore that they can do and then put out of their mind rather than figure out how to use it. And we've heard that importance. So finding ways to make security front of mind, you know, guest speakers, people with case studies, seeing what you can share. I don't know if the consultant who's responsible for this particular trick is sitting out in the audience today, but certain government departments had outside security consultants come in to talk to senior staff, having scattered some thumb drives outside the building before they went in, and were actually able to put internal documents on the screen during the meeting. Is that person here, whoever did that? That was quite clever. Probably couldn't do it anymore, but it was good at the time. Find ways to keep it at front of mind. If, as the leader, I don't think it's important enough to be part of our discussion regularly with staff, I'm just not sending the right message that this is something we do all of the time, that this is part of all of our work. So by all means, go in at 4 a.m, do them all on a Sunday, but figure out what else you're going to do with the teams you're working with to make sure that it doesn't get shelved for 12 months after that.
Thanks, Tony. That's probably a great point to end on, but I think a recurring theme there is communication in an appropriate manner at appropriate intervals, and that will vary based on the organisation and the security risk context. And on that note, can you please join me in thanking our three panellists?
All right, we have come to the end of the day. What a fantastic day it has been. Some very interesting presentations and some excellent panels. To wrap things up and to close up, and most importantly, to give you the information about the networking drinks, I would like to invite our program convener, Dr. Gav Schneider, to come to the stage, and let's have a quick discussion about takeaways and what to look forward to tomorrow.
Hello. Okay. Firstly, well done to you all for making it through an entire day of having to listen. It's exceptionally difficult to be an engaged listener. So before we kick off with the summary, just give yourselves all a round of applause. I think it's really awesome.
Yeah, I've actually been keeping a tally of how many people left, and we're winning. This is pretty good.
It might have more to do with networking drinks.
It could well be. I have deliberately not divulged the details of that until you sit through this wrap-up.
I think a few things. One, we're halfway through. Tomorrow we've got a lot more happening and a lot that we want to build on. I think the challenge is by the time you get to the end of the day, you sort of forget what was discussed at the beginning of the day, and it all blurs into, oh, that was interesting, and I kind of liked that speaker, or I liked that panel. The challenge I think we've got is that we are really in a stage now where there's too much information. And if it's too much information for us as experts, imagine the layman in your organization who are not even engaged and don't really care about security because they have you. That's the hard part, right? So if you took 1 or 2 nuggets away from today, we consider that a success. I took plenty. There's almost too many highlights, but it will probably sound wrong if I highlight the panel that I ran first. But maybe, Joe, just to kick off, I think all the speakers, kudos, because it's really hard to come up here in front of people you don't really know. Even harder if they're clients, colleagues, or people whose opinions you truly value and share. So when you've got a kind of brigadier general, deputy commissioner from the AFP, senior managers from some of Australia's largest sovereign companies, it's kind of humbling that they're happy to share so much. And I think we really have to change our own mindsets, and that seemed to be a consistent theme. It's hard to run a security conference that's full of good news, but we are winning. Why? Because we're here. And I think that's an important thing for us to remember, that nobody has all the answers. But if you took one nugget away, and that can make something a little bit better, that's pretty awesome.
Actually, just from that panel, the line that I wrote down that I'm going to keep with me is actually from Andrew Hocking, is make sure the media you consume is giving you clarity, not more clutter. And I think we, as he said, I think all of us want more data, right? We want more information, more intelligence, we want more clearer decisions. But at a certain point, it really does become clutter when we're just trying to justify the decision we know we're going to make anyway. So I think that was a really powerful line from that one. Another highlight for me was actually Natalie's presentation on the PSPF, just to hear how that's living and growing and breathing and adapting. I think is a really important thing. It has to be a living document for it to be useful. So I took a lot out of that as well.
And I think to that point, kudos to the PSPF team. It's really hard to introduce humor into policy. And even if ChatGPT doesn't want to comment, the fact that they were able to come and share an update. And probably the thing that gives me the most peace of mind is that we're evolving. Things are adapting. It's the policy, the framework, the structures are not staying still, and we're learning. Probably my big takeaway there, which I think is awesome, is starting to align things like the Essential 8 with the maturity levels of the PSPF. Because we're all busy, and the simpler, more unified and structured we can get things, the better.
Yeah, absolutely agree. If I reflect upon the panel that I had the opportunity to moderate, I think something that was so apparent was that we need to be more intentional about how we're growing the next generation of security professionals. And it doesn't matter what type of role we're talking about, and the next generation may not even be younger, but just the next people entering into our roles, into our industry, into the roles that you will move on from as your career progresses. And I don't think there's too many of us in the room that would sit there and objectively say, I hope that my predecessor comes through the exact same way I did. I think most of us will recognise there was probably things could have been done better, smoother, more efficiently. I probably could have shaved 5 years off by doing it this way, or if I'd had that mentor there, that would have saved me taking all these different wrong turns. And of course, we'd always be very philosophical and say, well, if it wasn't for the wrong turns, I wouldn't be who I am now, and that's nice too. But if it was your child that you were trying to groom into a successful career, you'd probably hope that they maybe had some different guidance. And I think there's a lot for us to reflect upon, because ultimately we're all going to be moving into another role at some point, and we want to make sure that the roles we are doing are done well by competent professionals who have all the support and resources they need to be able to do those roles, not just for the role is now, but the role will be in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years.
I think my big takeaway from that panel was this idea, and it's something really important. We tend to think that education is a linear process. I start with a vocational qualification, I get a degree, etc. But in reality, we should be fostering learning organisations and organisations that love learning. And we won't get good security outcomes without that. So it's probably quite important for us, I guess if we can have RTOs that compete with each other, universities sitting next to RTOs, because there's a perception that the vet sector sometimes competes with the tertiary sector. We should be doing better in looking at how we create our own learning structures and leverage the expertise of stakeholders like that to make it better. I thought also the panel that Leanne ran this morning was awesome, scary. I think when we look at the geopolitical and the strategic pieces, listening to Brett Pepler, for example, talk about some of his experiences in the Pacific, and that we're worrying about protective security policy, they're worrying about their island sinking. It probably creates a bit of perspective for us too.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, every single session had takeaways, had real nuggets of gold. I saw a lot of note-taking around the room. So that's really the hallmark for an educational conference, is to see how many smart people are taking notes of other things. So it should all be applauded, one, for your commitment to learning. Before we talk about tomorrow, can I just get one more round of applause for every speaker, every moderator, everyone who participated in the event today. All right, so if you haven't had a look at day 2, now's your opportunity to do so. It's another fantastic day. Gav, I might just throw to you. If you had to pick 2 sessions that you're most looking forward to, what are the 2 that stand out for you?
Probably impossible, because we spent so much time trying to figure out what to include. So if I pick 2, it doesn't mean I'm not looking forward to any of the others.
It's a very political answer for Canberra.
I'm in Canberra. Come on, Joe. For those of you who've never come across Tony Sales, who we've got coming in live from the UK, he's really interesting. As an offending, convicted criminal who now runs a business teaching organisations how to stop people like him, it's kind of interesting, and I think that's one of the mistakes we often make as practitioners. We learn from each other, we don't learn from our opposition that well, so I'm really looking forward to his.
Actually, if I can just add to that, because that was one of the ones that I was going to talk about, so thanks for stealing my thunder. I've actually been listening to Tony Sale's book, his audio book on the flight up, and one of the points he makes that I found really, really interesting, because I think any of us that have ever done a penetration test or a risk assessment have thought, I put myself in the mind of a criminal. I think about how I would do this as a criminal. And Tony makes a great point in the book, and I'm sure he'll probably mention it tomorrow as well, that you can't really think like a criminal unless you've lived like a criminal, and unless you've got the trauma and the baggage and the ego and the all the things that make someone criminal. It's hard to really put yourself in that mindset authentically. So I'm really interested that obviously Tony's turned his life around and is now helping organisations. Obviously he couldn't be here in person; he can't get a visa, but true story. Fraud convictions will do that to you. But I'm really interested to hear what he has to say and how he can share with us, assuming there's no other convicted fraudsters in the room, although you probably wouldn't have disclosed it if you were. So,
thanks. I'm also really looking forward to a few of the panels tomorrow. We've got stakeholders from local government, from aviation, from different sectors that are coming together to share lessons learned and apply it in different contexts. So, I think the challenge is really not how much you'll take away from tomorrow, it's how much you can actually remember and apply. There's going to be a lot more coming. I would also highlight, I'm looking pretty forward to Richard Sutton's session. For those who don't know, Richard is a world-renowned author. He's written 3 books on high performance. And the reason he's not with us in person is he was tapped, I could have this wrong, but I believe Arsenal called him and asked him to come in and work with them at the moment, and he's in the UK. So I guess protective security government in conference in Canberra compared to working with Arsenal in the UK, I'd probably pick the same as him. Just kidding. I want to be here.
You might have actually made some enemies with that statement. Don't go picking teams. All right, I've just been given the time card, so that'll have to do us for the wrap up. Tomorrow will be a fantastic day. I did promise that I would give details about the networking drinks, so thank you all for persevering while we get there. So I'll just transition off. Before I do that, can I just get a round of applause for Dr. Gav Schneider? Legitimately, the team behind this event start working on the next one basically from the week after this time last year. So that the panel of speakers does not come about by accident. That's Gav's role to identify speakers. So it really is a big job, and I think we've done an excellent job this year. All right, so to close off tonight, we have networking drinks at Lucky's Speakeasy Bar, which is downstairs. There's a 2-hour drinks package. It hasn't technically, sorry, I've already taken 2 minutes of it, apologies. But there's a 2-hour drinks package and canapes, so go have fun. The website lists Lucky's as dark and mysterious, a slick prohibition-style speakeasy for those looking for a private hideaway. This is the best bar in Canberra to get sourced in secret. There's so many jokes I don't want to make on a live stream. All right, on that lovely note, we will see you downstairs for networking drinks, and enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow.